Well, good afternoon and welcome to Snetterton in East Anglia for an action-packed weekend of motorsport. Almost 20 races to bring you over the next 2 days. It's a bit of a Beauty and the Beast weekend. We have got the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Over 100 beautiful cars taking part across 8 races this weekend and 5 races in the British Truck Racing Championship. Also got the pickups, the Mini Challenge Trophy and the MG Owners Club Championship as well. And talking of Beauty and the Beast, it's myself and Pointy in the paddock and the pits today. Pointy's looking after the truck racing, I'll be looking after everything else. Now, your voice from upstairs, as ever, will be Dave Goddard. Our first race coming up is very shortly. They are going to come thick and fast today, so let's jump straight into it. We spoke to a few of the drivers down in the paddock. So here we are then, ahead of our first race of the day. I'm here with our pre-93 pole sitter, James Everard. Great morning so far, not the greatest of seasons so far. What's been going on with the car behind us specifically?
We rebuilt it over winter and completely transformed it to Group A spec. Incredible car now, really pleased with it, but we just keep melting pistons. Twice it's been rebuilt and gone out after 20 laps, melted and destroyed itself. So. And
now you've got it fixed, it is working, not just pole boy, 2.7 seconds. I mean, that is mammoth, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pleased with that, but we've put a lot of work in, a lot of testing. We were testing in Germany yesterday. Incredible car, so, a lot to be said for that.
Tested in Germany yesterday?
Thursday, rather. Yeah, that's right.
Tell us a bit about the car. I mean, it's got a beautiful classic M3 livery. We're saying the Everard logo here is a beautiful sort of silver gold. What's behind the engine?
It's a 2.5 litre original S14 engine to the Group A specs. It's about 300 and a bit brake horsepower. It's got the proper 6-speed Samsonite box in it, and it's nearly full Group A spec. It just needs some different hubs.
Now, not many in the pre-93 class today, unfortunately. Scared, aren't they?
Maybe they're a bit scared. I'm sure they're not, but no, they're a good team. We've enjoyed racing with them all year. But yeah, I'm not sure where they all are today. Maybe they knew we were coming.
James, best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And there we go, pole sitter in our pre-93 class. Let's go motor racing. Over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, for the first time this weekend.
Thank you, Ewan. Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gents. Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to the Snetterton Circuit, the home of motorsport in the east of England. Ready for the first of 2 days of race action with the BARC, the British Automobile Racing Club. My name is Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action across no less than 20 races across the course of this weekend. It is the latest round for the big rigs. Yes, the beasts are here in the east. The British Truck Racing Championship has its latest round here at Snetterton. We have a total of 5 truck races for you across the course of the weekend. 19 of the 5-ton beasts are here to do battle. Ryan Smith looking for his 7th consecutive Division 1 title, though he did have some problems in qualifying this morning, so we will wait and see how he gets on. While in Division 2, Luke Garrett's looking to reclaim his title that he last won a couple of years ago on his return from racing in the European Championship last season. What else have we got for you here this weekend alongside the big rigs? Well, we have the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. They'll have their qualifying session today and will be racing tomorrow. They were in amazing form at Convoy in the Park at Donington last time out. George Taricki looking for his 3rd straight title in the pickups. We also have a full complement of classes from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club for saloon cars of all ages. They will be first up on track today. The first race will be the pre-93 and pre-03 touring cars. Pre-93s mainly BMWs, pre-03s mostly Honda Civics, we will see out on track today. That is followed by 3 championships in one. The Classic Thunder Saloons, which will be the most powerful saloon cars that we see out there today. Jason Davies, I can tell you, the championship leader in his Sierra Cosworth, has set pole position there. That's combined with BOSS, which stands for Blue Oval Saloon Series. That's for everything Ford. And the Jaguars as well, the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge, with Tom Robinson looking to continue his winning ways in his XJR. Then we have the first British Truck Racing Championship race of the weekend, and that is followed by the Mini Challenge, the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy class. Nelson King looking to continue his dominance, who's only been beaten twice this season so far, and he will start as the favourite, but Matt Hammond has beaten him to pole position for the first race. Then we have the pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. Stephen Primet in his Mark 1 Escort will start as the favourite there. A good variety of Fords and other machinery out in pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. That's followed by another truck race, Then we have the pre-66 classic touring cars, if you like your Minis, your Ford Anglias, Hillman Imps, Lotus Cortinas, one or two Ford Mustangs in there as well, great variety, and the oldest cars you'll see here this weekend. And we close off the day with a second race for the pre-93 and 03 touring cars. As we say, we'll be joined by the pickup trucks tomorrow, and also the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship as well for MGs of all ages. Steve McDermott lost his unbeaten run last time out in that championship at Donington. Looking at the entry list for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, we won't spoil the surprise. There is a very unusual and probably the most unlikely race vehicle you will ever see coming out in that championship, all being well tomorrow. So that's your lineup for this weekend. We will shortly be getting underway. Hello to those who have got in touch via our live chat on YouTube. We have brought back the live chat this weekend. Any misuse and it will be switched off again, just to warn you. Hi to JOC, who says good luck Ian Bauer. He's going to be out in the pre-93 touring cars and I think the classic Thunder Saloons as well with his BMW M3. Brian Davis says good luck to Ryan Smith, Stephen Powell and Bradley Smith in the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan, as we say, had a few problems in qualifying early. He'll be starting at the back of the grid for Division 1 in our first race of the day. Stephen Powell, the former Division 2 champion, his truck repaired after a crash with Simon Reed at Donington Park. Simon's back out as well. And also I can be very pleased to say Stuart Oliver's back out as well, the 10 times British, 1-time European truck racing champion. His truck was heavily damaged in a big off at Donington Park at Convoy in the Park. The team have made a Herculean effort to rebuild his Volvo and he is here this weekend. Hello to Mike Seaborn Racing as well, who says tuning in to cheer on the big Jags and all classic touring car races. Yes, Mike of course is the reigning Jaguar Challenge champion. Sadly he tells us we probably won't see him out for the rest of the year due to budget reasons. Been a tricky season for Mike in his first season in the ex-Gale Hill XJS. Hopefully we'll see him back out in 2023. Do let us know if you're watching via our YouTube feed. It's great to have you all with us here at a blustery but sunny Snetterton. It is quite windy here today. Good crowd in attendance for the annual visit of the Big Rigs, the British Truck Racing Championship. But our first race coming up very shortly. It is a combination grid for the pre-93 and 03 touring cars. We'll give you the grid fairly shortly once the race is starting to line up. As we heard, it was James Everard who was quickest in qualifying in his beautiful E30 M3 BMW, very much in the vein of the old DTM cars, including in the old colours of I think the car that Johnny Cicotto won the DTM title in back in the 80s. As Ewan was saying, 2.7 seconds quicker than everyone else in qualifying. The car proving fast but a bit unreliable this year, so James Everard hoping that BMW holds together and he can take a win in the Laser Tools sponsored pre-93 Touring Car Championship, combined with the Bertie Haulage pre-03 Touring Car Championship. I can tell you the quickest car there, starting 5th overall, will be Ross Craig in his Honda Civic Type R. He was a winner recently on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit in that division. Second quickest behind him, James Alford with his Honda. It's mainly Honda Civics in the pre-03 touring cars. In their points though, it's a BMW that's leading, Cavan Granger with his BMW E46 330. He runs in Class A. The class is organised by engine size. So it's Granger who leads Class A and overall. He's 3 points clear in the overall points of Ross Craig. He leads Class C. Class B is being led by John Hillier in the unusual BMW E36 Touring. Yes, the estate car. Well, if Volvo and Honda can race estate cars in the British Touring Car Championship, why can't we have a BMW estate racing here? So 3 classes in pre-03. Pre-93, we've had 5-point scoring classes so far this season. I think we've only got entries in 3 of them this weekend. It's classes B, C and D. Class B, that's being led by the overall points leader Andy Cripps with his BMW M3. Class C, that's being led by Jamie Sturgis, who's not here this weekend. Only a couple of runners here in Class C, including James Everard with the E30 that's on pole. And Class D is being led by Andy Sheraton. I don't think Andy's here this weekend either with his BMW E30. Class A in the championship is being led by Mike Seaborn, and Class E by Andrew Smith, one of the elder statesmen of British Club Racing with his Honda. leads the points in Pre-93 Class E. That sets the scene for our first race, then we will give you the grid in full in just a few moments' time. Let's have a look at the lineup then for our first race of the day. James Everard on pole position with the BMW E30, alongside Ian Bauer in his E36 M3, the number 90. Second row, number 45, Robert Crisell, and 33, Andy Cripps. They're both in BMW M3s as well. Then the two Hondas of Ross Craig and James Alford, the first of the pre-03 cars. Row 4, Scott Smith, Honda Civic, and Cavan Granger, the pre-03 points leader with his BMW. Row 5, Matthew Howarth, he's in a Vauxhall Astra, alongside John Hillier's BMW Estate. The sixth row, Anton Martin, normally a classic Ford man, but out in his BMW this weekend, alongside Simon Mann, that's the Cadbury's liveried BMW 328. Row 7, Alan Hersey in his BMW Compact. You've seen him race his Reliant Scimitar in the Classic Thunder division in the past, alongside Steve Walden, number 36, with another E30 BMW. Row 8, Vic Hope with his Honda Civic, alongside Mark Fowler, the ex-Ford Capri man, in his BMW. Then the penultimate row of the grid is Pete Winston. Again, normally a Ford man, but he switched to a BMW this weekend, starting alongside the Honda of Neil Ashcroft. And at the back of the field, we will see Will Hunt at the wheel of a Ford Fiesta. We normally see him in the Blue Oval Saloons. I think he's out in them as well this weekend. He starts in pre-03 as well, though. From the back of the field, we should see 19 cars on the grid, although Will Hunt didn't complete a flying lap in qualifying, so we hope that he is there. The Snetterton 300 circuit, one of the longer circuits used in British motorsport. Quite a twisty layout, very flat, because of course we're in Norfolk. Cars will head into the long right-hander of Riches, then up to the Wilson's hairpin, the 180-degree right-hander, used to be known as Montreal. Then down to the left at Palmer's, a quick squirt up to the left at Agostini's, then Hamilton's, Oggies and Williams, which takes them onto the long back straight down the Bentley straights. Then it's under the bridge and into the Brundle and Nelson complex. Then it's through the right-hander into the bomb hole, round the long right-hander of Corham, and then the final corner at Murray's, named after the voice of motorsports, Murray Walker. Of course, Snetterton joining the nation in mourning this weekend with the loss of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II just over a week ago. We extend our condolences to the British royal family. There will be a 2-minute silence observed during the lunch break here at Snetterton Circuit this weekend in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, following her recent passing at the age of 96 after her remarkable 70-year reign. We join the rest of the nation in paying our respects during the lunch break on both days here at the Snetterton Circuit.
You have to do yours. Sorry? Just do whatever you need to do on yours. Yeah. I'll sort that out. Thank you very much.
So we'll be underway very shortly indeed then. One driver we won't see on the grid this weekend, unfortunately, is the pre-03 touring car racer Andy Abrams, former special saloon racer in Escorts many years ago. Electrical problems with his Honda Civic have forced him to withdraw. He is watching. Just commented on our YouTube feed, so good to see you watching, Andy. A shame you can't be out there racing this weekend. Hi to Luke Allen, one of the organisers of the Snetterton Saloon Series. He says good luck to Scott Smith racing this weekend. He'll be out in the first race in his Honda Civic, so he's getting some testing in, ready for Snetterton Saloons in a few weeks' time. Anthony Bell says, come on John Powell and all the DAFs in Division 2 of the British Truck Racing Championship. Yep, a couple of the DAFs out there. Hi to Wayne Randall, Mav Kopchepsky, Ethan Dance, and to Matt G as well. So he's watching from Australia. Must be late at night in Australia. Dietmar Ruthvus is watching in Germany as well. And hello to Steve Cripps as well. We normally see him out in pre-83 in his Group 1 touring car Escort RS 2000. He's cheering on his brother Andy racing in his BMW in this next race. Hello to you, Steve. And Spurs fan says good luck to Simon Ward in the pickup trucks. He's number 71 from Mum and Dad, currently in Crete. Oh, very nice indeed. Benji Rushton says cheering on Luke Garrett, watching at home. Luke Garrett's the current leader in the British Truck Racing Championship Division 2. See the trucks out a little later on. Their first race scheduled to go off at around 2:40 p.m. if you're waiting for truck racing. It will be classic touring cars at first. We've got a couple of viewers from Germany. LNK25, hello to you. I saw James Everard mention he was out testing in Germany on Thursday. Proper classic DTM experience, and the DTM cars I remember watching on Eurosport when I was a lot younger, the Class 1 cars of the mid-1990s. Raced in the ITC as well. They used to come to Donington Park, I remember, every year. Likes of Bernd Schneider, Mr. DTM himself, Dario Franchitti, a whole host of ex-Formula 1 drivers, even Keke Rosberg used to appear regularly in the DTM, the former world champion, father of Nico Rosberg. The big Mercs, the Alfa Romeos, the Opel Calibras. Sorry for the nostalgia trip there, you know how I get when it comes to classic touring cars. Especially the Super Tourers. There is a Super Touring car here this weekend in Classic Thunder as well. Jason Hughes is bringing out his Vauxhall Vectra. So the first race will be lining up very shortly then. I believe it's out onto the grid and then a green flag lap prior to our 15-minute race. Do keep your comments coming in via our YouTube feed. As we say, please do not abuse the live chat facility or it will be switched off. Melissa Andrews says good luck to Scott Smith watching from Cyprus. We've got viewers from all over Europe and the world here today. Jack Wilkinson says the white E30 livery looks good. It certainly does. The older Works BMW DTM colours. Hello to Mark Ainley. Stuart Angus watching from Melbourne, Australia. Have a great day racing with us. The Marshals just checking the circuit is clear after the first bit of track action we've seen there. And then we will have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Laser Tools pre-93 and the Bertie Haulage pre-2003 touring cars out on track. Cavan Granger looking to keep his points lead in pre-03s. Only 3 points clear of Ross Craig, both leading their classes. And only 2 points back off them is James Alford with his Honda. Unfortunately, the reigning champion Gary Preble with his very quick Honda Civic that we saw out earlier this season, he blew his engine earlier this year and we've not seen him out since, so hopefully trying to source a new engine. The former King of Castle Combe in his Honda Civic, hopefully we'll see him back out to continue the defence of his title with a couple of rounds to go for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club this year. Great to have Cavan Granger leading Class A ahead of Simon Mann in the Cadbury's BMW. The recent round at Brands Hatch we saw the King of Brands Hatch, Rod Burley, out there winning the class. I love this from Matt on the comments thread. We should organise to get me a Super Touring car for my birthday because I clearly love them so much. A die-cast model of some will do. Joe Spicer says, shame not to see Simon Cole racing today in the trucks. Yes, sir, Simon not out at this round, sadly. Keith says, I'm multitasking racing on Gran Turismo while watching this as well. And hi to Matt, who says, looking forward to some Ford Escorts racing today. I'm nearly finished restoring my grandfather's Mark II Escort. Definitely looking forward to getting some street time and track time. Fair play to you, Matt. Maybe you could race that with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club someday. We've definitely got some Mark II Escorts here today. Mark Chollerton should be the quickest of them. I think Jake Swan's out in a Mark II as well today, the new car from the Swan family, and Kevin will be, his father will be racing his Anglia, if I remember rightly. We'll see later on. So we wait for the cars to line up then. I'm looking forward to this weekend, a very busy weekend of 20 races. Later on this afternoon we will see the big rumbling Thunder Saloons. I noticed that Andy Wilson was out with his Holden Monaro. He had some problems in qualifying, was towards the bottom of the time, so we might see him come through the field. Jason Davies and Nick Vaughan on the front row for that race, I can tell you. They're mixed in with the Blue Oval Saloons. Piers Grange is back out in the Blue Ovals this weekend, doubling up with the Pre-66s, he's got his Ford Mustang. And also in there with them is the Jaguar Challenge. Tom Robinson will start as the favourite. He was beaten in a recent round at Brands Hatch, though, by Colin Philpott in his XJS. So we'll see XJR against XJS in the Jaguars. We'll try and keep an eye down the order on their battles when the race is underway. Hi to Darren Spencer, who says, yes, James Everard's E30 was looking extremely fast at the start of the season when it was in the red Fina livery. Now it looks even quicker. Yeah, it's the ex-Jack Stanford car, I believe, that Jack and his father Roger used to compete in. It was in the old Bugatti team colours. He's famous in the Spa 24 Hours and similar events many years ago, but it's now in the Works BMW colours. Hi to Nathan Shaw, watching from Anglesey in North Wales. A couple of onboard cameras in this race as well. I must thank Chris Clark for organising our onboard cameras. We're riding with the BMWs of Rob Crisell and Simon Mann during this race. On board with Simon there, the Cadbury E46, as it says on the dashboard. Run by Cable Tie Motorsports. A vital item in motor racing, of course. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to this. There's our front row, 2 BMWs. We sit third on the grid with Robert Crisell. Stunning E30, just look at that. On pole position, James Everard. Ian Bauer in the Castrol liveried Italian Super Turismo lookalike BMW E36 on the second row. Row 2, Rob Crisell's in the Schnitzer colours of the 1990s, number 45 there, made famous by Joe Winkelhock and Steve Soper. Andy Cripps in the green car, he's the championship leader in pre-93. Then on row 3 we've got the first of the Hondas in pre-03. Ross Craig in the Dazzle Camo livery, the black and whites, alongside the plain white machine of James Alford. Scott Smith on row 4 alongside Cavan Granger. That's the white car with the maroon bonnet. Can't quite see Scott Smith's car, I assume it's in there behind as the green flag waves at the back of the field, so everybody in position there. This will be a 15-minute race. Now, will they get a green flag, additional green flag lap, or are we about to get underway? Just awaiting confirmation from the marshals. Combined field of the Laser Tools pre-93 touring cars and the Bertie Haulage pre-03 touring cars. It's effectively going to be BMW versus Honda. A battle we've seen many times in touring cars over the years. Cars move away. Looks like we are underway with a green flag lap. Indeed we are. So they'll get one more lap to warm up their tyres. Let's take a look at the Snetterton 300 circuit as they head round. Along the Senna straight, it was here at Snetterton that Ayrton Senna had one of his first wins in UK motorsport in Formula 4. Then the long right-hander through Rich's corner. Then it's up towards the Wilson hairpin, named in honour of Justin Wilson, the IndyCar star. There it is, the right-handed hairpin. Look out for some overtaking opportunities there on the inside. Then it's down to the left at Palmer's. There's the Vauxhall Astra of Matthew Howarth, Mark III Astra GSI. Will Hunt is there in his Fiesta. I spotted him at the back, he has made it out. There's Palmer's, the left-hander, then it's up a short straight towards Agostini, the left-hander, named after the legendary multiple motorcycle world champion Giacomo Agostini. Palmer's, of course, named after Dr. Jonathan Palmer, ex-Formula 1 driver and now the owner of Snetterton through his business Motorsport Vision. MSVR have done so much for British motorsports over the years, controlling multiple venues across the UK. Ride on board with Simon Mann in his BMW down to Agostini. That's Anton Martin's BMW in front of us. Then the short straight to the left-handed kink at Hamilton's. No prizes for guessing who that is named after. Then it's the right at Oggie's. And out towards another right-hander at Williams, taking us into the back straights. Simon Mann weaving the BMW to keep those tyres warm. This is Williams Corner, named after the late great Sir Frank Williams and his eponymous Formula One team. Then into the Bentley Straights, formerly known as the Revit Straights. They certainly do rev it down this long back straights. It's under the bridge into the left at Brundle's. Of course, Martin Brundle, of Formula One racing and broadcast fame, is a Norfolk man himself, as was Lord Nelson, who the next corner is named after. Plenty of overtaking opportunities at this point as well as they break at the end of the straight. Opportunity to slipstream. Through the left, then the right. Back of the field there, the red Honda Civic is Neil Ashcroft. Will Hunt's Fiesta behind him. There's the E30 BMW of Mark Fowler. Pete Winston, I should say, in the E30, not Mark Fowler. He's in the E36. This is the bomb hole, named by motorcycle racers because it drops down. You can see the circuit there through that little hole. Then the long right at Corham. Seems to go on forever before the final flick at Murray's. This will be a standing start, a 15-minute race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Laser Tools Pre-93 Touring Car Championship and the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 Touring Car Championship. James Everard, ex-Classic Alfa Romeo racer in his beautiful E30 M3, some call it the ultimate touring car, on the pole. Alongside him in the Emanuele Naspetti lookalike BMW, the Castrol livery car, is Ian Bauer, the reigning Pre-93 champion. On board with Rob Crizzell on the second row in his Joe Winkelhock lookalike M3. And with Simon Mann in the Cadbury's car. There's the BMW estate ahead of us, John Hillier. Certainly different, a unique car in British motorsport. It is time to go racing here at the Snetterton circuit in Norfolk on BARC TV. Have a great day here with us at the home of motorsport in the east of England. The first of 20 races across the course of this packed weekend about to get underway. A little bit of creeping there possibly from Ian Bauer as they wait for the red lights to go out. The revs are up and away they go. Great start by Ian Bauer, a slow getaway for James Everard as they thunder down towards Riches for the first time, and it is Ian Bauer in the clear as they head towards the first corner of this 15-minute race. Up into third is Andy Cripps in the green BMW. Are they all going to make it round? Okay, indeed they are. Round the first corner, it's Bauer who leads it. Everard has recovered into second place, a bit slow off the line. He's lost the lead. The first two well clear as they head into Wilson's hairpin. Crizzell in third place, then he's Cripps. Oh, we got tangled there. John Hillier, and that's Ross Craig, the quickest of the pre-03s in qualifying. Anton Martin's caught up, and the Astras in there as well of Matthew Howard. A bit of chaos at the hairpin, and Everard's taken the lead as they go into Palmer's. The E30 has the lead in the early stages. They come down towards Agostini. Second place, it is Ian Bauer. Third is Rob Crizzell. Then it's Cripps in fourth place. The leading Pre-03 after that early incident is James Alford in the older EK3 shape Honda Civic there, the white car. First five breaking away slightly. It's Cavan Granger up into sixth place in the number 137 BMW. Down to seventh is Scott Smith in his Honda. They head through Hamilton's up towards the right-hander at Oggie's. There's a yellow flag waving there. Or is that on the earlier part of the circuit? I couldn't tell. You know, the safety car might be coming out. I think I can see more yellow flags up there. We'll wait and confirm that in a second. We're on board with Rob Crizzell as he chases the leaders. Yes, the safety car is coming out. There must be a car stranded at Wilson's hairpin after that earlier tangle up there. Yellow flags waving very quickly. The SC boards are out. Safety car will be picking up the field, and we'll try and work out who is stuck there after that early tangle at Wilson's hairpin. Let's see who's missing. I think it might be Ross Craig in his Honda Civic. Oh no, there's John Hillier, the BMW estate. Now that's pulled up on the left of the circuit on the exit of the hairpin. Or is there some debris in the road? We'll wait and see. We'll see what's happened. And John Hillier, well, completely missed his braking point, slams into the side of Ross Craig, and then gets collected in turn by Anton Martin. and by the Astra of Matthew Howarth as well. I would imagine Ross Craig's car is stranded on track there. Yes, there it is. The aligned concept engineering car is going to need realigning after that impact, isn't it? Debris all over the hairpin as well. So the safety car out to allow our excellent marshalling team to recover Ross Craig, who was fighting for the lead of the Pre-03 Touring Car Championship. He was the fastest man in qualifying in that series, but he's out of this race. So is John Hillier. Ross Craig was just harpooned by the black BMW estate there going into the Wilson's hairpin. He locked up under braking. The big winner off the line was Steve Walden in his BMW E30. That's the orange and white car. Not Pete Winston, as I initially said. That is Steve Walden. He's gained 6 places off the line and is up into 8th place overall behind Scott Smith. There's Vic Hope in his Honda as well. He's gained 5 places. You can see a bit of damage on Anton Martin's car. He was involved in that schmozzle up at the hairpin. So we've lost 2 cars there, Ross Craig and John Hillier. Everybody else has come through to complete the first lap behind our safety car. It's Alex Kersley, incidentally the Hyundai Coupe Cup race winner, driving the safety car this weekend. There is the Kia safety car leading James Everard round. Ian Bauer is second. Rob Crizell in third. There is Andy Cripps in fourth. The leading Pre-03 is James Alford. Cavan Granger, Scott Smith. Steve Walden, a super first lap from the BMW. Then it's Alan Hersey, Vic Hope, Simon Mann in the Cadbury's car. Will Hunt, Anton Martin. Mark Fowler had a bit of a slow getaway in the yellow BMW. Then it's Ashcroft and Howarth rounding out the field. The clock continuing to count, as you see at the top of your screen. Waits for the recovery crew to attend to Ross Craig. Our commenters saying it still looks great even though it's out of the race. That's Dazzle camo livery on it. Nice variety of cars in this series, mainly BMWs and Hondas, but different ages of BMW out there. Bit of damage on Anton Martin's white car and a fair bit of damage on Matthew Howarth's now rare Mark III Astra GSI. After his collision there, he collected the spun cars at the hairpin. It's James Everard out in front. BMWs run 1, 2, 3, 4. Ian Bauer in second place. He's got a couple of E36 M3s, won the Pre-93 title a couple of times. Relative newcomer to motorsport over the last few years. Comes from Southampton. His car, as we said, liveried in the colours of the CBM team from Italy in the late 90s. Castrol livery, based in the Italian Super Turismo Championship. Emanuele Naspetti, single-seater star, was the champion a couple of times. Fabrizio De Simone was his teammate. Under the safety car here at Snetterton in our first of 20 races across the course of the weekend here on BARC TV. Those who have just joined us, a tangle at Wilson's hairpin for the first time when John Hillier in the BMW estate missed his braking point, smashed into the side of Ross Craig in his Honda Civic. They're both out of the race. Thankfully the drivers are okay. I must say thank you as always to our Orange family, or Orange Army, volunteer marshals. We couldn't go racing without them. They're currently up there clearing up the incident. And hopefully we will shortly be back underway. We are coming towards half distance at Snetterton. It is a long lap, as you can see here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. The fastest lap in qualifying for this race was 2 minutes 8.5, recorded by James Everard. We go on board with the BMW of Simon Mann. See, that's bit of silver piping in the middle of the dashboard. That's for cooling purposes. Some onlookers may not realise just how hot it gets in a race car, even after only a couple of laps. I took a passenger ride round Croft in a GT car last year, and even after 2 laps it was very hot indeed in the car. I was only in 1 layer of clothing. These drivers have to wear fireproof overalls, crash helmet, balaclava, gloves, boots and so on. You can imagine how difficult it gets, particularly in hot weather. It's not too hot here at Snetterton today, it is quite windy. There you can see Ross Craig's car on the back of the flatbed. Hopefully we will be able to go racing next time around. At least get some green flag racing in our first event of the day. JS Holmes' flatbed takes Ross Craig's car back to the paddock. That's going to put a dent in not only his car, but it's possibly his championship hopes in the pre-03 touring cars. Looks like the track has been swept up as well, so hopefully we will be going racing next time the safety car comes up to the pit lane. Wilson's hairpin was formerly overlooked by Snetterton's most famous landmark, of course, the Scary Tree. Sadly not there anymore. There's the Mark III Astra at the back, more famous as a rally car back in the 1990s. That machine, David Llewellyn, I remember driving one of those, the great Welshman. So James Everard leads, and he leads Class C of the pre-93s. Ian Bauer leads Class B. Class D, I would imagine, is being led by Steve Walden. I don't think Pete Winston took the start of the race. No, he didn't. The recovery vehicle will head off at Agostini into the paddock. There it goes. In pre-03 rather, leading overall in Class C is James Alford in 5th overall in this race. Pre-03A is led by Cavan Granger, so he's going to open up a lead in the championship if it stays like this. Pre-03 Class D by Scott Smith in the number 127 car. That's the silver and orange Honda Civic. Probably be just a 2 or 3 lap sprint when we get this race back underway. You can see the safety car starting to increase its pace. The light's still flashing on the top. When that goes out, we know it is coming in. Pace starting to quicken. I say the Scary Tree isn't there anymore. Some of it is, but a lot of it's fallen away. It's gone rotten, sadly. Hopefully about 4 minutes left on the clock when the safety car brings them to the pit lane. Has the light gone out? Not yet. Now it has. Just as I say that, the safety car puts its light off. Alex Kersley at the wheel. And the pack is going to be unleashed, so we will see some green flag racing here at Snetterton with the pre-93 touring cars sponsored by Laser Tools and the Bertie Haulage pre-03 touring cars. Here we go then, the safety car into pit lane. We go racing once again on the Snetterton 300 circuit with the classic Touring Car Racing Club pre-03 and pre-93 cars. There is the green flag, and James Everard opens the taps on his beautiful E30 M3. Leads the way down towards Rich's corner for the first time, side by side as they head into Rich's for 3rd place. That was Crisell and Cripps together. But it is James Everard who leads the way up into the hairpin. 2nd place is Ian Bauer. Closing up slightly is Rob Crisell. Then it's Andy Cripps. James Alford leads the pre-03s in his Honda. There's Alan Hersey under fire from Steve Walden. The compact getting ahead of the E30. Everard leads. Crisell a little bit wide there through Palmer's. Cavan Granger in 6th place. 2nd of the pre-03s, chased by Scott Smith. There he is in the number 127 Honda. Into Agostini. Granger coming under a bit of pressure from Smith. There is Andy Cripps, the championship leader in the pre-93 touring cars. In 4th place at the moment, he's 3rd in class, trying to catch Crizel and Bauer, the 3 E36s. There's only 2.5 minutes left on the clock though, so there'll probably be just one more lap to go after this in this safety car interrupted race. It's the DTM lookalike BMW of James Everard, looking for his first win of the season. The other BMWs, the newer models, chase him through. Cripps in 4th place as they head into the Bentley Straights. Down the back straight they go. James Alford in 5th, looking for his first win of the season in the pre-03 touring cars, and this will put him into the lead of Class C in the points as well, because he's only 2 points behind Ross Craig. So he could mount a championship challenge this year. Here comes Scott Smith on the inside. No you don't, says Cavan Granger. They are in different classes, those two. Scott Smith leading Class D. Granger a bit wide onto the curb, flicks the tail wide there. And coming through behind them, Mark Fowler. He's having a good run through in the yellow BMW. Cavan Granger's all over the place. There's a bit of smoke there. I hope that car's not leaking oil, because that could be disastrous for the drivers behind. He's sliding about. He might be sliding on his own oil. Through they come. 90 seconds left on the clock. The leader over the line, so we'll be into the last lap this time. The lead gap as they cross the line is 3.2 seconds. James Everard's done a 2 minutes 8.693, which is only a tenth off his qualifying pace. The BMW is going to hold out through this final lap, and he's heading for victory. Chased by Ian Bauer. Crizel in 3rd, a second further back, and it's Cripps in 4th place. Steve Walden's dropped back down the order on that last lap, down into 12th place, the orange E30. So here they come towards Agostini for the final time. James Everard, aka Johnny Cicotto. Ian Bauer second in the Emanuele Naspetti lookalike. Wonderful to see this stunning E30 finally achieving its potential. It's won races in the past in the hands of Jack Stanford. Into the back straights for the final time. He's going clear of Ian Bauer. He's got to take it steady through these final few laps. It is still James Alford who is leading the pre-03s, I think. He's heading for his first win of the season. Some 3.5 seconds clear of Cavan Granger's slightly ailing BMW. Clock has counted down to 0, so it will be checkered flag this time for James Everard. Bit of a shame for the safety car interruption, but safety first, as always. Here comes James Everard through to take the victory. Just got to flick the car through Murray's for the final time. Round the left-hander, checkered flag almost in sight for James Everard, and a first win for the E30 M3 this season. Ian Bauer is not going to catch him. Up towards the line they come. There is the checkered flag, and Everard wins it. First winner of the weekend is James Everard. Ian Bauer comes over in second and wins Class B. Third place to our camera car. Robert Crizel completes the podium. Andy Cripps will take 4th and 3rd in class. Should keep his championship lead. Some of his main rivals not out this weekend. Mark Fowler coming through for 5th. That's a good run through the field. And James Alford slowed on the final lap. So who's won the pre-03s? It's Scott Smith. Granger and Alford hitting problems on the last couple of laps. So Scott Smith comes through to win the pre-03 category and win Class D. Developments there on the final lap back in the pack. Well, it ain't over until that checkered flag drops. Looks like the cars are going to go into the back entrance of the paddock. Hopefully we will hear from our race winner James Everard, hopefully from Scott Smith as well, and we'll try and find out what happened to James Alford there on the final lap. Was leading the pre-03s until last lap. Yeah, his last lap was a 2 minutes 26. There was something amiss with the Honda. And a 2:21 for Cavan Granger, so they both hit issues there. We'll confirm the provisional result then. The win going to James Everard by 4.7 seconds over Ian Bauer. Rob Crizel completing an all BMW podium. Good run through by Mark Fowler to take 5th behind Andy Cripps. But all change on the last lap in Pre-03. Scott Smith picks up the win ahead of Cavan Granger and James Alford. Will Hunt coming through well too from the back of the grid for 9th ahead of Anton Martin. Matthew Howarth in his slightly battered Astra takes 11th, then 12th for Alan Hersey, Simon Mann 13th, then Steve Walden and Vic Hope completing the finishers. I don't think the 119 of Neil Ashcroft completed the final lap. Of course, we lost Ross Craig and John Hillier on the opening lap. So, a slightly topsy-turvy affair for some drivers then in our first race of the weekend, the Laser Tools Pre-93 and Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring car race. Wait to see if we can hear from the drivers a little later on. We will be heading into the lunch break in just a couple of minutes' time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here on BARC TV, your attention please. There is no escaping the fact that this weekend's race event is taking place in very different circumstances to which we are accustomed. All of us were deeply saddened to learn that Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, passed away on Thursday, the 8th of September. As a mark of respect, we will pause in thought to remember this most remarkable monarch and pay tribute to her life, service and extraordinary dedication to this country. Across the venue at Snetterton and here on BARC TV, we will now observe 2 minutes silence, which will begin on the klaxon. Thank you all for joining us in remembering Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, an extraordinary leader who will remain in our hearts and minds. Long live the King. Thank you again, race fans, for joining us in tribute to Her Majesty. We are now going to head into our lunch break here at Snetterton, here on BARC TV. We'll be joining in with the action once again fairly shortly with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Classic Thunder Blue Oval Saloon Series and the Jaguar Challenge as well. First of all, we can hand down to Ewan Dunlop, who I believe has got our race winners from the opening race of the day with him.
Thank you very much, Dave. Now I'm here with our winner. A moment to remember and sort of puts things in perspective there, James, but silver on top of your roof there, reason to celebrate.
It is, yeah. We've put a lot of work in for the whole year, many nights. I need to thank the family and Jason, chief mechanic. We've broke our necks to get to this stage, so yeah, it feels good.
Does it feel like it's been a long time coming? You've worked, like you say, you've worked really hard for it. It's almost like it eluded you for a while this season, hasn't it?
It has, a very long time. I think last time I won was we were rallying in the forest in Wales or kart racing as kids. No, we put a lot of effort in, but it feels good. Yeah,
fantastic.
Thank you.
Looking forward to the rest of the season now.
Yeah. Finally, the car. I'm really pleased with the car. We can just keep on top of it and hopefully get a few more wins.
And one more race today as well.
One more, yeah, and we're back out in the Alfa Romeo as well, so
fantastic.
Should be real good fun.
Brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant.
Have a great weekend. Well done. Good start.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Let's go and speak to our second place finisher. Started in second, finished in second. Bit of a procession, was it?
It was, yeah. It was a bit of a shame about the safety car, but these things happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was what it was. Unfortunately,
tough car to catch, isn't it? Tough driver to catch too.
Yeah, it just drives away from me. So it's just too fast. So I'm getting more power for next season. So
okay.
So hopefully I'll be there or thereabouts. But
new power, new engine, new car. What's coming?
New engine. So should have had it at the start of this season, but it wasn't to be. That's motor racing. But still had a decent season. Still enjoying it, and I was happy with second place.
Can you do anything between now and our second race later on this afternoon?
Maybe put a nos on there, but apart from that, I just got to just get some good laps in. But the time difference and the speed difference, it's 3 seconds. So it's a big ask, but it won't be through lack of trying anyway.
Maybe 2 safety cars later might help.
Unless he causes one, we'll see. It won't be through lack of trying anyway.
Good start to your weekend, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. I want to speak to Scott Smith and find out what happened in our pre-03 class. Scott, we were expected to see somebody else with like a couple of hundred metres to go. What happened in the pre-03? How come you came through in first place in the class? Where did the other guy go?
I think on the first lap, I think there was a BMW come down the inside and spun him out, and then it just left me and the other Civic. But luckily last lap, I think he had an engine management light come on or something, and I managed to catch him. But them EG Civics are hard to catch compared to this. Hard to catch.
Tell us a bit about the car, because we didn't speak to you earlier on today.
No, that's we had it done for the 750 Motor Club, but we do this meeting every year. Last year we done it in a Clio, and had good results last year, so we come back every year. So it's just a standard K20 with just bolt-on bits, really.
Because qualifying, I think you were 7th overall, 3rd in class, so there was quite a few cars to come through there, wasn't there?
Yeah, well, we qualified 1st overall in Class D because they put us in Class D. But then I think they changed it. It's 3rd overall or something. So yeah, we had a good start. Got held up coming up the straight there. Couldn't get through. But luckily, we managed to get through on the other bend there and lost the driver. But
mate, great start to your weekend. Well done.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
I want to speak to Rob Cresswell just really quickly. Rob, let's have a quick chat. I'll come around this side. Good start to your weekend. Started first, finished third, podium finish.
Yeah, really pleased. Our first season racing, so it's only my 6th race.
Is it?
So yeah,
Wow.
really pleased.
It is a beautiful livery, by the way. I absolutely love it. People mention it online as well. It looks absolutely fantastic, and it looks even better with a little trophy on the top as well.
It does. Hopefully enough on this afternoon. But I have to say thank you for my friend Clint who's built the car at Cogshaw Autos, and he raced it in Thunder as well. So
Brilliant. Fantastic.
yeah.
Any changes between now and this afternoon?
drive faster.
Drive faster.
A lot faster.
Look forward to it. Good luck.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Right, I'm going to hand you back to Dave Goddard. Coming up next in a few moments' time is going to be the Classic Touring Cars, the Thunder Boss and the Jaguars, our second race of 8 in the Classic Touring Cars Championship. Enjoy it. Dave Goddard will talk you through it.
I'll do my level best, Ewan, because we've got 47 cars scheduled to start this next race. 3 championships in together. We've got the Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons, the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons for everything Ford, and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge, all mixed in together. Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons sponsored by Edmondson Electrical. They will be the quickest cars towards the front, the big, mostly modified saloons, a whole mixture of different machinery in there. A few cars in the historic classes towards the lower end of the entry as well. In fact, one of them has qualified pretty well, actually. Colin Voice in his Mark 1 Escort. We've got BMWs out there. We've got a Holden Monaro. We've got the very modified Audi A3 of Nick Vaughan. We've got Sierra Cosworths. We've got a Super Touring Vauxhall Vectra. We've got a very modified Peugeot 306 for Don Hughes. We've got Honda Civics. Even a Mazda RX-8 out there for Clive Hainsford. Now, how well has Clive qualified? I know he's had a lot of problems with that car this year. 24th on the grid. In Blue Oval Saloons, well, the name suggests everything Ford. We've got everything from Fiestas through Escorts, Pumas, right up to Sierra RS500 Cosworths, including a couple of BTCC replicas. While in the Jaguars, it's mainly XJs have got in there, a couple of XKs, the XK8 of Chris Boone, the XKR of Stephen Dowell, the diesel-powered XJ of Andrew Harper, a couple of XJSs as well. But it will be Tom Robinson starting as favourite in his XJR6 Saloon. That's all coming up shortly. We're going to take a very short lunch break before the next race comes on. Just a quick chance for some of our marshals to grab some lunch, and then we'll be underway with our next race. Okay, we will shortly be having the next race out onto track. Only a short lunch break here at the Snetterton 300 circuit today here on BARC TV. We'll shortly have our next classic touring car race up on track, but first of all, Ewan caught up with one or two of the drivers down in the paddock.
Here we are then with Tom. Thank you for having us. Smashing it, let's be honest, in the Jag class. You've won 8 races out of 10. Yep. You've gone qualified on pole in your class today. It's a great season, isn't it?
Yeah, we've really got the momentum going, and absolutely determined to win it. I haven't won the championship yet, so we had some issues previously with the car, so we finally got the reliability sorted. Frustratingly, the 2 races that we didn't win this year were down to a small mechanical issue. We finished, but second, which I was obviously happy with, but it would have been nice to get the full hat trick all the way through.
I mean that's being picky, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, that is being picky. But like I say, we just want to keep the points going. We haven't been to Snetterton at all this year, so it does suit the car. Anywhere that's fast, high-speed cornering suits the big saloon against the XJS. Some of the tighter places were a little bit more awkward. But then saying that, we had good results at Brands this year, so it's been an all-round good package this year.
I mean, you go from Brands to Snetterton, they're 2 completely different racetracks, aren't they? What is the key to sort of getting a good lap time around here, as you've done this morning?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't know how I managed to today, because there was 40-odd cars out there. We had the red flag, and then obviously we were let out for, I think we had 8 minutes on the clock, so I was thinking, to be honest, just got to go for it. So, I mean, where I find that the saloon suits the best, obviously straight line speed is great. We can carry a lot of speed coming through the complex there, and same with Coram, it's really stable through there, so I find I make up a lot of time in those sections, so that's probably our strengths. The infield doesn't really suit it, it's quite hard work on this, especially when we start to wear the tyres later on in the race.
Final question, obviously very competitive, but we're surrounded by all your competitors right here. It's a pretty friendly paddock, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So the Jaguar Challenge, it's like I say, everyone knows everyone. There's various different Jaguar specialists so that we deal with them day to day as well, and then we come race against each other on the weekend. So it's a really close-knit community, and it's really close racing, which is why we love it.
Brilliant. I don't think you need it, but good luck today anyway.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, let's go Thunder, Boss and Jag Racing. Over to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Yes, indeed. Thanks very much, Ewan. The car's coming up to the grid then. We're on board with Clint LeChalmers in the BMW that Rob Crizzell was racing in the previous race. It will be a rolling start for this race. The pace car in position. And in pole position it is number 155, the Classic Thunder Championship leader Jason Davies, with his Ford Sierra Cosworth, alongside Nick Vaughan in his very modified Audi A3. Second row, 56 Piers Grange, first of the Blue Oval Saloons, in his modified Escort, alongside Niall Bradley, number 47 in a BMW. Third row, Colin Voice, number 21 in a Mark 1 Escort, alongside Graham Crowhurst's BMW. Row 4, Jason Hughes in his Super Touring Vauxhall Vectra. First time we've seen that car out this year, alongside Bradley Gelman in his Ford Sierra Cosworth. Row 5, number 20, Sam Wilson in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, sharing that car with Ricky Can, its preparer, this weekend. He starts alongside Adrian Bradley. He's also in a BMW, number 211. Row 6, 101 Malcolm Harding with his famous Zack Speed Escort, the current Blue Oval Saloon Championship leader, alongside Brian Bransom's BMW. Ian Bowers back out on row 7 alongside Martin Reynolds, number 27. We'll wait to see which of his classic Fords he's brought out this weekend. AJ Owen on row 8, the former Pre-03 touring car champion, with his Honda Civic alongside the first of the Jags, which is the man we just heard from, Tom Robinson. Row 9 is Ronan Bradley. Got all 3 of the Bradley family out this weekend in their BMWs, alongside our camera car, Clint LeChalmers, number 45. The 10th row, number 12, Chris Brown with his Fiesta, alongside Don Hughes and the Peugeot 306, number 48. Row 11, a pair of Cosworth RS500s, Joey Binks, number 23, 35, Mike Manning. The 12th row, Clive Hainsford in his modified Mazda RX-8, alongside number 67, the second of the Jags, Colin Philpott. Row 13, James Alford, hopefully has repaired those gremlins from the previous race and can be out here alongside Craig Owen, father of AJ, he's in a Sierra Cosworth. Row 14, Chris Boone in his Jaguar, Tom Abbott in a Ford Capri. Row 15, Andrew Harper's Diesel Jag, alongside Jake Swan with his new Mark II Escort. Row 16, the Claxton family, number 84, David in a Triumph Dolomite. 86, Colin in his Escort RS 1800. Row 17, Simon Mann's BMW, Vic Hope Honda Civic. Then on row 18 we've got Stephen Dowell in his Jaguar XKR, alongside James Dunkley, fighting for the lead of the Blue Oval Saloons in his Ford Fiesta. 114 Stephen Anderson starts next alongside Stuart Place, number 72. Stephen Anderson is in a Jaguar XJS, Stuart Place Mark 1 Escort. 63 is Andy Maynard at the wheel of his XJ40 Jaguar, alongside the 515 of Patrick Debola. He's also Ford powered, he's in a Puma. Last few cars on the grid, Tim Mizzen, number 10 in a Ford Fiesta, alongside Will Hunt's later shape Fiesta. 97 Andy Wilson, watch for fireworks from the back. Andy Wilson in the Holden Monaro, and number 14 alongside him, Jack Robinson, the younger brother of Tom. He's in a Jaguar XJ40. And number 3, the very quick Tom Harvey in a Mark 1 Escort. One car we won't see out, number 96 Ian Craig, father of Ross. Yeah, the other member of the Craig family has sadly hit trouble as well in qualifying with his BMW, so he's a non-starter. A huge grid of cars out there, 45 in all, for this 15-minute race. Let's hope we avoid safety cars this time. Hopefully everybody is there. Martin Reynolds in his Mark II Escort, that's the white and yellow car we can see there. There's the two RS 500s, Joey Binks in the Duckham's liveried one, Mike Manning, the Welshman, in the Texaco car, the Steve Soper lookalike. There is Jason Davies, number 155, the Welshman. Had a few wins, like 5 wins this year in the Classic Thunder Saloons. Some very impressive cars out there indeed. There's the Aston Martin, Sam Wilson at the wheel in this race. Ricky Can will take over for the second race. There's the first of the Jaguars, Tom Robinson. Don Hughes in the Peugeot. Clive Hainsford with his Mazda RX-8, the ex-special saloon racer. He's nicknamed that car Christine because of the amount of trouble it's given him this year, hoping for a clear run here. 114 of Stephen Anderson, that's one of the Ball family's XJS's. David and Lawrence Ball. Nick Vaughan looking for his first win for his Audi. There's Piers Grange with his Escort. Malcolm Harding in the 101. That's the Zack Speed Escort there in the red, white and green. What a field. What a variety. Variety certainly is the spice of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. There's the Powerbell XJS of Colin Philpott. James Alford's back out. That's good to see. He's rectified the issues with his Civic. The Claxton family. David in the yellow Triumph. Colin in the Marlborough lookalike Escort. James Dunkley with the red Fiesta. Look out for Tom Harvey from the back as well. Jack Robinson is not in his usual XJ40. He's in Matthew Davis's XJR Saloon. He's changed cars for this weekend. That's the turquoise car there. This is a grid and a half. James Everard was booked into a race in this one, but I believe he's only been placed as a reserve. There's so many cars out there. Mike Manning's gorgeous Texaco Sierra. Watch for him in the Blue Oval Saloons. Remember, 3 championships in one. This gigantic grid. Jason Davies, the red Sierra. Black Audi of Nick Vaughan. There's Piers Grange, the first of the Bradleys, number 47. That's Niall Bradley. Seen him a winner in the BMW Championship, sponsored by Kumho Tyres this season. There's Colin Voice in the Escorts. The 115 Graham Crowhurst, the red, blue and black BMW. There's that amazing Aston Martin V8 Vantage, owned by Ricky Can, Aston Martin specialist. Ricky will drive in the second race. It's Sam Wilson at the wheel in this one. Brian Branson with the orange BMW. Clint Chalmers, we've already seen what that car can do in the hands of Rob Crizell in the previous race on the podium. Brian Branson in trouble, the 26 car pulling over. So he's got a problem. The car shared with Jasvir Sapra on many occasions in endurance events. But the race is about to get underway. He doesn't want to stop there, Brian Branson. Now hopefully the race will start and the marshals can push that car out of the way. We'll wait and see if the race will get underway. No, I don't think the pace car is pulling in. The light was still on as it came out of Murray's there. With Brian Branson having pulled over, I think they're going to do another green flag lap. Yes, the pace car is still out. That'll give the marshals time to push Brian Bransom's car to safety. There he is. Regular winner in the Kumho BMW Championship, has raced in the British Endurance Championship as well. Is he just trying to do a reset on that car? Yes, I think doing a Control-Alt-Delete and trying to get it going again. It's not succeeding at the moment. See the names on the side. Jasvir Sapra, the Indian descended driver, who regularly shares with Brian. But that BMW is not going anywhere. Brian Branson thumps the steering wheel in anger. Hopefully the marshals can try and get this car out of the way. No, oh, he's got it going. Now, doesn't sound too healthy. Hopefully Brian will head back to the pits in that car and we can get the race going. The pack is up at the Wilson's hairpin. The countdown hasn't started on the timing screen, so we hopefully get the full 15 minutes of racing in. There's Jason Davies leading them round. He leads the points in the Classic Thunder Saloon Championship. He's in Class B. The Jaguar points are led by Tom Robinson, clear of Colin Philpotts. They are very much well clear at the head of the field. In the Blue Oval Saloons, it's Malcolm Harding 4 points ahead of James Dunkley's Fiesta, with Martin Reynolds in third, out in his Mark II Escort this weekend. Again, various subclasses with 3 championships out. There's really too many to name all the classes. We'll try our best then. Number 72 there, the Escort of Stuart Place. I think that's the ex-Donner family car. Vaughan looking for his maiden win. He stuck that car on pole at Thruxton earlier this season. There's Martin Reynolds, local man in the number 27, a collector of classic Fords. Hopefully see his Ford Taunus out later on in the weekend, the German car. There's Craig Owen with his Sierra Cosworth. Chris Boone, the former Jaguar champion, the blue and yellow XK8. Will we get a race start this time? Hopefully Brian Bransom's BMW has either joined the back or headed back into the pits. Will it be another win for Jason Davies? He's had 5 wins this year already. 2 at Silverstone, 2 at Alton Park, 1 at Brands Hatch. As in his class, it was Alex Sidwell's Holden Commodore that won overall at Brands Hatch. I don't think Andy Wilson's big Monaro is out there. I didn't see it at the back of the field, so he's had problems in qualifying, sadly. But the remainder of the grid is ready to rumble, quite literally. Light is out atop the pace car. The pack will be unleashed for 15 minutes of racing on the Snetterton 300 circuits. Classic Thunder, Blue Oval Saloons and Jaguars start to form up 2 by 2 as they come into the Senna Straights. Here they come. Pace starts to build, and we're underway. Down towards Rich's corner for the first time. It is side by side between Jason Davies and Nick Vaughan. The Sierra pulls ahead. Piers Grange holding third place as they look at the speed of these cars as they rocket their way around the right-hander. Ian Bauer kicking up a bit of dust there in his BMW on the inside, but it's Jason Davies who holds the lead as they come down towards the Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Niall Bradley's up into third place. Bit of a lock-up from Davies. He runs wide. This is Vaughan's opportunity to try and take the lead. Piers Grange in the Escort in fourth place. Then it's another Escort of Colin Boyce just ahead of the 115 car of Graham Crowhurst, and Nick Vaughan has taken the lead. Jason Davies running just that little bit wide at the Wilson's hairpin, and it is Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3 who leads the way down towards Agostini for the first time. Davies looking to fight back on the inside. There isn't quite room there though. Niall Bradley is third. They're side by side almost. Davies could get up the inside coming out of the hairpin here as the midfield heads through. There's Ian Bauer getting past AJ Owen in his Honda Civic. Now, has Davies got the lead back again? Yes, into Hamilton's there at the top of your picture. He's just taken the lead back from Nick Vaughan. Niall Bradley going with them in the BMW, regular winner at Brands Hatch over the last few years, as well as in Kumho BMW. It's Davies who leads the way. Nick Vaughan under fire from Bradley. That's Grange, Voice. So it looks like Jason Hughes up into 6th place in the Vauxhall Vectra as Niall Bradley charges past Nick Vaughan down the straight there. He seemed to slipstream him, or has that out? He got a problems in the background. Clint Lacharmer's onto the grass. That sent Don Hughes scattering in avoidance there. Now, did Clint Lacharmer spin the BMW? We didn't see. I think he may have saved it. Two stunning classic escorts. Piers Grange, multiple Blue Oval Saloon Series champion, the owner of PRG Trailers, leads Colin Boyce in his Mark 1. Then we've got Jason Hughes, Graham Crowhurst's BMW. Then I get back to the next of the Bradleys, which I think is Adrian Bradley, the 211, the green car. And then we've got Malcolm Harding, normally a pace setter in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. See, this race is going to be over the full distance. No time knocked off for the extra green flag lap. It's a full 15-minute race. There goes the battle of the Fords, side by side between Graham Crowhurst and Jason Hughes over the line. Hughes in the ex-John Cleland Vectra. He briefly appeared in British touring cars himself in an MG ZS in the early 2000s. Jason Hughes, which he still owns. There are the escorts just ahead of him. It's Crowhurst, Bradley, Malcolm Harding. Next in the order is Sam Wilson in the big Aston Martin. Piers Grange leads the Blue Oval Saloons. It's Tom Robinson leading the Jags. He is 11th overall. He's going 5 places overall off the line. There's the Aston Martin in the background just ahead of Martin Reynolds, the local man in his Mark II Escort. Then it's the supercharged Jag as Jason Hughes attacks Colin Boyce into Agostini. The Vauxhall Vectra goes through, and we've got a red flag. We have a red flag. The race is being stopped. Okay, what has happened? We haven't seen anything untoward at the moment. There must be somebody who's come to grief somewhere. That's Don Hughes, the Peugeot 306. Cloud of smoke from the front of his car. He's out of the car, he's okay. So that's one car out of it. Don is stopped, that's on the outside of Coram. So that must have happened on the rolling lap. That's the second time that's happened to Don Hughes this season. He stopped on the rolling lap at Thruxton as well. He used to race that Peugeot in the Tricolore Trophy for French cars. I remember him rolling that car at Silverstone a couple of years ago. And that car is in the firing line should a car go off. You can see there as the cars come into Coram. So the race being stopped. 12 minutes on the clock. And we'll wait and see what's going to happen here with Jason Davies, your leader. See a replay here. I've just noticed something, but we'll go to that in a moment. Was it on the opening lap or on... No, it was... this is what happened. Don Hughes spun it on the opening lap. And Chris Brown in the Fiesta going off with him there. We saw Don Hughes get... Oh, Mike Manning in the Sierra. Look out. Nearly collects Don Hughes' car. Well, I thought he may have pulled up on the rolling start there. There's oil down. There's cars going everywhere. So that's what happened. Everybody survived it except... And the reason I was just about to interrupt myself, there we saw Nick Vaughan. The Audi's got a problem, but there's oil down at Coram. Look, everybody's on the grass. There's a spin for Stuart Place in his Mark 1 Escorts. So whether that's oil from Don Hughes' car or whether it was somebody further up the order, but most of the back of the field has taken to the grass at Coram. There you see, there's the XJS going off of Steve Anderson. Chaos. Ford Puma going off as well. That's Patrick DeBolla. Luckily, I don't think there was any contact. Well, the whole of the back of the field has gone auto-grassing at Coram. With oil everywhere, that's the reason for the red flag. Well, we saw Nick Vaughan slowing in the Audi on the Bentley straight. He lost second place. Where did he come through? Well, I can't tell you because the timing screen's just gone blank. And we await to see news on a restart once the track is clear. Thanks again to our Orange family. The volunteer marshals will be busy cleaning up the oil slick down there. Thankfully, only one car seems to need recovery, so I imagine the oil has come from Don Hughes' car as he spun out there. Probably spun on his own oil. Chris Brown went off with him, and then, well, everybody else joined him on the grass. Not the place you want to find an oil slick coming out of the bomb hole towards Cora. It's a very quick part of the circuit. So we'll wait to see what's going to happen. We'll be back underway just as soon as we are able.
Yeah, put water on it, it gets worse, doesn't it? A couple more cars will get made as well because we've got the 163 machine of Jaguar that's headed in. So again, for him, possibly fluid on the windscreen. And also, number 3 machine has departed the track. Tom Harvey, who's off the back of the grid anyway.
Just hearing in the background that a couple of, hearing via the PA, that a couple of cars have headed into the pit lane to clean their windscreens because they were covered in oil there. Thankfully, it seems no damage, except to the engine of Don Hughes' Peugeot 306. Lives near the Thruxton circuit. Unfortunately, we seem to have lost Nick Vaughan in the Audi, so he's got a problem. And the grid is forming up. The timing screen currently shows 15 minutes, so we might get a full restart here. Is anybody else missing? We'll have a look down the grid, hopefully. Davies is there. Grange and Bradley are there. Colin Boyce and Graham Crowhurst just being pulled into line by the marshals. Jason Hughes is there. Next on the grid should be Bradley Gelman with the black Sierra Cosworth. Great to see so many Sierra Cosworths here. We've got Mike Manning, we've mentioned, in the Texaco Eggenberger lookalike, car made famous by Steve Soper in British and international touring cars, among others. And we've got the Duckham's liveried car of Joey Binks, number 23. That's a replica of the car that Welshman Carl Jones raced in British touring cars in the late 80s. I'm pleased to report as well that car is now back in the UK after several years over in Italy with a collector, and hopefully we will see that car back racing soon. Hopefully with Carl Jones driving it, because he does still compete in historic racing. Worked as a racing instructor at Brands Hatch for a number of years. Mike Seaborn says, very fortunate nobody was collected there. Fingers crossed, all unscathed. They seem to be. And Brum Racing says, how do we get away with about 20 spins and no contact? Good sensible driving there from our classic touring car racing club drivers. As soon as they hit the oil, they managed to keep things more or less under control. Yes, well done to everyone.
The recovery has happened of Don Hughes' car, so that's good. So that's now off the circuit. So the last thing to be done for now is the rest of the circuit. So the dust goes down, that will absorb what's on the circuit and make it less slippery when the race gets back underway. Again, the marshals doing a tremendous job to make sure that's all safe for the competitors to get back underway when they can. As we said, we were a little bit behind anyway, so we are starting to tweak into the afternoon,
There's a gap behind Graham Crowhurst on the grid. That's where Bradley Gelman should be, so the Sierra's not there.
Snetterton is 6:30. So
Unless there's been an altered grid. Let's just double check.
as well. So we've got about half an hour to play with, but
Yes, Gelman's not there, so maybe he's one of the cars that pulled into the pits.
always nice to do it like that. It's just as
Brian Branson, we know he's not there after his problems on the green flag. I can see the leading Jag of Tom Robinson. Not sure if Clint Lechalmers is there. We saw him have a big moment coming out of Williams on the first lap. And that sent Don Hughes onto the grass. Oh no, I'm wondering, did that fracture the underside of the car? Did it break the sump on the Peugeot 306 and that's why it spread oil everywhere? Because he went off onto the grass. We saw in the background as they came down the Bentley Straights. I wonder if that's what's happened.
but after this race, we have the first of 5 races this weekend. 2 today, 2 tomorrow.
Our first truck race of the weekend is coming up after this. Thanks for your patience, race fans, while the marshals do their work and clear up the oil and get the grid formed with so many cars out there.
Then after that, we moved to our first mini challenge race of the weekend. It was a very close qualifying session for the mini challenge trophy. So I've got the first race of the weekend coming up.
Safety car is in position to lead them round for another rolling start. The timing screen still says 15 minutes, so we haven't had any time cut off the race as yet. It might be reduced subsequently, we'll wait and see. This is the grid just being formed, you can see there on the right of your screen.
The oldest category we have this weekend, 366, just before 5 o'clock, and then Legend and the classic touring car 393 and 303 round out today here on day 1.
Quite a few fans for Nick Vaughan in our chat at the moment. Apologies to Victoria Rachel, to Alan Brown as well. They were waiting to see Team Prawn, as he's known, do well. Vaughan the Prawn, but sadly problems for the Audi by the look of it. Hopefully he can repair that for race 2. Second race for the Classic Thunder cars, that's coming up. First race tomorrow, 9:45 AM. So Nick's team got plenty of time to work on the Audi. Has had some turbo problems this year. Seem to remember at the first round of the year at Silverstone, its clutch disintegrated as well. The timing screen now says 10 minutes, so it'll be a slightly reduced race. But hopefully we'll be racing shortly.
I get to a point where I go, this is too far. This is like being stuck at home, I get worried. It would. I decided to stay that weekend and make a weekend of it rather than travel home. It was lovely, lovely area. Wonderful. Indeed. No, lovely, lovely circuits. We're blessed to be able to do this job and of course, travel around Saturday. North Yorkshire. So we shouldn't be too much longer because I can now see more vehicles removing themselves from quorum, which means it's normally a good sign. There's less recovery vehicles and circuit vehicles out there than there should be. So looks like the marshals have done a tremendous job, as always, to address the circuit. So they now head back to the post and very shortly we get the command from the start line to fire the engines up once again. So that's starting to happen. Last few cars now to be in the position, so we're almost there with re-gridding, which, as you can imagine, 40 plus cars on the grid, trying to re-grid them.
Okay, looks like the circuit is clear there. You can see the dust on the exit of Coram there. The white dust's been put down on the oil slick.
Well, we're going to lose a little bit of time, unfortunately. 10 minutes now is going to be the restarting duration. Rolling start for Adam and Classic Thunder, and those and Jaguars, which have joined, as we said, Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and organisations I've been with, so it's nice to have the Jaguars with us this weekend. And the last few cars now in the position, which is good. So very shortly we're going to head off onto another formation lap for the category. We've had more formation laps than racing laps at the minute, with the third one to begin very shortly.
Okay, it looks like it's time to go racing once again. It'll be another rolling start. Pace car leads them off. This will be a 10-minute race for the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons, the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Possibly have lost one or two cars from the entry. I haven't seen Bradley Gelman out there. We know we've lost Nick Vaughan. We've lost Don Hughes. Chris Brown back out there in the Fiesta. The three Bradleys are out there. The Claxtons. A few of the Jags there towards the back. There's Andrew Maynard with the XJ40 at the back, the ex-Mike Seaborn car. Recently shared that car with novice Colin Porter in another event at Donington Park. Hopefully we'll see Colin racing again soon. It's Tom Abbott, the Labatt's liveried Capri. Vic Hope with his Honda Civic. Andrew Harper in the Silk Cut liveried Jaguar there, newcomer this year. Clive Hainsford, the Mazda RX-8. Just hoping for a finish, I think, here this weekend. Has had myriad problems with that car this season. These big Thunder Saloons, they are quick but fragile, as Nick Vaughan's car has sadly already proven.
Third place is by Seaborn on 98 points from Class B, and Timberat in Class A has 95 points, which is fourth with the championship. So getting to the end, one of those who effectively takes over the championship lead this weekend.
Third of the Bradleys there, Ronan a bit further down the order. The grid order changed slightly because we were in the order they were in when the race was halted. There's Jack Robinson in the XJR at the back. That's Matthew Davis's car. Niall Bradley could be in position to attack for the lead, especially if Jason Davies runs wide at the hairpin again on this restart. It may be a little bit slippery up at Corham, but the marshals have done their best to treat the circuits. We don't have Mike Manning by the look of things. I can't see the Texaco Ford there. That's a great shame. Jason Davies, the man to beat once again. Looking for his 5th overall win this year. The 6th in his category. Correction, the 8th in his category, because in the two races at Thruxton there were reduced points awarded. Smaller entry. Fords, Jaguars, BMWs, and much, much more on track at Snetterton. See the dust there being kicked up on the oil slick from Don Hughes' car. Hanging back from the pace car here, the lights are out, it's pulling into the pit lane. Jason Davies, Niall Bradley and Piers Grange, your leading runners. Piers the first of the Blue Oval Saloon Series cars. Listen to the roar as they come up towards the start line, waiting for the red light to go out above the Marshall's gantry. Away they go. Good start by Graham Crowhurst in the BMW, trying to make his way down the outside. It is Jason Davies who leads the way. Through Riches they go. It is Jason Davies who's already got clear. He got the start absolutely right. Now, can he get the hairpin right this time? Yes, nicely to the inside ahead of Niall Bradley. Crowhurst up into 3rd place. Then we've got the 2 escorts of Piers Grange and the 21 of Colin Boyce. Adrian Bradley, 211 is next, side by side with Malcolm Harding. A better start from the Zach Speed escort. Jason Hughes is tucked in behind them. It's Martin Reynolds. Robinson in the first of the Jags. That's Tom Robinson. The rest of them stream their way through behind a slightly reduced field for this restart of the initial 46 cars that came out for this race. As up the inside, Adrian Bradley takes Colin Boyce. The 2 Castrol liveried escorts now in together. It's Jason Davies and Niall Bradley going clear of Graham Crowhurst. Great to see him up there in that 3rd place. pick up the class leaders once everybody's come round on the opening lap. Piers Grange leads the Blue Oval Saloon Series cars. Good start by Adrian Bradley coming through in the green BMW into 5th overall. Then we've got the 2 escorts, then Jason Hughes, Martin Reynolds, Tom Robinson in the leading Jag. Colin Boyce kicks up a little bit of dust into the Bentley straight. He's up alongside Adrian Bradley. First 2 have gone clear as they come down into Brundles. Jason Davies, Adrian Bradley. There's Crowhurst holding 3rd. The Aston Martin coming through after a bit of a slow start as well in the hands of Sam Wilson. Through towards Nelson, then down into the bomb hole. See as the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th cars come through there, you see the circuit drop away on the inside. It's back up towards where we had the oil slick. You can see the dust being kicked up slightly as Piers Grange runs wide. He may have found a little spot of oil there. This is going to allow Colin Boyce to attack in the Mark 1 escorts. Grange holds the place through Murray's. Adrian Bradley in there as well. Then it's Harding and Hughes. Great battle developing between those few, but it's Davies who leads by 1.5 seconds from Niall Bradley. Graham Crowhurst is 3rd, then Grange and Boyce. Jason Hughes 3 wide behind. Adrian Bradley on the outside. Look at Hughes up the inside, using the brakes judiciously on the Super Touring car there on the inside. Jason Hughes makes up 2 places ahead of Adrian Bradley, and in behind him that is Malcolm Harding, Blue Oval points leader. Grange leads the Blue Oval cars. Leading Jag is still Tom Robinson. He's well clear of his Jaguar opposition as Malcolm Harding draws up alongside Adrian Bradley. Graham Crowhurst safe in 3rd. Now the battle is for 4th. The 3 escorts, the Vectra and the BMW of Adrian Bradley. 3 members of the Bradley family out there. Ronan Bradley is further down the order in 15th overall. Jason Davies leads ahead of Niall Bradley in 2nd. There's a bit of debris there on the outside of Agostini's. Didn't see who dropped that first time around on this restart. Just under 7 minutes of the race to go. Another escort catching this lot. That's Martin Reynolds. Runs a construction company based in Norfolk. Big sponsor of motorsport as well. And Piers Grange has gone wide. Has he got a problem there? Grange went out wide. I think he's pulled off. Now, that's going to hand Malcolm Harding the lead in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Piers Grange, I think, has pulled over at the marshal's post there. First time I've seen his escort out on track in a while. There's some smoke there further back as well, which I think might have been the Jaguar driven by Jack Robinson. There's Grange. Yes, he's slowing. We can see in the background there. Keeping offline out of the way, letting the pack stream past him. Great shame for Piers Grange. Jason Davies still leads from Niall Bradley. Wait to see the rest of the order as they come through, because the leader has already gone over the line. Leading by 1.5 seconds, Jason Davies from Niall Bradley last time through. Ronan Bradley for some reason has appeared at the top of the timesheet. That's not right, there's a glitch there. See what Davies' lead is this time. 2.4 seconds near enough as they go over the line. Crowhurst in 3rd, then the fight for 4th. We don't know what the problem is for Piers Grange, he's touring in. 4th place fight headed by Jason Hughes, then Colin Boyce, Adrian Bradley, Martin Reynolds, Malcolm Harding's dropped back a bit, then Sam Wilson's Aston Martin. And then a long gap back to next in the order, which is Ian Bauer's BMW ahead of AJ Owen in the Honda. Tom Robinson the leading Jag. There's Ronan Bradley alongside Chris Brown's Fiesta. Spitting flame there, Joey Binks in the number 23 Sierra. There's Ian Bauer, we saw him out in the previous race, the pre-93 touring cars. He was 2nd there. He's in 10th place here. 2nd in Class C of the Classic Thunders, which is being led by Jason Hughes in the Vectra. Colin Boyce closes on Adrian Bradley's green BMW. Just under 5 minutes to go. It's a long lap here at Snetterton. Quickest lap of the race by Jason Davies, 2 minutes, 0.295 seconds. It's nearly a second quicker than anyone else has managed. Midfield pack heads through the infield loop. There's Graham Crowhurst in a rather lonely 3rd place now. He's 9 seconds down on the 2 leaders. The escorts go through. Martin Reynolds. Has he got ahead of Malcolm Harding there? If so, he's leading the Blue Oval Saloons. No, yes he has there. Malcolm Harding behind him. So Martin Reynolds has taken the lead of the Blue Oval Saloons. I think Malcolm Harding may have a problem. Wait and see. The Aston Martin, the much bigger V8 engine Aston Martin monsters past him. Looks more like a drag racing funny car, doesn't it, with a circuit race? That incredible Aston Martin V8 Vantage, prepared by Ricky Can. Sounds like a dragster as well. It's past Malcolm Harding, so Martin Reynolds on his home circuit leads the Blue Oval Saloon Series. A man who races every weekend in something. He's what I call a freelance racer, races anywhere his cars are eligible. First three have already gone through. There goes Jason Hughes, Adrian Bradley, Colin Boyce, then the fight for 7th headed by Reynolds. Jason Davies leads by 2.5 seconds. The gap is then nearly 10 seconds back to Graham Crowhurst in his BMW third. There's a black and orange flag out, and I think that is for Jack Robinson. Yes, smoke from his car. The black and orange flag means technical problem, you need to pit. Drivers call it the meatball flag, the black with the orange disc. Assume that's for the number 14 because he is smoking and he needs to pull in. Jack Robinson, his first time in that Matthew Davis run car, as William Hunt up alongside Stephen Dowell's XJRS there. XKRS I should say. XJS further ahead in the hands of Colin Philpott. Martin Reynolds still leads the Blue Oval cars. The Jaguars led by Tom Robinson. Second Jaguar is Chris Boone. I'm not sure if Colin Philpott is still out there actually. Yes, I think we've lost the XJS unfortunately. So many cars out there, it's tricky to keep track on who's still going. Malcolm Harding closing back up now. This is for the lead in the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. Is Malcolm Harding getting a second wind here? Down the Bentley Straight, there's a car pulled over at the side of the road, I noticed there. Pick up who that was in a moment. Malcolm Harding, is he going to go ahead? Yes, into Brundles. Around the outside of Martin Reynolds to retake the lead in the battle of the Mark II escorts. More clouds of smoke from Jack Robinson. Well, he's not going to make it far enough to pit under the black and orange flag. That engine's going to give out. Speaking of smoke, there's rather a lot of black smoke from Andrew Harper's car. That's the diesel-powered Jaguar. Well, Jack Robinson's car, when it was making its debut in the hands of Matthew Davis last season, that car caught fire after a collision on the grid at Silverstone. He's waving cars through. He needs to pull over, really. Here's the battle of the escorts, now headed by the Zack Speed car of Malcolm Harding. Jason Davies still leads overall and leads the Classic Thunder Saloons ahead of Bradley and Crowhurst, Niall Bradley that is. It's Tom Harvey's escort that's pulled over there on the side of the Bentley Straight. Will Hunt's car, one of the plastic windows popping out of the frame there, I notice. As Stephen Dowell in this beautiful... Oh, he's gone off. Stephen Dowell in the beautiful Jaguar XKR, a new car, newcomer to racing this year, and he's done a bit of grass tracking there going into Brundles. Is he losing his brakes, I wonder? Stunning looking car in the Martini livery. I remember Wyn Percy racing an XJ220 in those colours. I had a model of that car many years ago. Malcolm Harding continuing to hold off Martin Reynolds. This is the main battle at the moment for the lead of the Blue Oval Saloon. Sam Wilson's got the Aston Martin ahead of them. The Jaguars still led by Tom Robinson, as his opposition seems to be rather self-destructing, sadly, in this one. Chris Boone is the second of the Jaguars, and third is Andrew Harper in the diesel XJ. His son Thomas Harper looking to start out in karting soon. He wants to race Jaguars as well someday, but the clock has counted down to 0. Jason Davies is heading for victory. Is it going to be one more lap this time through? Yes, it is. Or is it? No, the checkered flag showing on the timing screen. The checkered flag came out a bit late there. So Davies wins it from Niall Bradley. I thought there was one more lap to go. Apologies there. So Davies wins it from Niall Bradley by 4.4 seconds. Graham Crowhurst third. And Jason Hughes will be fourth in the Vectra. Fifth will be Adrian Bradley's BMW. Colin Boyce in the Mark I Escort will be sixth. That's running in Classic Thunder. And who's going to win the Blue Oval Saloon? Sam Wilson will bring the Aston Martin home, seventh overall. The Blue Oval Saloon battle, is it going to be Malcolm Harding or Martin Reynolds? It's Martin Reynolds, the local man, takes the win. 8th place overall. Malcolm Harding has dropped back on that final lap. There's the escort. Yeah, his last lap a slow one, 2:20, so may have had a problem there. Let's have a look. This is into Brundles. Did he overshoot? He's got round Brundles okay, Malcolm Harding. Oh, and he locks up into Nelson and spins around. That's a strange incident. You don't very often see spins there. Did a brake lock on or something? Martin Reynolds says, thank you very much. I'll go through and take the Blue Oval Saloons win. The Jaguars, meanwhile, they've been won by Tom Robinson, who extends his championship lead. Nice to see that Clive Hainsford made it home there in the Mazda. We'll confirm the full results as and when we can. Next up, fasten your seatbelts. We're going truck racing. British Truck Racing Championship up on track shortly. Last couple of cars just making their way over the line, a bit of lapped traffic. Dave Claxton comes home at the wheel of the Triumph Dolomite. There's Will Hunt in the Fiesta. Jason Davies now does see the checkered flag because it went out a little bit late and he didn't spot it last time around. There's Jake Swan in that lovely new Mark II Escort. It's coming over the line as we check out the results. Davies the winner ahead of Niall Bradley by 4.4 seconds. And Graham Crowhurst a further 11 seconds back in third. Jason Hughes in the Vectra, class winning fourth, ahead of Adrian Bradley. And Colin Boyce wins his class as well, as does Sam Wilson. Martin Reynolds wins the Blue Oval Saloons ahead of Malcolm Harding, who had a spin on the final lap. Then Ian Bauer and AJ Owen next home. Then Ronan Bradley, Tom Robinson, the Jaguar winner, 13th overall. Then Joey Binks, Chris Brown completing the top 15. We did lose Jack Robinson into the pits late on. Of course, we saw Tom Harvey retire. We also lost the Ford Puma during that race of Patrick DeBulla. Piers Grange was a retirement, and Colin Claxton, some of the names that didn't make it home. We lost quite a few cars prior to the restart as well. So a bit of a race of attrition there, but not for Jason Davies, who picks up his latest win, extends his championship lead in the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons, I should say. In the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series, Martin Reynolds the winner, but Malcolm Harding picks up some useful points. James Dunkley, his nearest challenger, he didn't win his class either, was beaten by Chris Brown's Fiesta. And in the Jaguars, Tom Robinson, the winner, extends his championship lead. Truck racing up next, but hopefully we can head down to Parc Fermé with you and Dunlop shortly to hear from a few of the drivers.
Yours is useful. I mean, this is great to work with tons of this.
Thank you, Dave. Well, absolute chaos out there, wasn't it? And a little bit of chaos here in the paddock, to be perfectly honest, on Parc Fermé. Cars just parked all over the place. We generally get the 1, 2, 3 in order. That has not happened, so I'm going to go and grab whoever I can when I can. I am going to speak first of all to Martin Reynolds, who was had a brilliant battle with Malcolm Harding out there, didn't you?
Yeah, it was good.
Talk us through it from your point of view.
Well, I think we all, with the second start, I think we was all overheating, and tyres were sort of not up to temperature really. And obviously, when we got going, it was fine. But the tyres, my tyres, everybody's tyres were slipping around a bit. But it was good fun, and I had the legs today, thank God.
I mean, we saw about a dozen cars go off onto the grass. Were you one of those? It was such a bit of a mess.
No, I kept it on the black stuff as much as I could.
Cool,
the others were going off here and there, but I was just trying to keep it smooth as possible.
Winning class, great start to your weekend.
Yeah, really good. My home track, so I was hoping to do well.
Excellent.
So it's good.
Well done. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's go and speak to Malcolm. He was the other half of that duel. Malcolm, and I'll grab you in there. All
right.
How was eventful?
Yeah, I'll just rag it as you like, I would say. We ran out of back tyres. We couldn't get any tyres this week. Well, we can't get any full stop. Avon have got nothing at the moment. Crazy, really. All these cars run on them.
Why is that?
Hang on. I don't know. I just don't think they're that interested in supplying tyres to these cars because it's crazy. There's probably 30 cars here or 20 cars here that run them tyres. You can't get them. So we're having to scrap around getting bits and bobs, which is just rubbish, really.
And 47 in total on the grid, or not 47 finished.
Yeah.
But I mean, what was it like being out there in that chaos? It was an incredible race.
Nah, it's normally a good race, isn't it? To be fair, and to be fair, most of the lads are all good. We race week in, week out of them. They're all good lads, all good club, brilliant club, run brilliantly. Everything's good about it, really.
And always entertaining.
Always entertaining. Just stressed about tyres right now. Wish we could get tyres because 150 grand.
Are these going to survive for race 2?
No, really. I've got another set of old ones I'll try and put on there and see if we can cycle them round, but really it's crazy. Totally crazy.
Can't wait to see race 2.
No, me neither.
I don't know, mate. I just saw Niall Bradley. I'm going to have a quick chat with Niall. He got all the way through to second place. Niall.
Fix the fuel in a bit, but to be fair, when it come in was when we were just hitting back markers.
Yeah.
And every time I was up a couple of times, the gap wasn't really closing. He was matching it every time, so it's like no credit to him. Great one, great drive.
A family affair today, wasn't it?
It seems to be, yeah. I nearly didn't make it because we had engine problems in the middle of the week.
Okay.
So we're back to our standard engine from last year, faithful. But yeah, we've got to keep an eye on it.
Good luck in race 2, we can't wait.
Thank you, man.
Cheers, buddy. I just want to chat to Tom Robinson, who is absolutely dominating the Jaguars at the moment. This is going to be his 9th race out of 11. There's only a few races to go with the championship, so he's mathematically not done yet, but getting very, very close. Tom, come on in. Oh, look at this, a trophy and a wreath.
Yeah,
another win.
Yeah, really happy.
When are you going to give somebody else a chance?
When I've won the championship.
I mean, mathematically, that's not far away, is it?
I don't actually know. I'll have to have a sit down and work out, but it's close, definitely. I don't think we're quite clear yet, but I don't think Colin started, so I know he was catching me on points. So, yeah, I don't think there's any drop rounds, so it's looking very close.
Excellent. And race 2 coming up later today. Must be looking forward to that now.
Yeah, really looking forward to it, actually. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed that race. It was quite good fun with some of the BMWs. Obviously, similar yeared cars, but they're on the slicks. But to start with, when they're on cold tyres, can have a good bit of fun, and obviously got some good straights on.
It was very messy, that oily corner. Did you get caught up in that? Because all we saw was like a plethora of cars going off that corner.
No, it was only the Chris told me I must have missed it, but when I come back round, I could see the carnage of it and the remnants, and it stayed slippy for the rest of the race. So I just hung on the inside and scrubbed a bit less speed through there. So, but no, it was a great race. It was good fun.
Tom, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. And there we go. That is Thunder, Boss and Jag all sort of wrapped into one. Next coming up, it is our first of 5 races in the British Truck Racing Championship. Pointy spoke to a few of the drivers before we go racing. Dave Goddard will talk you through it.
Okay, thanks Ewan. Getting ready for our first race for the Beasts in the East. The British Truck Racing Championship will be heading out onto track very shortly for its first of 5 races this weekend. It's going to be an interesting one because Ryan Smith, if he is out there after problems in qualifying, will be starting from the back of the Division 1 grid. The way the grid works, the rolling start, Division 1 start at the front and the Division 2 trucks a few seconds behind them for the rolling starts. Well, as Ewan mentioned there, we did catch up with some of the drivers a little earlier on today, and we can hear what they had to say now with our ever intrepid and ever entertaining paddock reporter. So down in the paddock here at Snetterton, here's Pointy.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and truck racing fans alike. We're, of course, here at Snetterton this weekend, where yesterday we had some interesting weather, right?
We did, yes. We came for 2 practice sessions just to sort of fill Mr. Palmer's bank account up.
As you do.
As you do. In the morning was nice, lovely weather, and in the afternoon, the second session, it was unbelievable, wet and windy and slippy and horrible.
And you lost a bit of tent.
Lost a bit of tent, lost a bit of me finger, but we'll live to battle another day.
And that's the weather brought to you by Stuart Oliver. Back to you in the studio. No. So, right, I know, moving on to the trucks, of course, is why we're here. You had a bit of a bump at Donington, left you in rather a bad way, but you were back. And not only that, you're back with a vengeance, taking pole position from qualifying this morning.
Yeah, that's right. I'm over the moon. Myself, the team, everybody, all worked hard for a couple of weeks after Donington, getting it squared up and straightened up. We had some plans and ideas to upgrade the truck in the winter, which fortunately gave us the opportunity to do it when we were straightening up. So we came here, did the practicing yesterday in the dry yesterday morning. It had a good feel, everything was good, and I was happy with it. We went out and qualifying there and was quite a bit faster than anybody. So I'm over the moon with that.
That is fantastic. Now, of course, for those of you guys out there that don't know Snetterton very well, it's a much, much bigger circuit, isn't it? 2.45 lap times, different to all the other circuits in the season.
It is, yeah. It's very, very fast, very technical, and here it's all about momentum through the corners, corner speeds, braking points. As is all racing, is braking points and speed in the corners, but here more so because there's that many of them. I think it's Snetterton 300. I think it's 3 miles long, whatever. So it's, but you're on it all the way. In Donington, fantastic circuit, but you get a little chance of a breather here and there. Here you've got the back straight and the start-finish straight, and that's it. The rest, you're just on it all the time.
Constant cornering, lots of tight bends. Well, certainly got your work cut out for you, but as you mentioned earlier on, the sun is out at the moment. We've got the wind behind you, hopefully, which gives you a little bit of a boost. Before we go, one last question. We always like to ask the drivers a random off-the-cuff question to see what's going on up there in the old ticker. Favourite holiday destination, country, go?
Jersey.
Jersey. Good milk.
Went this year for the first time ever. Thoroughly enjoyed it. It's a holiday. You go, there's not a lot to do, but you can relax, put your feet up, plenty of drink, plenty of wine, good food, seafood, steaks, anything you want. Really enjoyed it.
That actually sounds really nice. I would say, there you go, you heard it from the horse's mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, Stuart Oliver, good luck today, sir. Thanks very much for talking to us. Let's go and have a walk down the paddock now and see who else we can find to talk to and see where they like to spend their chill time. Bit further down the paddock here at Snetterton now, and I managed to find Adam Bint, fresh from his little holiday over in Zolder. Am I right?
Yes, it was a very exciting little trip we had out.
And what brings you to that part of the world? Does it give us a bit more of the background of how the Brits end up abroad doing truck racing in between the British?
The Dutch Cup racing out there, they used to join us at Brands Hatch, and they had their championship round out there, and I've always wanted to go for years, so we decided Friday before we was racing that we would just go with the truck and go for the giggle of have a go out there.
You used the word giggle there. Now, of course, we used to go over to Nürburgring every year, didn't we? And it is a different vibe over in the Europeans, I think. They do have a bit more of a laugh with certain things, don't they? Especially on the nights.
Yeah, it's a lot more 2-3 o'clock in the morning, if not 4 o'clock, because some people are still repairing their trucks at 4 o'clock in the morning whilst the parties were going on around them. But it was an absolutely amazing weekend, beautiful circuit to drive in. It was nice for me because I've raced these circuits for 11 years and it was a new circuit for me, a new challenge to push me that little bit more.
With regards to getting there, if any spectators out there fancy doing something a bit different, is it difficult to get to? Is it far away?
No, it's only about 3 hours the other side of, as soon as you get off at Calais, it's 3 hours from there, but there's enough hotels and stuff around the circuit, and it is absolutely brilliant, the whole atmosphere, and you can see it's pretty much like Snetterton here. You can see the whole circuit because they have big concrete grandstands everywhere that you can actually see from.
That's awesome, and of course you did rather well, didn't you, bringing home a bit of silverware?
Yeah, we had a win in 3 seconds. It was a good circuit, especially one that I just learned in as well. It was good to get a good result out there.
Very good results, and of course now we're back at Snetterton. We've got some serious racing to do today, and hopefully bringing home some more podiums.
Yeah, that's the aim, to get podium in each race.
Well, one last question before we go, which we have to ask. I know I'm out of time, but I've got to ask you. Favourite holiday destination, country, go?
Playa de las Americas, Tenerife.
That was a mouthful, but yeah, okay. That sounds great. And you like it there?
Oh, yes.
Well, there we go. Playa das Americas, Tenerife. Adam Bint, let's go racing. Back to you, Dave. In the studio, let's see how these trucks perform.
Well, The truck's about to get underway then. Perfectly timed pointy. Stuart Oliver in pole position. This will be a 12-minute race, and they're about to get underway with the first of our truck races of the day. Brad Smith, the quickest man in Division 2 with his DAF. The red light is on. Stuart Oliver in his rebuilt Volvo. David Jenkins in his MAN alongside as they head up towards the lights. The lights are out, and we are truck racing here at the Snetterton 300 circuit. There's Ryan Smith with a new cab design by the look of it on his truck at the back of the grid, number 1. The 18 of John Newell trying to make his way up the inside, but it is the 10 times champion, number 7, Stuart Oliver, who leads the way into riches for the first time up towards the Wilson's hairpin. David Jenkins in the MAN in second place. John Newell, number 18, in third position. It's side by side for fourth place. Mark Taylor alongside the 89 of Simon Reed. That truck rebuilt after a crash in the previous round at Convoy in the Park at Donington. He went to race in Belgium at Zolder as well. We heard Adam Bint talking about that. Adam's back among the Division 2 field. Craig Reed running a bit wide there, just ahead of Michael Oliver, the son of Stuart. Now there are the Division 2 field. It's Luke Garrett, the championship leader, who has gone to the front in the orange MAN. There is number 1, Ryan Smith. We catch a glimpse of at the back. He's already got ahead of one truck, that of Simon Faulkner. There's Ricky Collins, number 95, the veteran campaigner, ahead of Tom O'Rourke, number 86, who runs a bit wide. So does Faulkner, number 92. But it is the number 7 of Stuart Oliver who leads the way, looking to get back to winning ways. The team with that incredible effort to rebuild the truck. The front end was smashed to bits after its crash into the tyre wall at Donington. David Jenkins in second place. Been a slightly frustrating season for him so far. Only had a couple of wins. 5 races across the course of this weekend. And Ricky Collins sideways there, kicking up the dust as he chases Michael Oliver. He's had a couple of wins this year with his MAN. The grid we saw scrolling across the bottom of your screen there. We didn't get a chance to take you through the grid in full, I'm afraid. Here they come through Nelson for the first time. It is the number 7 of Stuart Oliver from 69 of David Jenkins. John Newell, Simon Reed, Mark Taylor, Craig Reed, Michael Oliver, Collins, O'Rourke, Stephen Powell, number 3. And there is the number 1 of Ryan Smith, the championship leader, going for 7 titles in a row. Then Simon Faulkner, who had some problems in qualifying as well. And here's Division 2, led by number 42 of Luke Garrett, ahead of Brad Smith. There's John Powell, number 6, third. John Bowler in 4th with his DAF. Powell's had a couple of wins this season, so has Brad Smith. John Bowler yet to win this year. Where is the number 1 of Ryan Smith? We're normally used to seeing him racing the bonneted Daimler Freightliner truck, but it looks like he's in a different machine this weekend. He did have some issues in qualifying, so having to come through from the back of the Division 1 grid. Garrett leads Division 2. Lead gap is 0.6 of a second. Stuart Oliver ahead of David Jenkins. Stuart in the bonneted Volvo VNL. They weigh 5 tons, these machines, capable of 100 miles an hour. They're actually limited electronically to 100 miles per hour. Limited on the road to 56, of course. Ricky Collins dropping back a bit there from Michael Oliver. Luke Garrett leads Division 2 ahead of Brad Smith, and John Powell, John Bowler, Craig Evans and Jock Borthwick. We didn't see Adam Bint come through. I'm not sure he's out there in the number 5. We heard from earlier he may have had problems in qualifying as well in his older Volvo white Aerodyne. One truck that has withdrawn this weekend, unfortunately, is Bradley Smith, number 46. We won't see him out there. 8.5 minutes just under to go. It is Stuart Oliver sets the pace, number 7. Simon Faulkner in problems, dropping back among the Division 2 runners. Now you see the steam coming off the wheels there. That's from the water-cooled brakes on these trucks as John Bowler does a bit of rally crossing in the number 14. Craig Evans nearly hits him. Tucks in behind. Behind them is Jock Borthwick, number 32. Now he was challenging Luke Garrett for the points lead in Division 2 early season, but over the last couple of events, that MAN has really gone off the boil. The Scotsman. Oliver leads it from Jenkins. David Jenkins, a former British champion. Stuart Oliver with the record of 10 titles. Ryan Smith has made no secret of the fact that he is aiming to better that record. Jenkins in the Digraph Transport, Morris Lubricants MAN, chasing hard in second place. John Newell in third, the Yorkshireman with his MAN. Then it's the Iveco of Simon Reed from Stoke-on-Trent in fourth. Mark Taylor 5th, the number 81 Taylor's Transport MAN. Then it's Craig Reed in 6th, last year's Division 2 champion. Another former Division 2 champion is Stephen Powell a bit further back. There's Luke Garrett, the current Division 2 championship leader, looking to win the title for a third time this year. Competed in the European Truck Racing Championship last term. Leads Brad Smith. There's Ryan Smith in the number 1, not making a lot of progress, still behind Stephen Powell, down in 11th place. The grid for race 2 is set by the second fastest time in the qualifying session for each driver earlier on, but this race sets the grid for race 3, the first race tomorrow. And it will be the top 8 positions in each division reversed based on the result of this race. Ricky Collett up the inside, having a look at Michael Oliver at the hairpin. Is he going to go through? Yes, he is. Stephen Powell still holding back Ryan Smith. Just over 6 minutes of this race to go here at Snetterton. Here's the battle for second in Division 2. I think we saw Tom O'Rourke have a problem there, the number 86. He's going slowly. 4th in Division 2 is still John Bowler ahead of Evans. Then it's Borthwick. Yes, no Adam Bint, unfortunately. He pulled into the pits at the end of lap 1. So we lost the Volvo. And yes, Tom O'Rourke has, I think, had an off somewhere. I can see a bit of damage to the right-hand side of his truck. Yes, there's been some contact in the midfield. Here come your leaders. Oliver, Jenkins, Newell, and it's Reed. A small gap back to Mark Taylor in the 81. The lead gap was just under a second last time through. Stuart Oliver did the fastest lap of the race, 2:24.811. He can't shake off Jenkins, he's just gone fastest of all in the second sector of them. 5 minutes to go. Only equates to a couple of laps because it's such a long lap here at Snetterton. Simon Reed still going well in 4th, then it's Taylor, Craig Reed, Stephen Powell. Behind him is Michael Oliver. No, in fact, that's Collett, isn't it? 95, sorry, who's got ahead of Michael Oliver, the other yellow truck. Here's the Division 2 battle. They're starting to close a bit on Luke Garrett. See what his lead gap is through this time as Craig Evans runs a bit wide out of Nelson's. White and tartan liveried MAN of Jock Borthwick is behind. Sideways there through the bomb hole. The trickiest corners on the circuit in car or truck. John Bowler going well up there in 4th in division, yet to win this year. We'll see what the gap is in Division 2. It was 2.1 seconds. It's down to 1.2 seconds now between Garrett and Brad Smith, so the lead gap's starting to come down. They took nearly a second out of the orange machine last time through. John Powell up behind them in the number 6. Just over a second, Stuart Oliver leads David Jenkins in Division 1. His first race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship, and yes, Brad Smith is definitely getting closer. The Unity Recovery DAF number 16, the beige and red machine. And John Powell in 3rd place. Tom O'Rourke still going at the back of the field now after his off earlier on. Ryan Smith still stuck behind Stephen Powell. Only 9th and 10th, those two. Bit of damage on the side of Brad Smith's truck there. He's right with Luke Garrett now for the lead in Division 2. John Bowler 4th. Craig Evans through into 5th. Look at Craig Evans sliding about there. That's just how Kurt Goranson would drive a race truck. There's Mark Taylor. A bit of damage to the right front for him. There's Craig Reed, Ricky Collett, Michael Oliver. And still this battle between Stephen Powell and 6 times Division 1 champion Ryan Smith. There is the Northside Truck and Van sponsored number 1. I believe that's the same truck, yes, just with the the front bonnet removed, possibly. Unless Pointy can tell us different, but that is a completely different truck for Ryan. He did pick up some damage at Donington in the last race at Convoy in the Park, so whether he's just put a new cab on there. Just over 2 minutes to go as the leaders cross the line. 1 second in it between Oliver and Jenkins. It's Newell, Simon Reed, Taylor, Craig Reed and the rest of them. Leader up towards Wilson's hairpin. David Jenkins right on the tail of Stuart Oliver. Takes the tighter line. Tricky circuit to overtake on in a truck. The Snetterton 300 circuit. Down to Palmer's. And they're coming up to lap the struggling Tom O'Rourke in the number 86. Thought he'd been into the pits, but no, he was delayed out on circuit earlier. John Newell running wide there, third place, number 18. I think it will be checkered flag this time. Rumble their way out of Agostini. Hopefully Tom O'Rourke will be looking in his mirrors and we'll see the leaders bearing down him and not create any delay for them. It's one false move and Stuart Oliver will lose the lead to David Jenkins. It's between these two. Through the right-hander at Oggies up towards Williams. Just a truck length in it between the two of them. Newell keeping a watching brief in third, then it's Simon Reed. They're well clear of Mark Taylor in fifth. Clearly all is not well with Ryan Smith this weekend, stuck down in 10th place for the whole race. What can David Jenkins do as they come under the bridge into Brundle and Nelson? Luke Garrett still leading Division 2 back in 11th overall. Stuart Oliver's a little bit wide there through Nelson. They're going to meet Tom O'Rourke at possibly the worst possible place, coming into Murray's for the last time. There's 20 seconds left on the clock, so I think it will be checkered flag this time. It might be touch and go as they come up to the line. Here's the battle in Division 2. Luke Garrett still ahead of Brad Smith and John Powell. Here they come through Murray's then. The clock has gone to 0, so it looks like it will be checkered flag this time. Is David Jenkins going to be able to out-drag Stuart Oliver on the run to the line? I don't think he is. Our first win of the weekend is Stuart Oliver, justifying his team's efforts to rebuild the Volvo. He beats David Jenkins home by 0.6 of a second. John Newell comes over in third. It will be Simon Reed in fourth. Mark Taylor fifth. Craig Reed in sixth. Then Ricky Collett holds off Michael Oliver for seventh. Good run by Ricky. The battle for ninth. Stephen Powell, in the widest MAN in the country right now, has held off Ryan Smith all the way. What about Division 2? Is Luke Garrett going to hang on? Here they come. It looks like it. Coming into Murray's now. He's had Brad Smith and John Powell on his bumper for most of the way. Oh, Brad Smith a bit wide out of Murray's there. Up towards the line is going to be a win for the championship leader. Luke Garrett takes his latest Division 2 victory. And Brad Smith just holds off John Powell for second. Fourth is going to be John Bowler in the number 14, the Union flag livery DAF. Craig Evans and Jock Borthwick will complete the finishers in Division 2. Of course, Simon Faulkner still going further back in his Iveco, rather hobbled problems from qualifying returning game. Here he comes along the centre straight for 17th place. Tom O'Rourke a lap down. And of course we lost Adam Bint at the end of the first lap into the pits. Stuart Oliver then. At the end of Donington weekend we thought that Volvo was a write-off after a heavy impact with the tyres at the Craner curves. But the team have rebuilt it. The GT Tyres sponsored machine. Stuart Oliver rewards their efforts with a fine start to finish victory, leading all the way. Leading home David Jenkins by just 0.6 of a second. Luke Garrett extends his championship lead over Brad Smith in Division 2. John Powell could be about to move himself up into third in the championship. There's Ryan Smith. We didn't see much of the champion in that one. Number 1 stuck down in 10th place. Now, what's his gap over the rest of the field? Stuart Oliver second in the championship. The gap was 62 points heading into that race. So if Ryan struggles all weekend and Stuart keeps winning, Could this close things up with 2 events to go at Pembrey and Brands Hatch? Stuart Oliver the winner by 0.6 of a second ahead of David Jenkins. John Newell completes the podium. Simon and Craig Reed 4th and 6th, sandwiching Mark Taylor. Ricky Collett 7th ahead of Michael Oliver, then Stephen Powell rather, and Ryan Smith completing the top 10. Luke Garrett wins Division 2, just ahead of Brad Smith by just over a second. Then John Powell, John Bowler and Craig Evans completing the top 5 in Division 2. The other finishers, Jock Borthwick, Simon Faulkner and a lap down, Tom O'Rourke. We lost Adam Bint after a lap. Heading into Parc Ferme then, I'm sure Pointy is going to be down there to have a chat to some of our drivers. Now, what's our next race on track today? Well, there's going to be a short break, an afternoon tea break if you like now, before we pick up at around 3:10 this afternoon with the mini challenge, the Quaife mini challenge trophy class. Second time we've seen them this season. We saw Nelson King score a hat-trick at Pembrey earlier this year. Will he do so again here? Meanwhile, we'll head down to Pointy in Parc Ferme.
Well, welcome down here to Parc Ferme after the first race here of the weekend at Snetterton Circuit. I'm joined with Dave Jenkins, managing to get a second place in that race. Dave, a bit of a battle you had on your hands there.
Yeah, we just we were quicker than Stuart in some parts of the track. He was quicker than me just on some of the exits, so I just tried to keep him under pressure, and he just had the best out of his tyres, I think 2/3 of the way in. I was hoping he was just going to slide off, but he didn't.
You were certainly on his tail the entire time. I mean, we saw the both of you catching up with the back of Tom O'Rourke, and we were looking whether there was going to be an overtake opportunity where something might happen and see where it goes, but no, they called the checkered flag.
You know, I just said to the boys on the radio, it looks like Tom O'Rourke might influence this one. I could see where it was going to happen, really. But no, it was a good, clean race, and nice to get the first one of the weekend on the sheet.
Well, that's it, and everybody got over the finish line, which is another good start. What are your thoughts on Ryan Smith's mid-season truck change?
Ryan's got his own reasons for what he's doing. It's a really good truck that him and the team have got underneath him. They've got a few teething troubles because they didn't have a great day's testing yesterday, but he'll be back in the morning, I'm sure.
Well, we'll wait and see. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Dave. Have we got time to go and speak to some more drivers? Let's head further down the Parc Ferme rather, and see who else we can find. Now, it's fine, don't worry, Dave. We'll work around you, mate. Of course, some of the Reed Freight boys now, both of the Reed brothers were completely destroyed at Donington. Simon and Mark, in fact, why not come on over? So Mark Taylor, Simon Reed. Mark, first start with you. How does it feel to be back on the circuit after a couple of weeks break?
Yeah, it's good to be back, and we've got the good weatherways and all this time.
And Simon, for you, a bit of a rebuild over the last few weeks. Did you think you were going to make it, or did you have it planned already?
To be honest with you, the damage was that, to the extent it was, we had to jump straight on it as soon as we got back in. We had to get on it, so yeah, there was no waiting around. We had to. It's taken all the team a massive job to get it back on. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, and someone
from it yet, to be honest.
I was going to say, you're still probably getting flashbacks, aren't you? and there goes brother Craig as well, of course. He had a bit of work to do on his as well. Yeah. Mark, not of course a stranger to having to do a bit of building on your truck. Are you happy to have come away from Donington reasonably unscathed?
Yeah, I am, to be fair. Yeah, it'll be nice. It's nice for a change in day.
Certainly is. Right, well, thank you very much for joining us, dude. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Let's have a head down to Division 2 now, if we can. And Steve just touching up the back end of Mark Taylor, randomly. I'm not quite... Oh, he's touching everyone's back end. OK, random. So you saw it here first. Steve, stop touching people's rear axles without their permission. Just feeling his own tyres now. We've got Ryan Smith here. Let's have a word with Ryan Smith. Ryan. So, this is the moment you've been waiting for. You've been expecting it. Let's get some questions out of the way for all the viewers out there. Completely different looking truck. What's the story behind all that?
Well, we're an independent team with a small budget, so somebody came in with an offer from Australia. Our sponsor, Northside, want to run a Mercedes, not a Daimler. So the right offer came in, so we accepted. We bought this truck, chassis, rails and cab 6 days ago. You know, blew the turbo in quali, put a make-believe turbo on. I'm disappointed, I'm devastated really, but I have got to say I've got to stay upbeat because my team have worked
6 days, I believe it took them to rebuild the truck.
Arnie stopped at my ass for 3 days. You know, we've got a bar and a half a boost. It's just frustrating, but you know, when you do them changes midway through the season against the competition that's happening now, you know, you've got to you reap your own reward, don't you? I think
roll with the punches, I believe, is the saying.
Roll with the punches, but you know,
he's peaked.
He's peaked. And from someone as experienced as Stuart Oliver, shall we say?
Well, because the guys are so tired, the oil level were low this morning. We goes out in quali on for a 223, which would have been pole by crazy. But you know, we didn't check the oil before it went out, seized the turbo, and it's all these ifs, buts and maybes, and it's not to be.
No.
Today's not to be, but the problem is now is we start last in the next race, and in the third race tomorrow we start P10. Wow. So if we could have got up to P8 and then the reverse grid, maybe we'd have salvaged, but I think we're in trouble this weekend, to be honest.
Certainly, well, see if you can pull out some stops and find some of that Ryan Smith advantage that we know isn't all about the truck.
I'm not worried about him, he's peaked.
We've got allegations flying everywhere. Now, of course, Stuart's just come over to us from talking to the circuit commentators. We're fine, we'll go with sloppy seconds. It's cool. Now, we obviously had the privilege of talking to you a few moments ago. Perhaps Jersey had better effects on you than we anticipated.
Well, obviously it did. You know, I was obviously come back refreshed and relaxed. The actual little bit in between Donington and here was maybe where the relaxation went away, but the hard work from the team and everybody concerned has paid off. You know, I never for a moment thought, you know, we went home from Donington thinking, well, do we put it in the skip or do we fix it?
So much damage at Donington, wasn't there?
Yeah, that's right. You know, so we fixed it and come in and win a race. You know, fair enough. Ryan, had a bad turn there, but that's racing. You know, you take it when you can.
Indeed you do. But, well, a massive congratulations to you, Stuart. Very well deserved. I mean, with the damage you had to correct, as we spoke about earlier on, it's incredible to see so many trucks back on the circuit, or anyway, regardless of what positions they're in. So, massive congratulations to you, sir. Thank you very much for putting in the effort, your team as well for getting down here. Let's go and find one more. Thank you, Stuart. From Division 2, Luke Garrett. It's got to be the Orange Army, as I've started calling them. Luke, so come on in. I do, yeah, you are here. Yeah, the problem is they've got to change the parking order. I think if they could get the Division 2s to finish in front of the Division 1s every now and again, and then we wouldn't have to walk as far to get here. In my defence, though, usually when I try and find you, you've already disappeared off to the camper.
Or sat in the lorry. I like to.
You're sat there, you're hiding. You blend in with it as well. I don't even notice he's there half the time. But massive congratulations, a really great win there. A decent battle, or was it kind of predetermined, do you think?
To be honest, I thought Brad was going to catch me because I had a wheel wobble, but we've just been speaking and then we all had a wheel wobble. So
he had a massive wheel wobble. We saw him coming round the corner here. His bumper was touching the floor and it was going all over the shop. What causes that?
We think it's the tyres. We're not sure whether they got hot but I had it straight away as soon as we went out, and Brad and John both said they had it as well. So I think that's what helped me stay in front.
Yeah, you just had that tiny advantage to begin with, and you managed to hold on to it the longest.
Yeah, just got out in front at the beginning. So obviously Brad had the fastest lap, so we haven't gained or lost nothing. So that's a good thing.
Oh right, so still kind of even Stevens coming out the first race here at Snetterton then.
Yeah, for sure.
Now you were up a little bit late last night, you guys, in the Garrett Apollo tent, weren't you?
Yeah, yes, it's Steve from Apollo's 60th birthday yesterday, so we were a bit of a celebration for him because he's done enough for us. So yeah.
Well, Steve at 60 is the new 40, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Or 60 is the new 59. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Fantastic effort. We'll get some silverware handed out very shortly. I think that's all we've got time for down here at Parc Ferme now at Snetterton. So we'll hand back to Dave in the studio for some more racing action.
Well, thanks very much, Pointy, and great to talk to Ryan Smith there. Bit of breaking news on his new truck for this weekend. We didn't know if it was going to be a reworking of the Daimler Freightliner, but he is debuting a new truck this weekend. Sadly, not the best of debuts there. Turbo problems affecting him. Hopefully things will improve for Flying Ryan as the weekend goes on. Well, our next race coming up in a little while is going to be the Mini Challenge, the BMW Mini Coopers, the trophy class. Nelson King has been the king of the championship so far this year. He's only been beaten twice. We saw him take a hat-trick on our coverage at Pembrey earlier this season, but there's going to be a break for some qualifying here this afternoon coming up. The pickup truck championship is going to have their qualifying session, and then we'll be back underway a bit later on with the Mini Challenge. So we're going to take a break for some afternoon tea, and then we'll be back on with the Mini Challenge. That's followed by more classic touring car action.
And the big white race has done a tremendous job so far this year, and it's going to have back on form, 3-time race winner, 4,240 points. And he's got 5 number 79 after 10 on 4,075 points. Top one is the championship. Final round of the big week, especially the big races, right, and of course the race one of the bonfire weekend. But of November, no February, or November, and 1 week in February, and we start back to May, and then November, on the way round, 5 laps to look forward to. This time round, but as I said, the ones who had to start back earlier have the best starting position this time round, so the likes of Bar's run, but to be fair, has been middle of the grid for 8 weeks now, so 11 in this one, I think it's 14 in the early one, so only a road difference this time round, and for Will Gibson, has been starting number 1 this time round, comes the road back to Bar's run, so this is great. Well, in the early one, the half way right towards the front, but you get the rubber to bring it good, it goes, it's harder. And that's about now to work the way through. Quite that. A little bit quicker inside. Someone who does it on straight away, he's obviously 20 seconds on short. Another form of champion, slightly obstacle. Work his way through without too much hesitation here. Now it's 4 plays out, and then work their way to the end on way to that. Starters, those red lights will go out now, and still blast away up towards the first corner. It's a very good start from everyone towards the head of the field, and now they start to fan out 3, 4, 5 wide. Where is he now? Is he there? So having a very good come on the lead. He is from 4th place on the green. It's got 20 feet after the first operation. So it's great to make up 40 places made up on the opening race. So when I saw that you were starting this one on the second half, I thought putting together slightly pacey start, and there's another win. So the country and we kind of counting the third back because from now before they get there essentially. So I'll watch what's going on as well. I think it's my best plan. Third place now, Majesty, ahead of number 33. We've had a couple of different wins, by the way. First lap of the top Thank you very much. That was nice to hear from
Well, welcome back after the afternoon tea break here at the Snetterton 300 circuit. Just had qualifying for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. They'll have their 2 races here tomorrow. It's time to go racing again very shortly with the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy category, identical 1600cc BMW Mini Coopers we will have on track next. We'll give you the grid shortly, but first of all, Ewan caught up with a couple of the drivers earlier on.
Here we are then, a few more spaces down the pit lane. I found Clark Wells. Clark, let's start at Thruxton, because this is a new car. What happened to the old one?
Killed it. Big crash. Third car in 3 years at Thruxton. So yeah, it doesn't treat me very well there, to be honest.
Same corner, or?
It was exactly the same corner that I went in backwards and caught fire 2 years ago. Within a foot, I think, in the same sort of place. Then one was a bit further down the straight. But yeah.
That happened in race 1. For race 2, you took control of this car, and now this is yours. So just how you had your hands on it?
One of the other guys we know that we race with regularly had it as his spare car. He offered to lend it to me for the Sunday, and it was just easier to keep all my stuff in it, have it off of him, and use it for the rest of the year while I'm building a new one at home. So.
Now, your third season in mini racing, what do you love about the mini racing? They're obviously great cars, but it's obviously an enjoyable paddock and atmosphere here, isn't it?
Yeah, everyone's good in the pits. It's really close racing. It's just a camaraderie, and at the weekends away with the boys, and we have a real good time. So it's good fun. It is good fun.
What would be a good weekend? And don't say just like not crashing, but give us some sort of prediction.
Just to improve on me qualifying, I had a quick lap, the last lap, and messed the last bend up. Just pick some places up as we go through the weekend, and if I can get near the top 10, I'll be happy by the end of Sunday. So see how we go.
Fantastic. Clark, best of luck, mate.
Thanks very much.
Right, let's go mini racing for the first time this weekend. Over to you, commentator Dave Goddard. Here we are then, ahead of our first mini race of the weekend, and I got our championship leader, 8 wins this season, Nelson King, dominating.
Yeah, it's a very nice season. A lot of wins, a lot of points, and fun time.
You've won at several racetracks this season. Here at Snetterton now, it's a very different track, much longer, a lot more technical turns. What's going to be the key to winning here?
I think it's to be patient, to be honest. I think I've got to see where the opportunities will come, but ultimately I can't push too much. This track is actually more about timing than anything else, so I think we'll just have to see how it goes.
Your season has almost been perfection. Qualifying wasn't perfect. Any reason for the fourth? I think you mentioned before you couldn't quite get the sort of train that you wanted.
I think around this track, toe is quite important, and I've got a very big target on my back at the moment. So as soon as I back off, everyone backs off. I know I can do the time in front. It's just not going to be the best time, because ultimately I can't get that little bit of pace down the straight. But I'm actually not disappointed, because my race pace is where I want to be, and I think if we get to the front, we're the only person who can keep the lead. So I'm quite happy.
And what is it like? You are the guy to catch, okay? What does that feel like?
Pardon?
You are the guy to catch. What does that feel like?
Feels great, because honestly, I like dictating the pace. If I want to go faster, you can all try to catch up. So I quite like it, to be honest. Yeah.
And if you look at the championship table now, I know we've got 9 races left. There's a long way left in the championship, but you are a long way ahead. Can you just like sit back now and relax? You could finish in the top 3 or 4 and still win the championship potentially. But you're a racing driver, I'm sure you don't think like that.
I think my team would be strangling me if I went for a ballsy move around the outside for leading the last lap, but I'm a racing driver, I want to win, so I'll try to be reserved, but if I see an opportunity, I'm going to give an inch.
Second racing season with the Minis, tell us a bit about your team here.
Absolutely fantastic. They're dominant in the JCWs from rookie, about extending, and they're showing the domination in this championship work as well. So I think I'm happy where I am. They could be going touring car next couple of years. If I can go with them, I'd be happy, because Carl, Sam, Dave, they're all such a great bunch. And with the Damaco engines that I've got in, I can't think of a better pairing.
Let's look ahead. Let's just say you win the championship. What happens next?
I think there's a lot of different options. JCW is the option I would like to go for. I think progressing through the mini challenge, but there is other series out there. There's rear wheel drive, there's front wheel drive, so I'm not ruling anything out. I'm happy to see.
Mate, well done, best of luck today.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Right, there's our championship leader starting 4th on the grid. Let's go and see who else we can find before we go mini racing for the first time this weekend.
Thanks to you, and the cars are on their way to the grid then, so we'll quickly run you through the first few rows of the grid. Nelson King, our championship leader, lines up 4th on this first grid. It is Matt Hammond, the former champion, who has qualified on pole alongside number 17 of Nicky Taylor. Second row, Tom Ovenden, number 24, who had a win at Thruxton last time out, starts alongside Nelson King. Joe Wiggin and Alex Solly on row 3. Charlie Mann and the Rookie Cup championship leader Jack Byrne on the 4th row. 5th row is Paul Manning alongside Frankie Taylor, and Louis Capezzoli, who had a win earlier this season, the only other man to beat Nelson King this year, alongside Morgan Root. Row 7, Lee Pearce and Ollie Meadows. There's Luca Marinoni Osborne and Tyler Lindsay, the ex-Clio racer. James Parker and Alfie Glennie complete the first 9 rows of what should be a 30-car grid. Watch out for Nathan Edwards, number 21, who starts last on the grid after some problems in qualifying. Didn't get out in qualifying, so we'll see him coming through. Matt Hammond, the 2017 Mini Challenge champion, starts on pole position in the red car, alongside number 17 of Nicky Taylor for Graves Motorsport, teammates of Nelson King in the blue car on the 4th slot on the grid, next to Tom Ovenden, the man who beat him in the first race at Thruxton last time out. Nelson King, 8 out of 10 wins so far this year. The only other man to beat him has been young Louis Capezzoli. There are some subclasses in this race: the Graduate Cup for second-year drivers, the Rookie Cup for first year, and the Senior Division as well. As the red lights go out, we are underway. Over 12 minutes for our identical BMW Mini Coopers 1600cc, and it's Matt Hammond, the former champion, who leads them away down towards Riches for the first time. Nicky Taylor slots in second place, and a very busy pack of minis behind. Somebody going a little bit sideways there in the midfield, down towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Nicky Taylor goes to the outside in the number 17 car. They're side by side. Tom Ovenden cuts in on the inside, the ex-Rallycross man. 3 of them absolutely together as they head towards Palmer's for the first time, but it is Matt Hammond who has held his lead from pole position. Many of these drivers' aspirations of getting into the British Touring Car Championship Sunday, and this is an ideal training ground for them. First 3 breaking away very slightly. Not the best of starts by Nelson King. He's down into 5th position behind the number 41 car of Joe Wiggin, as Nicky Taylor has a look to the inside. Almost a bit of rubbing there on the run to Agostini. Taylor in the Alarm Company car just about holds it through there. He's got the lead. The rest of the pack shuffles through behind. Several ex-Junior Saloon car racers in this field as Matt Hammond back up the inside. Nicky Taylor says, "No, you're not." Tom Ovenden goes for the inside as they head towards Oggies and Williams for the first time. They're still side by side. I mean, look how closely matched they are, these identical cars. One make racing at its very best. Nicky Taylor has the lead. Tom Ovenden up the inside on our pole sitter Matt Hammond, goes through into second place. Joe Wiggin, number 41, tucks in behind. It's Nelson King in 5th position, only been defeated twice so far this year. Down the Bentley straight towards Brundle and Nelson. Will Nelson King make a move there? It's Nicky Taylor, number 17, who has got the look at Joe Wiggin up the outside. He's got past 2 of them down the straight there. The Pantera sponsored car going like a De Tomaso Pantera there. He's up into second place. Nelson King shuffles Matt Hammond out wide. The number 20 of Charlie Mann tucks in behind them. Then we've got the 12 car, which is Alex Solly, another of the ex-Junior Saloon car racers. And then Frankie Taylor has also come through from the Citroën Saxo-based championship in the number 32. Very lively and very close opening lap here for the Mini Challenge trophy cars. So their bigger cousins in the Mini Challenge use the John Cooper work tires. All contact there further back. We'll try and identify who that was in a moment. One car shedding its front bumper by the look of things, but they were able to continue as Taylor leads across the line. 2 cars who had contact towards the back end of the top 10. I think it might have been Morgan Root, another ex-rallycrosser, one of those cars, as Alex Solly nearly clips the back of Matt Hammond there, going into a right-hander at Riches. Leaders heading up towards the hairpin. Tom Ovenden under fire from Nelson King. They've had quite a rivalry this season, battling over 3rd place. Hammond is down to possibly 6th position. Yes, he's dropped behind Charlie Mann. There's Alex Solly ahead of Jack Byrne, the 486, the top rookie this year. The Rookies Cup is for first-year drivers in this series. The Graduates Cup for second-year drivers. And there's also the Directors Cup for the senior racers. That's currently being led by Matt Hammond, the former champion from back in 2017. Racing BMW Minis for a number of years now. Stopped a little way down the order. See again here this bit of contact in the midfield. There's one car getting a little bit sideways coming out of Riches and was collected on the way past. No malice intended there. Managed to just about hold it together as Tom Ovenden coming under fire now from his rival Nelson King, the clear championship leader, over 100 points clear of Tom Ovenden at the top. Nicky Taylor 3rd in the points. It was the 46 car that was involved in that little contretemps. Paul Manning in the Manpower Motorsport machine, the white and blue car. King ahead of Ovenden, but they're losing a bit of ground to the two leaders. Taylor ahead of Joe Wiggin after that excellent move on the opening lap by the number 41. Is he going to try and go for the lead here as they come down towards Brundle? Not close enough this time. Nicky Taylor, looking for his first win of the season, still leads. Matt Hammond, the pole sitter, dropping back. Here comes Alex Solly, the number 12, diving up the inside at Nelson. Past Jack Byrne. Frankie Taylor tucked in behind them. And then it is the car of Paul Manning, number 46. Taylor leads, is in the Graduate Cup for second-year drivers. Leading rookie class driver is Frankie Taylor ahead of Jack Byrne. Jack Byrne is virtually unbeaten in the rookie division this year. Somebody running wide onto the grass there. I think that might have been Louis Capozzoli in the number 199 who had a win at Thruxton earlier this season. Yes, it was. He's gathered it up again. Over the line they go. Taylor, Wiggin, King now up into third. It's got ahead of Ovenden. Now Ovenden under fire from Mann. There's Hammond in sixth position. Going clear of Solly. Then it's Byrne. Frankie Taylor. Rounding up the top 10 is Manning. Then Lee Pearce, number 23, the multiple 1300 stock car world champion on the short ovals. Teammate of Clark Wells, who we saw have that big wallop straight in at Thruxton in the last round. Another man to have a crash on that occasion was number 98, Johnny Sargent. He's back out in this round as well. Nelson King fighting it out for second place. He's got ahead of Joe Wiggins, so has Tom Ovenden. So the battle is on towards the front of the field. They're starting to reel in. Race leader Nicky Taylor in the 17. Nelson King has come through into second place, looking for win number 9 of the season. It's a bit of a push there from Tom Ovenden into Agostini. Then it's Wiggin. There's Mann. 78 of Hammond, side by side between Solly and Byrne. Then Frankie Taylor, Paul Manning and Lee Pearce. 6 minutes of this race to go. Slightly reduced distance, of course, because of the earlier red flag delay. Frankie Taylor leads, but that lead gap is definitely coming down. Last lap was virtually the same as Joe Wiggin. So Nelson King took 0.4 of a second out of the leaders. Wiggin is now down to 4th. Down the Bentley straight they come, this horde of BMW Mini Coopers. Towards the left-hander at Brundle is still Nicky Taylor who leads the way, but Nelson King is now looming large in his mirror. Tom Ovenden comes from a rallycrossing family based in Kent. The family's business was instrumental in the rebuilding of the home of rallycross at Linden Hill earlier this year. They come through the bomb hole towards Corham. 4th place is number 41 of Joe Wiggin. Settling down slightly at the front of the pack now. The class leaders, Taylor leads the Graduate Cup. Hammond leads the Directors' Cup. The rookies now led by Byrne, who's got ahead of Frankie Taylor. The driver who's not in any class is Charlie Mann, number 20. Dust being kicked up there on the exit of Murray's. Now is Nelson King going to try and attack as they go towards the first corner at Riches? Almost in the slipstream there. I don't think he'll get alongside before they go into the right-hander. No, he won't. Through the right-hander they come up towards Wilson's hairpin next, and this could be Nelson King's opportunity. He's got the tighter line off the corner. Is he going to be later on the brakes? No, Nicky Taylor holds the lead. Now Ovenden's right with him. Three cars, line astern, for the lead of this race. Just over 4 minutes to go. Taylor from King. Ovenden second in the championship. These are the top 3 in the championship. Taylor third in the points. There's only about 4 points on when dropped scores are considered off Tom Ovenden's score, so he could move into second in the points here. Joe Wiggin further behind them is 8th in the championship as King has a look there on the inside at Agostini. He doesn't get through. Jack Byrne trying to make a move on Alex Solly further back, number 12. The O'Brien cement car moves to the inside, but he can't cement the position. Alex Solly holds 7th. Nelson King looking determined here. He didn't have the best run in qualifying, only started 4th. See just how evenly matched these BMW Minis are. Great racing here at Snetterton. Through towards the Bentley straight once again. Now, this could be Nelson King's opportunity. He can get in the slipstream of Nicky Taylor, but he's got to be mindful that Ovenden is right there behind him as well. Here they come. Are we going to see anybody pull out to try and make a move into the left at Brundle, the right at Nelson? Here comes Nelson King. He's thinking about it. He's having a go. Late on the brakes as they come into Brundle. No. Taylor moves to cover. Holds the lead. be a couple more laps to go in this race. Joe Wiggins under intense pressure as well from Charlie Mann and from pole sitter Matt Hammond. Through the bomb hole, up towards the long right-hander at Coram. Still Nicky Taylor under intense pressure from Nelson King. Now they come towards Murray's. Good Nelson King slipstream his way through at Riches this time. There's a bit of debris on track there, they avoid that. Just on the entry to Murray's. Alex Solly a bit sideways through there. Here's a battle further back in the order, the number 88 and the 81. 88 is Barry Holmes under fire from Luca Marinoni Osborne, who goes through at the bomb hole. They're being chased by the 58 car further back in the order. The 98, sorry, of Jonathan Sargent. No change among the leaders as they go through Riches. Fastest lap of the race that time by Tom Ovenden, the 24, and look at this up the outside into the hairpin. That's brave. He won't go all the way around the outside of King, but he could get the inside away for the left-hander at Palmer. Yes, I think Ovenden's going to go through as they come up towards the left. They're side by side on the entry. Ovenden's going to get ahead on the inside. He's through. That's a great bit of driving by Tom Ovenden to the outside at the hairpin. Very careful on the brakes. Was able to pull ahead of Nelson King, the championship leader. Now that's allowed Joe Wiggins to tow up onto the back of the lead trio as well. Nicky Taylor still leads it in the 17. Matt Hammond running a bit wide there through the left-hander at Agostini. And now Taylor's having to defend because look at the way Ovenden's going. He wants a second win in as many rounds. He had a win at Thruxton when the series supported the British Touring Car Championship. And he wants a win here at Snetterton. Will it be checkered flag this time? Will there be one more lap? It's going to be close. Towards Williams, Taylor, Ovenden, King, Wiggin, Mann and Hammond. It's between this half dozen so far. Jack Byrne in 8th place is still leading the Rookies Cup incidentally. Seen there in the background, the white and red car. They all move across. They're going to fan out across the straight into Brundle. Taylor's got the inside line though. What can Ovenden do? Touch and go whether they'll get another lap out of this or it'll be checkered flag this time. Tom Ovenden is right on the back of Nicky Taylor, who's driving the widest BMW Mini in Britain right now. To the inside goes Ovenden. Look at this, he's going to make a move at Coram. We don't see that too often. He's going for it. He's going through. Oh, superb from Tom Ovenden. That's an excellent piece of driving. We don't very often see passing moves made at Coram. And then Taylor back at the inside into Murray's. Oh, goodness me, can he get the car stopped in time? Over a curb goes Tom Ovenden. They're going to be side by side on the run up towards the line. This is going to be very close indeed. The last lap board is out. We're going to get one more lap out of this, and this race has exploded into life. Ovenden and Taylor side by side. Look, they're bump drafting each other almost along the straight. This is terrific. Taylor's going to be caught out. He's going to be bumped down to 4th on the outside. Here comes Joe Wiggin in the 41. This is the best race we've had today so far at Snetterton. Tom Ovenden leads it. Nelson King into 2nd place. Joe Wiggin getting into the mix as well. Nicky Taylor's got caught on the outside now. He's going to try the shuffle into oh, they're going to lean on each other through there. King, I thought, was going to go into the side of Taylor. Taylor goes over the grass. I can't keep up with this. Tom Ovenden's been able to escape as a result of that. Here comes Matt Hammond, 3 wide into Palmer's. That's not going to work. Charlie Mann's caught in the middle. This is amazing stuff. Taylor back on the inside. Hammond's gone round the outside. Right, we'll try and settle the order in a moment. Losing out at the hairpin was Joe Wiggin. He's at the back of this group, so it's Ovenden that leads, King 2nd, and 4 cars, 4 square for 3rd place. Taylor on the inside, side by side with Matt Hammond. Charlie Mann there on the inside. Joe Wiggin got shuffled out at the hairpin. Now Hammond gets shuffled out coming out of Agostini. They can't go 4 wide through the infield loop. That's impossible. They're trying though, look at these 4. Hammond gets forced wide onto the grass. Contact there with Charlie Mann. He comes back on. Look out, it's Joe Wiggin. Just about holding it together there. It's Tom Ovenden who leads the way. We're on the last lap now. They just took the last lap board in time before time was up. Now Wiggin back on the inside of Matt Hammond. Alex Solly, Jack Byrne and Frankie Taylor closing up as well. It could be 9 for the lead into the last corner. It's Tom Ovenden that leads, looking for win number 2 this year. Can Nelson King take win number 9 this year? Here they come down towards Brundle and Nelson for the final time in this incredible race for the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy. Into the right-hander, Ovenden from King. Taylor trying to close back up. Ovenden runs a little bit wide onto the curb there. That brilliant move through Coram last time around, but Taylor stood on it through Murray's. But then the pack bump drafted their way down the inside of him, almost NASCAR style. But it looks as though Tom Ovenden may have just about done enough, unless Nelson King can do something very special out of the final corner. Here they come. Nelson King will keep his foot nailed to the boards here as they come up towards the checkered flag this time. This is going to be a cracking finish, but I think Tom Ovenden has done enough. Here they come up to the line. King closes, but it's too late. Win number 2 of the season for Tom Ovenden. Nelson King comes over in second. It's Nicky Taylor in third place. Charlie Mann takes fourth. Matt Hammond fifth. Joe Wiggins sixth. And Jack Byrne in seventh. My goodness, what a race. Pause for breath needed. That is the best race of the day so far. Well done to the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy. Tom Ovenden takes his second win of the season by 0.2 of a second over Nelson King, the championship leader. Accelerate Motorsport defeats Graves Motorsport, who still have 2 men on the podium. Nicky Taylor, the long-time leader, in third. Charlie Mann takes fourth. Matt Hammond fifth. He wins the Directors' Cup class. Graduates' Cup won by Tom Ovenden. Joe Wiggins sixth. Jack Byrne seventh. Keeps up his run of wins in the Rookies' Cup, just ahead of Frankie Taylor. And behind them in ninth place was Alex Solly. A bit slow around the final lap there. Tyler Lidsey rounds out the top 10. Then it's Morgan Root, Lee Pierce, Louis Capozzoli 13th. 14th place went to number 30 of James Parker. Well done Nathan Edwards, 15th place from the back of the grid. And beyond them, we'll run you through the rest of the finishers. Alfie Glennie, the ex-Fiesta Junior man, was 16th. Brendan Fitzgerald 17th. 18th place went to John McGladrigan. 19th was the number 86 of Oliver Meadows. 20th for Clark Wells, 711, we heard from him earlier. 21st place went to number 99 Ben Jenkins. Then Luca Marinoni Osborne was 22nd. Mick Fitzgerald 23rd. 24th place was Paul Manning. He fell back in the closing stages. 25th was number 44 of Sam Baker. 26th, number 88 Barry Holmes. 27th, Johnny Sargent in number 98. Number 4 of Mike Paul was 28th. 29th, number 3, Sophie Wright. And the final finisher, with everybody going the distance, was the number 62 car of Alex Keynes. Well, sorry, we weren't able to concentrate much on battles down the order, but the lead fight was so intense there, we couldn't take our eyes off it. Brilliant driving by Nicky Taylor, Nelson King, and our race winner, Tom Ovenden. Bad luck to Nicky Taylor there. He was just caught on the outside on that run down into Riches into the final lap there and was shuffled back from first to fourth, but manages to salvage a podium place. Ovenden, meanwhile, your winner by 0.216 of a second, and we'll hopefully hear from the driver shortly down in Parc Fermé.
On that previous race. So let's take you through the grid then for 383, the replication program, which takes 2, and after qualifying this morning, it will be number 1, Stephen Clement, qualifying and start on pole position with 283.124, just over a second quicker, number 10, then quickly 1 and 10.
Cheers, Dave. Well, I think you said it all when you said what a race, not just of the day. I don't think that will be beaten this weekend. Race winner here, the man at the front as he crossed the finish line at least, Tom Ovenden. That was sensational.
Thank you. That was the most stressful race I've done in a while, even Thruxton. For the whole race didn't look like I was going to win that. I was trying obviously as hard as I possibly could. But yeah, I can't believe it.
I mean, you were in third for quite a long time, just sort of waiting for one of them to make a mistake, and it happened, and it was a brilliant dive into the first corner here, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was just, I can't remember, I was second, and then went back to fifth, and then I was like, a couple of guys got in front of me, and I just kept my head down and stayed patient. And I think that was the real key, to just not rush anything, not do anything silly. And I'm absolutely over the moon, yeah.
And second win in 2 rounds. We won at Thruxton as well. 5 podiums in a row. You are absolutely on fire.
Yeah, this middle part of the season has been all right. We've been going well. The team's been working really well with me, and we've been dialing the car, so it's been really good. From the start of the season it was a little bit shaky, but this middle part of the season is going well, so hopefully we can keep it going.
Now, Nelson's going to be hard to catch, but 8 races left this year. What can you do?
Just try and keep winning. That's all we can do. Just try and keep winning. He's a long way in front, but it's not over till it's over. So we'll just try and keep winning.
We can't wait until tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you very
Cheers,
much.
mate. Thanks a lot. Tom Overdone, your race winner in the minis. Straight on now, back to the classic touring cars. It's the pre-83s. To your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks very much, Ewan. The car's already on the grid for our next race, the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, and it's an all Mark 1 Escort. Front row, 9 times champion Stephen Primet in pole position with the number 1 Escort, looking for his 10th title this year, and he leads the points. Jason Christie, number 10, alongside him. Second row, a Mark 2 Escort of number 81 Mark Chollerton from Kings Lynn on his local circuit, alongside number 49 of David Osborne with his Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Another Triumph on row 3, Carl Shreve, number 14, 197 Graham Smith with his Escort. Row 4, number 84, David Claxton, Triumph Dolomites. Number 42, Duncan Leffley, he's in a Mark 1 Golf GTI. Row 5, number 86, Colin Claxton. He's also in a Dolomite Sprint for this one as the cars move off for the green flag lap. Alongside number 43, Mount Best, he's in a Ford Capri. On row 6, number 6, Anton Martin with an Escort RS 1600, that's a Mark 3 Escort. Alongside 99 David Margulies with his Alfa Romeo GTV6. Row 7, number 16 Malcolm Jeffs, he's in a Golf GTI. And 62 Lewis Judd with an Escort. Row 8 Martin Reynolds, classic Ford collector, he's switched into his Ford Tonus P7, something very different indeed. Alongside number 80 Gary Fletcher, he'll be in his Vauxhall Firenze. Row 9 Peter Millington in a Hillman Avenger, and Keith Evans with his Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud. At the back of the grid, Richard Woodford with his Opel Kadett, and hopefully we will see Tom Harvey out in his Escort as well. But he's been having repeated problems. We saw him retire from his previous race, the Blue Oval Saloons, earlier on. So hopefully we'll see Tom out there making it a 20-car field. Can anyone beat Stephen Primet then? Mark Chollerton might have a chance. Mark Osborne might in the Triumph Dolomites. I think it is Mark Osborne, not David. The Welshman in his black Dolomite Sprint, former champion. 3 Ford Escorts at the front of the field. The Bedfordshire driver Stephen Primet, very much the undisputed king of the Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship. Jason Christie, we saw him in a great battle at Thruxton earlier this year when it was 5 Escorts battling it out together, plus Jonathan Corker in his little Datsun 510. Sadly, he's not here this weekend. There's the Alfa Romeo GTV6. Is Martin Reynolds out there with the Ford Tonus? Didn't see it go through there, unfortunately. Well, there's Tom Harvey. The Escort's there at the back of the field. I don't think we've got Richard Woodford, the Opel Kadett. That may have had some problems in qualifying. Take a quick look as they come through towards Williams. There's our pole man, sliding the car around to warm the tyres. Jason Christie, Mark Chollerton, Osborne. There's Carl Shreve just behind Graham Smith. Then first of the Golfs, that's Duncan Leffley. A couple more Dolomites. There's Gary Fletcher with the Vauxhall. Peter Millington's lovely Hillman Avenger. Keith Evans in the Alfa Romeo. So there's 1 or 2 cars missing out there, unfortunately. Yes, Martin Reynolds is not there. Richard Woodford is not there. I think everybody else is. This will be a 12-minute race, slightly reduced from the earlier distance, of course.
Well done, congratulations. And then to our winner with a 5th straight podium on the dot, the 2nd win of the year, Tom Overton. Well done, Tom. Also our winning graduate driver also takes the fastest lap of the race and the points that go with it. So well done, Tom. Takes the trophy, the champagne and poses on the top step of the podium with a nice big smile. Well done to Tom Overton on the top step of the podium. And now, while they all 3 pose together, please, with their trophies.
Standing starts. Chollerton bringing local knowledge, the builder from Kings Lynn. Graham Smith's Escort. Out for Duncan Leffley, ex-Alfa Romeo racer in the Golf. We've got a couple of Alphas out there, the GTV6, the Andy Rouse lookalike for David Margulies. Keith Evans with the little Alfa Sud, the white car there towards the back.
And that is our podium presentation for race 6 of the weekend, our first race for the 2022.
Jason Christie on the outside of the front row. We're on board with Mark Chollerton in the number 81 car. Expect to see some tail slides from the Escorts in this race. The Mark 1 Escort in particular, very famous as a rally car, of course, as is the Mark 2. Most club rallies you'll see about half the field consisting of Mark 2 Escorts. Mark Osborne on the outside of the second row in the Dolomites. The Dolomites on row 3, number 14, Carl Shreve, alongside Graham Smith in the yellow Escorts. It's David Claxton and Duncan Leffler, waiting for the red lights to come on. You can just see it on top of that marshal's hut on the pit wall, the little red light there you can see. It comes on. Time to go racing with the Shell Oils Pre-83 touring cars. We are underway. Not the quickest of starts by our poleman Stephen Primet. Watch for Osborne up the outside in the Triumph. He's going to get ahead of the Escorts. What a superb start by Mark Osborne, and he'll lead the way into riches for the first time. We're on board with Mark Chollerton, who's down to 4th place. That was a flyer from Mark Osborne, and the Welshman leads the way as they go up towards Wilson's Hairpin for the first time. 2nd place is Stephen Primet, the championship leader and reigning champion, as they head into the right-hander at Wilson's Hairpin. The Triumph runs a little bit wide, bit of understeer there. Jason Christie sliding alongside Mark Chollerton as well. We're on board with the Norfolkmen as they head up towards Palmer for the first time. There is Jason Christie in the number 10 to our left. He goes through up into 3rd place. Start to sort themselves out then. Carl Shreve in the second of the Triumphs in behind them. Well, Andy Rouse had some of the earliest successes of his career in a broad-speed tuned Mark 1 Escorts. Also raced a Triumph Dolomite, also campaigned by another saloon legend, Jerry Marshall. Great memories being evoked here. On board with Chollerton as we head down the short straight towards the left flick at Hamilton's. He's back ahead of Jason Christie in their battle for 3rd, but already the 2 leaders, you can see up ahead, are just beginning to pull away. The black Dolomite of Mark Osborne, the cream-coloured Mark 1 Escort of Stephen Primet out in front. Primet's the clear championship leader on 108 points. Already over 40 points clear of Anton Martin, who is 2nd in the standings. He's in Class D with the Mark 3 Escorts RS 1600i. Class B being led by Matt Best in the Capri. We haven't got any Class A entries here. There's only been one entry all season, David Howard's Jaguar in an early round at Silverstone. 2 leaders slide their way through Nelson's. Chollerton's still there in 3rd place, but it's the Triumph that leads the forward hordes through the bomb hole. There you can see from on board how much the circuit drops down there and then rises back up again. Named the bomb hole by motorcycle racers. Find it's particularly difficult through there. Christie in 4th place. There's a Shreve under 5 of him. That's Graham Smith in the Escorts putting the pressure on. They're splitting into 3 pairs, our first 6 you can see in this race. 7th is Malcolm Best, who's raced this Capri for many, many years, ahead of Duncan Leffler in the VW Golf GTI. Get a sensation of the speed as they charge down the centre straight, and Mark Osborne certainly got the speed. He's pulled away from Stephen Primet. Mark Chollerton going after them in the Escort in 3rd. Through the right-hander at Riches, you can see how hard Mark Chollerton has to work the wheel on this rear-wheel drive Mark II Escort RS 2000. Mark Osborne, again, a little bit sideways out of the hairpin, and the car snapping from understeer to oversteer. Looks like the Escorts are handling slightly better than the Triumph, but the Dolomite has got the straight line speed. Triumph Dolomite, of course, the first 16-valve saloon car to be sold in the UK, 4-cylinder. Chased by the Mark 1 Escorts. Mark II Escort and then another Mark 1. Saloon icons here at Snetterton. Jason Christie on the bumper of Mark Chollerton now as they head out of Agostini. Gets the tail flicked out briefly. Christie, a regular at Brands Hatch for many years in various saloon series there before expanding with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. As in the twisty bits you can see that Stephen Primet able to close back up on Mark Osborne for the lead. They've had a great friendly rivalry for many years, these two, in this series. Oh, that's one of the Golf sounds. Number 16, Malcolm Jeffs. The Buckinghamshire driver has pulled over. That's on the run into Agostini, I think. Here come your leaders. And Mark Osborne signalling to Stephen Primet to go up the inside. Has Osborne got a problem? He's waved Stephen Primet through there, I think. So has the Dolomite got an issue here? Oh, somebody's certainly got an issue. That's a wheel off, I imagine. That's come off Simon Jeff's Golf. Malcolm Jeff's Golf, I should say, sorry. Yeah, the Dolomite's in trouble. He's dropping back. Oh, what a shame. Mark Osborne, we saw him waving Stephen Primet through at Brundles, and yes, the Dolomite has got a problem. So it's escorts 1, 2 and 3, and this battle between Chullerton and Christie now for second place. I imagine Mark Osborne's going to head into the pits. He's not had a happy season in 2022 with the Triumph. Primet leads over the line. Let's see what the gap is. 2.5 seconds back to Mark Chullerton. Stephen Primet's last lap was a 1.5 seconds quicker than these two. Yeah, Osborne into the pits, his race is over. Upholding Triumph Honour now is Carl Shreve, number 14 in 4th place, ahead of Graham Smith. Duncan Leffley in the lone Golf remaining is now 6th. 7th is Mount Best in the Capri. Then 8th position from the back of the grid is young Tom Harvey in the half speed Escorts. Now he is a seriously quick young racer, as we saw at the end of last year in the ex-Mike Luck BMW. Mike now competing in hill climbs with a TVR. So young Tom Harvey is up to 8th place. 9th it's Colin Claxton with his Dolomite, and David Margulies in the Alfa Romeo is 10th. We've lost David Claxton into the pits as well with his Dolomite sprint. He's out of the race, and I haven't seen Gary Fletcher's Firenze come through on the last lap either, so maybe he's had a problem as well. Stephen Primet then, as we've said so often before, looking for an incredible 10th Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship this year. There's Chullerton 2nd, Christie 3rd. They were both involved in that quite magnificent battle at Thruxton earlier this season. There's Carl Shreve's Dolomite 4. There's Graham Smith, number 197. Not sure if that's the same Graham Smith who is a multiple Caterham champion over the years and also does a variety of historic racing. Maybe another driver of the same name. Apologies if I've miscalled that. It's Carl Shreve holding that 4th place in the number 14. From Halstead in Essex. 197 Graham Smith from Burton-on-Trent. I don't think that is the Caterham racer of the same name. I think he's from up in Cheshire. There's Duncan Leffley in the Golf, the ex-Alfa Romeo man. Mount Best with his old faithful Capri. The lead gap is now 1.74 seconds. And Chullerton, in fact, was quicker by 0.7 of a second on that last lap, so he is closing the gap. We've got just under 5 minutes of the race to go, so it's not over yet up front. There's Primet down towards the hairpin. And Escort so fast, almost too quick for our cameras. But look, the gap is starting to come down. Chullerton just keeping the number 10 of Jason Christie behind him. Further back in 10th place it is still David Margulies, the Alfa Romeo behind Colin Claxton. It's Lewis Judd with another Mark 1 Escort. Anton Martin leading Class D in 12th with the Mark 3 Escort. Malcolm Best leads Class B in the Capri. 3 classes in this race. On board with Mark Chullerton as he tries to hunt down our race leader through the left at Hamilton's. It's sharper than it looks from outside that corner. Right at Oggies. On the power up towards Williams and into the back straights, the Bentley straights. Keeping up the pursuits of Stephen Primet. Being pursued in turn by Jason Christie. He's got to be careful here that Mark 1 Escort doesn't slipstream him. There's Malcolm Jeff's Golf in the background, minus a rear wheel. Down to Brundle. Jason Christie later on the brakes, but he's not in position to make a move as they come into the left, then the right at Nelson's. The gap was 1.74 seconds to Stephen Primet. We'll see what it is this time through. It's a long right-hander. You can see how long it is from on board with Chullerton at Corham. Tightens a little, and the left flick of Murray's A bit of the circuit was slightly redesigned a few years ago. It used to be a much sharper chicane. It was known as the Jim Russell chicane. Here's a battle further back in the order. That's Lewis Judd in the yellow Escort, making a move on David Margulies. That's for 10th place. They're just behind Colin Claxton, doubling up between his Triumph and his Escort this weekend. There's Anton Martin behind them. Another man on his local circuit here, the East Anglian, former Bangor racer. Here with his BMW and his classic Fords this weekend. It's the Mark III Escort, the RS 1600. He's in 12th place. The next man through behind them, Peter Millington. Second in Class D in his very smart Hillman Avenger, similar to the cars that Bernard Unett won the British Saloon Car Championship in the late 70s in the Group 1 era. Still these two Escorts nose to tail for second. Less than 2 minutes on the clock now, so it might be checkered flag this time around. Still your leader, Stephen Primet. He's got the gap up to 3 seconds now because Chollerton's having to work to defend from Jason Christie. There's that wheel from Malcolm Jeff's Golf, just almost like a corner marker there on the inside of Hamilton's. So at least it didn't end up on the track, and we had to get the marshals out to retrieve it. Jason Christie looking a little more determined here. We're on board with the man he's pursuing, Mark Chollerton. He has a driver's eye view from his Escort, so thanks again to Chris Clark for his help with our onboard cameras this weekend. And Christie ran a bit wide there, coming onto the Bentley straights. They're not going to catch Stephen Primet now. Looks like he's got this race sewn up, barring any major problem with the Escorts. 4 Escorts in the top 5 places. Dominance only broken by Carl Shreve. I'm sure Graham Smith would love to make it Escorts 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all in the same class, the first 6 runners in Class C. Smith having a look there. Shreve holds him off. Sideways there, Graham Smith out of Nelson's. You hit the curbs there, you could be in trouble, especially on the inside. I remember Ryan Taylor in his Mini last season nearly rolled it there in the Mini 7s. Just a few seconds to go now. The leaders have already gone across the line, so we will get one more lap out of this. There are about 20 seconds left. And Stephen Primet crossed the line. He's pulled out another second, 4.2 seconds now. The gap to Chollerton and Christie. There's the last lap board being shown. Here comes your second place battle up towards the Wilson's hairpin. Christie closes up under braking. We ride with Mark Chollerton in the Mark II Escort RS 2000. Stephen Primet's inch perfect up front. Such a shame that we lost Mark Osborne into the pits, a problem with his Triumph. Else he would have made a great fight of it here. 15 cars still running though, out of the 18 that started, although as I say that, Tom Harvey's dropped to the bottom of the timing screen. Yeah, I think we've lost the Escort again, sadly. That's a great shame because he was in the top 10 after a good run through the field. It's once again going to be Stephen Primet. I have lost count of the number of wins I have seen Stephen take in his Escort over the years. And surely he is heading for his 10th Pre-83 Group 1 title. He heads down the Bentley straight for the final time, leading the points by some 48 points coming into this weekend. And he's pretty much going to sew up the title right here this weekend at Snetterton. Beaten only by mechanical problems at Thruxton this year in the second race there. He's won his class in every other race. Of course, the Pre-83s did only get one race at Alton Park due to time constraints. And here he comes. Stephen Primet is going to do it again. One of the classic touring car racing club's most successful drivers of all time. Jason Christie having a good look through Murray's there. He could snatch second on the run to the line here, but it's going to be yet another win for the king of Pre-83 touring cars, Stephen Primet, across the line to take the flag. Now who is going to be second? Mark Chollerton holds on by less than half a second ahead of Jason Christie. Well done, Mark. We rode with him to second place. Shreve and Smith will be next home. Carl Shreve in the Triumph, spoiling the domination of the Escorts. 4th for Shreve, 5th for Graham Smith. Duncan Leffley will take 6th in the Golf, and they're still battling further back. Colin Claxton under fire from Anton Martin. In the Escorts Mark III, round the outside there, is Colin Claxton slowing up there? Yes, I think he is. Oh, Colin Claxton, what a shame. Another Dolomite in trouble. It's not Triumph's day at all, is it? So Leffley 6th, it's going to be Malcolm Best. There's the Capri coming in for 7th. He will win Class B. Lewis Judd will be in 8th place. And Anton Martin 9th. He'll win Class D and will keep 2nd overall in the championship. Colin Claxton, is he going to make it home or is he going to pull into the pit lane? He may not make it that far. Because coming through next should be Peter Millington. Yes, here he comes. There's the... We didn't really see the Hillman Avenger in that one. Lovely looking car, that is. Across the line he comes. He finishes 2nd in Class D, 10th overall. Yes, Colin Claxton has pulled up, I think. The only other cars we're going to have home are Keith Evans and Gary Fletcher, I think, because we've lost David Margulies into the pits as well. I missed that. The Alfa Romeo's pulled off. There's Gary Fletcher still going in the Vauxhall Firenze. He dropped back in the field early on. There's Keith Evans over the line. He will take 11th place. We'll confirm this result in a moment. And I think Gary Fletcher is going to be the only other car to make it home. So your result confirmed then, the top 6 cars all in Class C. Stephen Primmett the winner by nearly 5.5 seconds, but there was less than half a second in it per second between Mark Chollerton and Jason Christie. Carl Shreve 4th in his Dolomite ahead of Graham Smith. Then Duncan Leffley in the Golf in 6th position. Malcolm Best wins Class B in 7th. It was Lewis Judd. Anton Martin the winner of Class D. And Peter Millington, Keith Evans, and finally Gary Fletcher. No other finishers because we, as we saw, we lost Colin Claxton on the last lap. David Margulies pulled into the pits. We sadly lost Tom Harvey, Mark Osborne the early leader, Malcolm Jeff shed a wheel, and David Claxton was also an early retirement. We'll hand down to Ewan Dunlop in the pits shortly to hear from some of our drivers. Next up on track today is going to be the second race for the British Truck Racing Championship. But for now, Ewan, over to you.
Thank you, Dave. Another wonderful race from our classic touring cars, this time the Pre-83s. Let's speak to our winner, Stephen Primmett, no stranger, of course, to the winner's circle. Another win, Stephen.
Yeah, but not only is it a win, I think that's the championship, I think
Dave was trying to work it out. It might be the 10th, yes. I don't want to say for certain,
No.
but it's looking very, very comfortable.
Yeah, I think I needed 8 points today, and I think I've scored at least 13. So
in that case, congratulations.
So 10th championship.
I mean, did you ever imagine once you got your first or second that you'd hit 10?
I didn't imagine I'd ever win a race in my life.
Okay.
You know, you come into the sport and you don't. Just a dream to win a race, and it just gets better and better. I just love it.
This might be a stupid question, but I'll ask it. Does it ever get boring? Ever?
Never ever. I've been asked that before, and I go, man, you've not won a race, because they just get better. They just get better and better. But I mean, obviously, lucky today. Mark Osborne was had some. There was oil on my windscreen from the very start, so something was going wrong with the dolly. So I got lucky. He waved me through at the end of the straight. He knew he was crippled, but you got to take him.
Didn't go your way off the line, but you were there in front when you crossed the line. What happened at the start?
Well, I felt a good start. Me and Jace were pretty even. I thought, yeah, I've got the legs on Jace into the first corner. Suddenly, Mark Osborne, whoom, does his normal rocket. So he rocketed around the outside. So.
Stephen, not enough superlatives. A massive congratulations.
Yeah, very pleased. I can retire now. I've got 10.
I don't think you will. Thank you, mate. Right, let's go and speak to our third place finisher if we can find him. Actually, let's speak to Mark Chollerton here.
Go on then.
Second place. Wonderful race.
Yeah, enjoyable. Unfortunately, I got Jason nibbling at my rear end. Fair play to him. No touching, no contact. But I just couldn't get near Steve. Couldn't catch him.
Not many people can.
I'd have had a good go if I hadn't got Jason on me.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Mark Osborne had to pull out, but that left me and Steve and Jason.
We did see you get it down to about 1.5 seconds, but once you had him on your tail, you were too busy fighting him off, weren't you?
Absolutely. I could see Steve. Just got close to him, and then with Jason, I lost touch with Steve, unfortunately. But there we are. It's a cracking race. Hopefully it'll look good on telly.
And you get to have another go tomorrow as well?
Absolutely. Now I'm starting second, aren't I? Oh dear.
Have a fantastic evening.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Cheers, buddy. Right, let's see if we can find Jason Christie. Here's his trophy here and his car, the number 10. Jason. We've got Jason. Where's Jason?
Below the thread. Jason.
Oh, he's actually disappeared. He had his back to us a second ago. Okay, never mind. If we can get Jason, we will do. Otherwise, we'll speak to him before our second race of the Pre-A33s tomorrow. But coming up now, it is our second race of 5 this weekend in our headlining action, British Truck Racing Championship. Let's go over to Dave Goddard to talk us through the grid and the action.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ewan, and congratulations, Stephen Primet, your provisional Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Cars champion for the 10th time. Let's have a look at the grid then for our second truck race of the weekend. This is based on the second fastest time by each driver in qualifying, so it's Stuart Oliver, who, just as he did for race 1, set pole position alongside David Jenkins, number 69. Row 2, Simon Reed, number 89, and John Newell in 18. Row 3, Craig Reed in 68, and number 95, Ricky Collins. 4th row, number 3, Stephen Powell alongside 81, Mark Taylor. 5th row, 86, Tom O'Rourke alongside number 12 of Michael Oliver. The 6th row, 92, Simon Faulkner, and as we heard earlier, Ryan Smith didn't set a time in qualifying due to turbo failure. He starts at the back. There's a gap, and we've got the Division 2 trucks headed up by number 16 of Brad Smith alongside 32 Jock Borthwick. Luke Garrett only 4th fastest on second time for each driver behind John Powell, so he starts there. 3rd row, John Bowler and Craig Evans. Adam Bint starts at the back, hoping to get a race this time, who, after he retired at the end of the first lap in race 1. So that's your lineup. It will be a 12-minute race once again. I think slightly shortened after the red flags we had earlier on, clearing up. If you weren't with us this morning, or I should say earlier this afternoon, we had a bit of an oil slick go down at Corham in the Classic Thunder Saloons race, which took some time to clear up. So that's why we're running a bit behind, and races being shortened slightly. Fair play to all the officials, the volunteer marshals, recovery crews and so on, as always, for their hard work to make sure we complete the programme here at Snetterton today. A couple more races to come after this. We'll have the Pre-66 touring cars, and then the second race for the Pre-93 and 03 touring cars as the Pace truck leads them out. The DAF running on HVO fuel, that's from Adam Bint's team, I think. Oliver, Jenkins, Simon Reed, John Newell, Craig Reed, reigning Division 2 champion. Ricky Collins having a good consistent weekend so far. Stephen Powell, the 2020 Division 2 champion. Mark Taylor, Michael Oliver, Ryan Smith with his new truck, only just ready in time for this weekend as we heard earlier. Then the Division 2s. There's Brad Smith, John Powell, Luke Garrett. There's Tom O'Rourke and Simon Faulkner. Is Jock Borthwick there? Yes, he is. There he is. They come out in slightly out of order for this one. Looks like they're all there. The only one I'm not sure about is Craig Evans there. A couple of Division 1 trucks out a bit late, I noticed there. So I didn't see Craig Evans, number 10, with his MAN. Wait and see when they're lined up. It'll be a rolling start. They're straight into the rolling lap. They won't stop on the grid. Stuart Oliver looking for win number 2 in his rebuilt Volvo after a big smash at Convoy in the Park at Donington. Tom O'Rourke and Simon Faulkner catching up to the back of Division 1. There's Division 2. Yes, there are only 6 of them, so no Craig Evans, number 10. Unless he joins in from the pits. Jenkins has had a relatively quiet season by his usual standards. He's third in the points, only 7 points behind Stuart Oliver coming into this weekend. Ryan Smith leading the championship by just over 60 points. His lead could be cut drastically unless he's sorted those turbo problems out and can come through from the back of the grid here. Luke Garrett leads Division 2. 32 points ahead of Brad Smith coming into this weekend. But he's only on the second row of the grid this time. Adam Bint at the back, hoping to get a race this time. Seconds out. Round 2 this weekend for the big rigs at Snetterton. Brad Smith and Jock Borthwick head the Division 2s. Pace truck into pit lane. Here we go. They start to close up behind the leaders. Waiting for those red lights to go out as they approach the line. Red light is on. Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins lead them up towards the lights, waiting for the power to be unleashed. And here we go. Not the best of starts by our second place man on the grid, David Jenkins. Look at Simon Reed up the inside in the 89. He's trying to go for second place as they go into the first corner. Stuart Oliver leads as they go through Riches for the first time. Division 2 just getting underway a little bit further back, but it's Oliver who leads. Reed second. Jenkins side by side with John Newell, who tries to charge down the outside into the Wilson's hairpin to hold third place. Jenkins cuts back onto the inside. Craig Reed and Ricky Collett in behind them. All round the hairpin okay, just about there I think. Stuart Oliver who leads in the number 7. A great start that was by Simon Reed from the second row in the Iveco. It's Volvo, Iveco, then the 2 MANs, and John Newell's got past David Jenkins up in a third at Palmer's. Ricky Collett going well in 5th place in the yellow number 95, the heavy haulage company owner from Yorkshire. Then it's Craig Reed. Mark Taylor under fire from Michael Oliver in the number 12. It just squeezes down the inside there into Agostini. Just about through on the inside. Stephen Powell behind them. Then it's Ryan Smith down on power this weekend after that turbo problem earlier. Simon Faulkner goes rally crossing on the exit of Agostini. Not had a happy weekend so far. Brad Smith, meanwhile, number 16, is leading Division 2. Leader's gone way wide through Oggies there. Gathers it up though. Not an easy corner to take in a truck. Simon Reed trying to close him down. Has had a couple of wins in that Iveco this season already. Wins have been much more evenly spread. Ryan Smith, as always, has done the majority of the win. But he's not had one clear challenger at the top of the championship. Simon Faulkner, he's having some handling issues with that Iveco. He's all over the place. No wonder he's dropping back into the clutches of the Division 2 trucks. Out under the bridge into Brundle and Nelson. Oliver from Reed. Third place is John Newell, staying ahead of David Jenkins. Where's Luke Garrett going? Up the A11 if he goes any further there. Oh dear. Division 2 points leader in trouble. Here come your Division 2 leaders through the dust cloud. It's Brad Smith, John Powell, Jock Borthwick. Then John Bowler and Adam Bint. There's on the left of your screen Luke Garrett. You can just see him coming under the bridge, so he's got some catching up to do. As the 2 Daffs battle it out for the lead. The 16 of Brad Smith, the 6 of John Powell. Stuart Oliver increasing his lead slightly over Simon Reed as they complete the opening lap. 1.6 seconds is the gap. Down towards the right-hander at Richards. Simon Reed in second place. John Newell still holding third ahead of David Jenkins, who did not get the best of starts to say the least. Ricky Collett on his tail now, David Jenkins. There's Craig Reed behind them, the Division 2 champion of 2021 with his Iveco, a Reed Truck Sport team based in Stoke-on-Trent. They run a haulage company there. Many of these drivers connected to the road haulage industry. We said Ricky Collett runs a heavy haulage company. It's been established for many, many years. Tom O'Rourke, the boss of MV Commercials, in the 86 truck a bit further back. John Newell runs a container and tanker lorry company in Rotherham. Mark Taylor from the family-run Taylor's Transport business, as Ryan Smith finds himself in a familiar position. He was stuck behind Stephen Powell for the whole of race 1. And he finds himself on the tail of the former Division 2 champion again. Still remember the celebrations when Stephen Powell got his first ever Division 1 win at Thruxton earlier this season. Problems there further back. Who's that kicking up the dust? I think it's Simon Faulkner again, was one of them. Impossible to see through the dust cloud there, unfortunately. There's Luke Garrett at the back trying to catch up. It's Ryan Smith trying to get past Stephen Powell, just as he did all the way through race 1. David Jenkins pulled out for a look there at John Newell for 3rd place. Can't get alongside the MAN, the former Division 2 champion of many years ago. Ricky Collett going well in 5th position. This is great to see Ricky Collett having good, consistent running. He's had a lot of engine problems over the last couple of years. Had a big crash at Thruxton in 2020 as well, where he ended up upside down. Seconds after Tom O'Rourke had a huge shunt as well. Here's the battle in Division 2. Adam Bintz come through in the background there into 4th ahead of John Bowler. But it's Brad Smith who leads the way in the number 16, looking for his 2nd win of the day, trying to close the gap on Luke Garrett. It's all going Brad's way at the moment, with Luke having gone off on the opening lap. Thought that was Adam Bintz in the pit lane there for a second. It's the pace truck from his team parked up. Stuart Oliver still leads, 2.5 seconds ahead now of Simon Reed. Here's a battle between Michael Oliver and Mark Taylor. This is for 7th place. It's been a quieter season for Mark Taylor. We've yet to see him take a win this year. On the rear axle of Michael Oliver. He's had 2 wins this year already in the MAN. Towards Palmer, 6.5 minutes to go. Closing on Craig Reed, the 6th place man. Fastest lap of the race by Stuart Oliver, 2:24.989. Ryan Smith said he was looking to get into the 2:23s earlier on until his turbo failed. His quickest lap of the race, 2:28. There he is behind Stephen Powell. He just has not got the power. After those turbo problems earlier on, the team having to improvise to turbocharge his big diesel engine. These engines 12, 13, 14 litres. Such a shame for Ryan. We'd normally see him. All problems there for John Bowler, nearly into the back of Adam Bintz. I think it was him we saw grass tracking earlier on, so maybe John Bowler having some braking issues with the DAF. Luke Garrett still at the back of the field there, we saw. Simon Faulkner has dropped away on that last lap. He's running towards the rear of the field as well now, the number 92. So here's our battle for 3rd, Newell versus Jenkins. Trying to close on Simon Reed, having a great run. He's rebuilt Iveco, the Reed Truck Sport team, having to work hard to rebuild after he crashed exiting the chicane at Donington with Stephen Powell. They've been to the Dutch Truck Championship round at Zolder in Belgium in between times, the Reed team, as has Adam Bintz, as we heard earlier. Here's our Division 2 leader. Good damage to the right-hand side of the truck for Brad Smith, but it's not slowing him down. Unity Recovery Midland Truck Breakers DAF. Certainly not breaking that one. Lead gap is now up to 3.7 seconds. Stuart Oliver's flying, 2:24.941, a new fastest lap. He's pulling away from the rest of the field now. Work done on that Volvo has really made a difference here, and he's going to try and eat into Ryan Smith's championship lead as much as he can, with Ryan struggling with those turbo problems. Mark Taylor chasing down Michael Oliver for 7th place. Is he going to have a look here at the hairpin? No, Oliver to the inside. Last Last year, of course, we saw Martin Gibson driving the GT tyres MAN, but he's focused on car racing this year with the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Not out in the trucks due to, I believe, budget reasons. And now John Newell has almost caught Simon Reed, so the battle's starting to heat up for second place. Battle starting to heat up further back for ninth as well, as Ryan Smith starting to get fired up. Oh, he locks up there, puts a wheel onto the dirt on the inside at Agostini. This is chasing Stephen Powell. Oh, Ryan Smith is a fiery character. He won't like sitting down there in 10th place. Here's Division 2, still the two Daps. Brad Smith that is, and John Powell. Brad Smith, not to be confused with Bradley Smith, the young gunner we see in Division 1, but he had to withdraw from this weekend, the number 46 truck. Jock Borthwick still sitting pretty in third in Division 2. Good to see him back on form as Ryan Smith at the inside at Williams. Is he going to get through? Yes, finally he's past Stephen Powell. And now gets his foot down. Can he go after this lot further forward? David Jenkins still on the tail of John Newell. They're in turn closing up on Simon Reed. Ricky Collett being left behind slightly now in 5th in the 95 MAN. Stuart Oliver is clearing off. Reed gap last time through was 3.75 seconds. Let's see what it is this time around. The longest lap distance covered by the trucks in their season at nearly 2.5 minutes. Here comes Stuart Oliver up over the line, and the last lap board is out. It's only going to be a 5-lap race. Shows the length of this circuit. 5 seconds is now the gap. Dominance from Stuart Oliver. Justifying the work that his team, the Team Oliver Racing squad, have done. We all thought that after Donington that Volvo VNL was a write-off. Now, it's not over for second place. Simon Reed still only a couple of truck lengths ahead of John Newell. Can the Iveco hold off the pair of MANs? Collett, Craig Reed, Michael Oliver next. And it's Mark Taylor. Ryan Smith up to 9th. He wants to get into the top 8. Because if he can, the grid for race 4 of the weekend is set by the results of this race, with the top 8 in each division reversed. So if he can get into 8th place, he'll get a pole position. He needs to try and get ahead of Mark Taylor. Results of race 1 today will set the grid for race 3, the first race tomorrow. Interesting system used by British Truck Racing. They're not going to catch Stuart Oliver. It's going to be win number 2 of the weekend for him, to close the gap at the top. Through the right-hander up towards the Bentley straight. Reed, Newell, Jenkins for second place, with Stuart Oliver seemingly going to win it. Here he comes into Brundle for the last time. Through the bomb hole. A great display by Stuart Oliver. It's going to be a double for the weekend so far in the GT Tyres sponsored Volvo. Can Simon Reed hold off John Newell for second? Can John Newell hold off David Jenkins for third through these last couple of corners? Ricky Collett a little way behind them. But no problem for Stuart Oliver. He's not been headed so far this weekend in Division 1. And the 10 times British, 1-time European champion is coming up towards the checkered flag. A dominant win once again for Stuart Oliver. 2 out of 2. Simon Reed keeps his foot in along the centre straight and takes second in the Iveco. Flashes his lights in celebration. John Newell third ahead of David Jenkins. He's left brewing a poor start. Ricky Collett is 5th. Craig Reed will take 6th. And then the battle for 7th place is going to be headed up by Michael Oliver. Is Ryan Smith going to get ahead of Mark Taylor on the run to the line? Yes, he's done it! Ryan Smith has just won himself pole position for race 4. Mark Taylor loses out. 10th place is Stephen Powell, then Tom O'Rourke. And who's going to win Division 2? Here they come. The 2 Daps have got clear of Jock Borthwick. Is it going to be a second win for Brad Smith? It certainly is. He's held off John Powell all the way. Brad Smith takes his second win of the weekend in Division 2 to close the gap a little on Luke Garrett. Jock Borthwick will take third in the division. It looks as though fourth place is going to go to Adam Bintz. Here comes the Volvo. Adam Bint fourth in Division 2 ahead of John Bowler. And a disappointed Luke Garrett, only sixth in Division 2 after an off early on. It's Stuart Oliver who takes the win by 6.3 seconds. Dominance from Stuart Oliver over Simon Reed and John Newell. Good fight for second place in the closing stages there. 1.5 seconds covering the next three home. And in Division 2, 12th overall for Brad Smith. He wins by 1 second over John Powell. Provisional result then, Stuart Oliver the winner over Simon Reed. Unusual to see no MANs in the top two. John Newell, best of them in third ahead of David Jenkins. Ricky Collett to find fifth ahead of Craig Reed, then Michael Oliver. Ryan Smith just on the line by 0.2 of a second there, snatches eighth. And pole for race 4 from Mark Taylor. Stephen Powell completing the top 10 ahead of O'Rourke. Then Brad Smith, the winner of Division 2 in 12th ahead of John Powell, Borthwick and Bintz. Behind them we had John Bowler. Behind him, Luke Garrett. Simon Faulkner did make it to the finish, but quite a way behind. Sadly, Craig Evans, a non-starter there. Hopefully we'll see him back out tomorrow. 2 races to go here at Snetterton today. Both of them from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We've got the Pre-66 touring cars coming out next. And then after a short pause, we will have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-93 and Pre-03 touring cars to round out day 1 here at Snetterton. Pointy will be down there shortly in Parc Fermé, meanwhile, to talk to a few of our truck racers. Just before we head down to Pointy, hi to Bethan Rogers, who says, please can you say happy birthday to Samantha Rogers from Midland Truck Breakers and Unity Recovery. Many happy returns, Samantha. Consider it done. Thanks for getting in touch. And they'll be celebrating a win there for Brad Smith. We'll head down to Pointy then in Parc Fermé in a second.
Another Stuart Oliver victory down here in Parc Fermé at Snetterton. Let's get his first reactions as he gets out of the truck, and then we'll go and speak as well to Simon Reed, doing fantastically in that race. Let's see who gets out of their truck first. You get in here in the action. You want a handout? Oh, what a shot. Oh, the viewers at home are really happy to see that view as you reversed out of the cab. Stuart, what have you done to your truck whilst you've had it in the workshop? What's going on?
Well, just did a few upgrades while we were doing the repairs, and it's obviously worked.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out where you hid the rockets.
No, I don't need rockets. It's all legit. No, it's going well. It's going really well. I'm pleased with it. You know, I do like Snetterton. It's very, how would you say, it sorts the men from the boys, and it is very technical, very fast, and you've got to be, on it every lap, every corner, because one mistake in one corner makes such a difference to the rest of the lap. It's good. It's going well.
I mean, I can tell the adrenaline's high. You obviously enjoyed that race. You started off quite well, but then you just grew that gap bigger and bigger and bigger as the race went on.
Oh, it was fantastic. I said to James on the radio, I says, when he says it, one lap, last lap, I'm like, no! It was just go, yeah, but we're out in front, and sort of, I would say, in control of the race, so I was quite happy with that.
Very much so. You look like you were on rails out there, dude, so well done to you. Thank you very much, and congratulations again. Well done. Simon Reed's still hiding in his cab. If you just pop out of the way a bit, I'll open the door for him. If you want to come round here, we might be able to get an in-cab interview. Simon, very good job.
Yeah, no, we had a good start there. Managed to just, get it boosted up on the start and let it go just at the right time, just to stay connected with Stuart. to not let Dave in, technically. And we managed to hold it out to the end. Obviously, John was creeping back up on me, but it swings and roundabouts the circuit because it's such a technical track. He's gaining on me one off, and I'm sort of pressing ahead on the other, and it swings and roundabouts. You know.
Yeah, it did look like you were kind of you were happy where your position was.
But on the last lap, once I got round this first half of the lap, I know I'm comfortable then.
Yeah.
I can get my toe down and just stay ahead comfortably without any stress. So, yeah, no,
So
happy
half
at that,
battle,
mate.
half happy. There we
That's
go.
it. We can't agree on
But a trophy's a trophy.
That's it, pal. It's plastic, and we love it.
Well done, you. Well done. Fantastic effort. Oh, did the door just hit you in the... I'm so sorry. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we won't scratch the paint with his camera. Right, let's go and have a quick chat to John Newell on the way down. John, again, brilliant position there. Well done. Another trophy for the weekend.
Yeah, not too bad. A bit happier now because qualifying were appalling, to be honest with you. I don't know how we ended up third in first race and fourth in second because we were that slow. But we're pulling it back together now and we're not too bad. We're getting there.
That's because you're happy with the performance now.
Yeah, happy with performance now.
That's because you've got to get these other guys out your way now.
Yeah, it's not a problem. We'll get there.
Just a gentle tickle. Just a gentle tickle.
Always.
Well done, John. Good luck. So let's head straight back down now. We've got time for one more. So let's see if we can't find Division 2 driver Brad Smith. You've got to come wide and then straight. Such a professional cameraman. It's amazing. I'm the one walking backwards though. Is this that side? Brad's that side. Brad's that side. We'll go back this way. Are you enjoying this tour of the Parc Fermé, ladies and gentlemen? It's fantastic. Coming through. He's disappeared again, hasn't he? Have you seen Brad Smith? He's gone. Well, we've got Steve Powell here, so let's have a chat with Steve Powell. Steve, how you doing, man? Obviously, since your rebuild, still trying to find that groove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really know what to say. No, we were struggling a bit, yeah. No, the rebuild went really well. The boys worked absolutely so well, you know what I mean? They absolutely knocked it out of the park. Sponsors helped and that, but yeah, we're just struggling at the minute for pace around here, so...
But of course, talk on everyone's tongue. I bet you didn't think you'd be having to battle at the back with Ryan Smith this weekend. What are your views on what's going on there?
It's quite enjoyable, actually. Yeah, he's unheard of, to be fair. So no, it's good, clean racing with him. Anyway, I held him off. He got up the inside to just let him go. So yeah, it's just been not a great weekend for us. Not a good start. So hopefully it gets better tomorrow. So
watch this space.
Watch this space, Pointer.
Watch this space, and that is the word down here and Parc Fermé. Watch this space with 3 races to come tomorrow here at Snetterton. We will see you all then. Have a fantastic evening. It's back to Dave now to see what we've got left for you in store.
Thanks, Pointy. He's off for a pint, I presume. And we've got left for you 2 more classic touring car races. Pre-66 is up first, sponsored by Pultec Classic Race Engines. In pole position should be Piers Grange with his Ford Mustang, but looking at the grid, it looks like he's not there. So it would have been little and large on the front row, but the big Mustang isn't there. An amazing effort by the reigning champion James Ibbotson to put his Hillman Imp on the front row overall. He starts there alone by the look of it. Second row, we have got number 21, which is Mike Davies at the wheel of his Mini, alongside Billy Keneally, number 52, in what I think is the ex-Robin Slater Ford Anglia. Certainly is an Anglia 105E. Row 3, number 47, Nigel Cox, the first of the Lotus Cortinas, alongside 63, Kevin Swan with his Anglia. On row 4, another pair of Lotus Cortinas, Rob Kirkhoven and Pat Keneally. The 5th row is Robin Slater with a Lotus Cortina. Now he's down as in Class C with that Lotus Cortina. Should be in Class F, surely. Alongside number 7, Kevin Bottomley. Then we've got the championship leader, Luke Wilson, with his Austin A40 on row 6, alongside 102, Ed Gibbs. He's in an Anglia. Row 7, number 6, Michael Foley with the Lotus Cortina, the ex-Morris Minor racer, alongside David Ellis with a Hillman Imp. And Brian Bedford and Steve Evans, Austin A40 Farina. We were told it was going to be Steve Evans in race 1, but it's down as Brian Bedford on the qualifying sheet. Paul Cooper will start alongside him in a Ford Cortina GT, not a Lotus Cortina. And the final row, Anthony Warren's Austin A40 and Keith Wright with his Cortina.
Trucks are done for today in terms of racing, but we have got still 3 more races to get through.
Yeah, we're told there are problems for Piers Grange, unfortunately, the lone Ford Mustang, so he's not there. We also haven't got Alan Greenall with his well-known Ford Falcon, so none of the big V8s out in this one. It's down to the smaller cars to entertain us then, and entertain us they certainly will. What an impressive field indeed. Shades of the likes of Jim Clark, Sir John Whitmore, John Fitzpatrick, the Hillman Imps of the likes of Bill McGovern. Could we see a Hillman Imp take an overall win? We've got an extra car at the back of the grid, ladies and gentlemen. That is James Everard. Seen him win in his BMW in the pre-93 touring cars earlier. He's out with his Alfa Romeo Sprint GT. Starts from the back of the grid. It's James Ibbotson at the front in the number 1 Hillman Imp, overall champion last year in his first full season of racing. It's only a young gun. Could we see an overall win? I can't remember the last time when a Hillman Imp won a race overall in any formula in the UK. Maybe somebody in our YouTube comments can tell us. This will be a 12-minute race, the oldest cars we have here this weekend. We've got a couple of Austin A40s. There's Keith Wright's, the blue Cortina. Seen him out in his Morris Minor this year as well. Number 21, the Mini shared between Mike and Tony Davies. It's Mike Davies driving in this race. I'm told the Davies family has owned that car since it was new. The Mini Cooper S. There's Billy Keneally in the ex-Robin Slater Anglia. Robin's out there in his Lotus Cortina. Now, he's listed in Class C, but I thought all Lotus Cortinas ran in Class F. So maybe it's not a Lotus Cortina. We'll wait and see what happens there. James Everard at the back. He's sharing the Alfa Romeo this weekend with Jonathan Corker. We normally see him in the pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. But his little Datsun 510 is unfortunately out of action. There's a yellow and red striped flag there. That means slippery surface. Maybe a little bit of oil's been dropped or a little bit of diesel from the trucks, just warning the drivers there. It'll be a standing start, 12-minute race. Now, normally on a track like this, we would see the big V8s, the likes of Piers Grange's Mustang, Peter Holford, the Canadian, with his Mustang, who had a win at Brands Hatch earlier this season. David Rahal and Alan Greenall would normally pull away at the front, but there's no V8s out there. So which has made the field much more open. I've got no idea who's going to win this. It's Kevin Swan, the white Anglia. We saw his son Jake out earlier on in the Mark II Escort. Jake has shared that Anglia with Kevin this season. A couple of Austin A40s. Steve Evans and Brian Bedford sharing one. Got Anthony Warnes in one. And Luke Wilson, who is the championship leader. Leads by 9 points. James Ibbotson, the leader of Class E, is second overall. Third overall in the points, it is Pat Keneally with the Lotus Cortina. He leads Class F. Class C led by Barry Syme, the Scotsman with his Mini. He's not here. No entries in Class B or A either. James Ibbotson all on his own on the front row then with the Hillman Imp. He's wanted an overall win for some time but has yet to take one. This could be his chance. The Mini of Mike Davies, the Anglia of Billy Keneally. Nigel Cox, the first of the Lotus Cortinas. This is going to be an interesting one for the Pultec Pre-66 Classic Touring cars. Here we go then, the revs rising. Reds are on. And here we go. Start from further back on the grid by one of the Imps there. A slow start for Kevin Bottomley's Mini. He was nearly collected, and it is James Ibbotson who heads into the sunlights with the number 1 Hillman Imp. A good start by Pat Keneally. It's Pat and Billy Keneally. Not sure how they're related, those two, but they're in second and third place, I believe. Pat is possibly the father of Billy, but I could be wrong. Feel free to correct me on that if I am. But it is James Ibbotson who has the lead in the Hillman Imp. We saw him come close to an overall win at Mallory Park in the wet a couple of years ago. Nigel Cox side by side with Mike Davies. A poor start by the Mini. He's been shuffled back. Kevin Swan in the Anglia, and the number 24 of Rob Kirkhoven, the ex-British karting champion, former low-cost sports car racer, is in there with his Lotus Cortina as well. But it's Ibbotson who leads. The Keneally second and third, then Cox and Swan as they start to move their way into the infield loop. There's Paul Cooper, a retired chartered surveyor from Yorkshire, with his Cortina GT. Somebody's bonnet flapping there, one of the Cortinas. That's the 47 of Nigel Cox. And look at this from the back of the field. James Everard in the Alfa Romeo. He's already well up into the top 10. He's got ahead of Rob Kirkhoven in the white and green Cortina there. But James Ibbotson, this beautiful number 1 Imp. It really is a quite stunning car, and driven expertly by its young owner as well. Look at James Everard. He's already won today in his BMW. He wants another win here from the back of the field. Ibbotson leads the way. They come through Williams towards the Bentley Straight. He's already well clear. Second place Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina. Billy Keneally in the Anglia in third. There's Everard already up into about 5th place ahead of Mike Davies in the Mini. Going for Kevin Swan next. 6th position to be precise is the Alfa. Well, James Ibbotson pulling away like he's got a Mustang engine in that Imp, isn't he? Second place is Pat Keneally. That's Billy Keneally. His car's former owner further down this lineup, Robin Slater. Oh, and up on the curb there, that was Kevin Swan. He said you could end up in trouble if you hit the curb there on the inside of Nelson's, and the Anglia nearly up onto 2 wheels. James Everard will take the place in his Alfa Romeo Sprint. He certainly has sprinted through the field, hasn't he? He's up into 5th now. Chasing now Nigel Cox in the Cortina for 4th place. James Ibbotson, though, in the clear in his Hillman Imp. Hillman Imp Super. It certainly is a super performance from him here so far. Look how small it is compared to even the Lotus Cortinas. It was Bill McGovern who won, I think it was a hat-trick of titles in the George Bevan tuned Sunbeam Imps in British touring cars. That car certainly built to look similar to them, as Billy Keneally under fire in the ex-Robin Slater Anglia from Nigel Cox in the Cortina. You don't want to go off there on the outside of the exit of Riches because you end up in that farmer's field in the background. Ibbotson leads into the head. Pat Keneally second. Here's the fight for third. Look at the Alfa Romeo up the inside there, challenging the Lotus Cortina of Nigel Cox. Billy Keneally's lost 2 places, so the Alfa Romeo is now 4th. Puff of smoke there from Pat Keneally as he heads through in 2nd place. It's Cox, Everard, Billy Keneally, Kevin Swan, another ex-Bangor racer in his Anglia, chased by Mike Davies in the Mini, and another Cortina. That's Rob Kirkhoven behind them. The next group is headed up by Michael Foley, as down the inside, under braking, sliding the Alfa Romeo is James Everard, and he's past Nigel Cox now. He almost put Cox onto the grass there. I don't think that was intentional. I think the car just got away with it, away from him under braking there. But he's up into 3rd now, James Everard, from the back. Now, I can't remember the last time an Alfa Romeo won a race in this championship. Billy Keneally fights back on the tail of Mike Davies in the Mini. Rod Kirkhoven in behind them. They're slipping and sliding around. Pat Keneally having made up 5 places around the first lap into 2nd. Ibbotson led by over 4 seconds in the Hillman Imp. The dominant force in Imps over the last few years has been Freddie Brown, but we haven't seen much of him this season in his Fraser Imp lookalike. Here comes Kevin Swan trying to make a move on Nigel Cox in the Cortina there into Brundle. James Everard now in the top 3, having started last on the grid. I believe it's Jonathan Corker who's going to take over this car for tomorrow's race. He's closing on Pat Keneally now for 2nd. The lead gap was 4.3 seconds. It's going to be more than that this time through. The Imp is clearing off into the sunset, quite literally. There he goes. Just got a glimpse of James Ibbotson. The reigning champion, can he get his first overall win as Pat Keneally goes wide, coming out of Murray's? And the Alfa Romeo in 2 laps. I know it's a long lap here at Snetterton, but the Alfa Romeo is going to be up to 2nd place in only 2 laps from the very back of the grid. Superb. Half a second in between the two of them. They're nearly 8 seconds down on James Ibbotson. Fastest lap of the race, 2:25.7. And it's Pat Keneally 3rd. Nigel Cox is still 4th. Then it's Swan, Davies, Billy Keneally and Rob Kirkhoven. They're well ahead of Michael Foley 9th. Kevin Bottomley's Mini is just behind him, the blue and orange Mini. Then we got the number 102, which is Ed Gibbs in his Ford Anglia. That's the grey Anglia. Luke Wilson's Austin A40, the points leader. He's leading Class D, so he's going very nicely in terms of championship points. Ibbotson, Everard and Keneally are all leading their classes E, C and F. Of course, no entries in Class A or B today because Piers Grange failed to start. He's the only Class A car here, no Class B cars here. Anglia's battling it out. Kevin Swan under fire from Billy Keneally, chasing now Nigel Cox in the Cortina. Mike Davies in the Mini playing Sir John Whitmore, or should that be John Love or John Rhodes? Didn't have to be called John to race a Mini in the 60s, but it helped as off goes Nigel Cox. He'll lose 3 places there. Bit of rallying in the Lotus Cortina. Was the Lotus Cortina well known as a rally car? Possibly in the early days of Roger Clark's career. Rallycross hadn't been invented when the Lotus Cortina was king. That came along at the end of the 60s. There goes the second place fight, the third place fight I should say, because James Everard's got clear in second in his Alpha. Now here comes Billy Keneally, trying for 4th position. Inside of Kevin Swan, Mike Davies tries to tuck in as well. The blue Anglia through, but the Mini doesn't manage to get ahead of Kevin Swan. Chasing now the Cortina of Pat Keneally. It's under 5 minutes to go. Got a bit of smoke there, yes it is. I thought that was, and yes, there's oil going down. Round goes Nigel Cox, Pat Keneally's dropping oil. I thought I saw a puff of smoke there, and Nigel Cox spins. Is that on Pat Keneally's oil, I would think. We'll wait and see if anybody else goes off through there. Rob Kirkhoven's got through. Is Pat Keneally, hasn't headed into the pits yet, I don't think. There's a black and white flag out, that's the driving standards flag. Doesn't say who that's for. Billy Keneally gets past Pat. Yeah, there's something amiss, definitely. Yes, he's definitely leaking oil there, the 201 Cortina. And here's a couple of our runners towards the back. Keith Wright in his blue Lotus Cortina. Really is a stunning looking car, that one. Just getting past Anthony Warnes there in the Austin A40. Now, has Warnes had a moment somewhere? Going rather slowly in that A40. The other A40 is Luke Wilson. He's running in 12th place and leading his class. Billy Keneally ahead of Pat now for 3rd place. Yes, Pat's sliding on his own oil there. You can see the smoke getting worse. Mike Davies and Kevin Swan keeping an eye on him. That's blue smoke, that's oil. He really needs to pull over here, Pat Keneally, but he is 3rd in the championship, albeit quite a way behind Luke Wilson and James Ibbotson. And was leading his class. He's not now. It will be, or is he? No, I think he is still leading the class for Lotus Cortinas, because we saw Nigel Cox spin, of course. It's under 3 minutes to go, and here's our leader. We haven't forgotten about James Ibbotson, and he's heading for what will be a rare but very welcome overall win for a Class E Hillman Imp. And it certainly has been a Class E drive, hasn't it? Nice to see the flag of Ukraine on the side of that car as well, showing support for Ukraine. What a drive by James Ibbotson. Eight seconds more than that now, clear of James Everard. Is that smoke from one of the Anglias as well? Yes, 102 of Ed Gibbs may have a problem there. Of course, I saw a puff of smoke. May have just been a lock-up as he came into Brundles. Beautiful looking car. Yes, there is smoke there. So a couple of cars hitting problems. Fastest lap of the race by James Everard. He's got the gap down to just under 7 seconds to James Ibbotson. There's the Alpha in the background. Just saw a flash of orange. That will be on the last lap now. He's got just under 7 seconds to make up. He's got 1 lap to do it. It's a tall order to catch the little imp. How much quicker did he lap? Well, he lapped 1.2 seconds quicker last time around. I don't think he's going to do it here, James Everard. Great run through from the back of the grid, though. It is going to be a win. For the number 1 of James Ibbotson. Well, it looked like it was going to be little and large at the front of this race, Ibbotson versus Piers Grange, but the Mustang sadly unable to start with the problem. It may have been rather one-sided if Grange had been on the grid, because he set the fastest time in qualifying by 2 seconds. But the Imp leading by much more than that. There's the Alpha chasing hard, but I think he's going to run out of time to catch him. Down the Bentley straight for the final time. We have lost Pat Keneally. He's pulled up somewhere. So leading the Lotus Cortinas now is Nigel Cox, despite that spin. James Ibbotson just needs to take it easy through the bomb hole, Coram and up to Murray's. Needs to be wary of any patches of oil that have been dropped. Through towards Coram, no problem. And well, not many would have predicted in the pre-66 touring car sponsored by Pultec Race Engines that a Hillman Imp was going to take an overall win here at Snetterton, but here comes the reigning champion, James Ibbotson, out of the final corner, up towards the checkered flag. It's a first ever, I believe, overall win for James Ibbotson in the Hillman Imp. What a drive. James Everard, what a drive as well, from the back of the grid, takes second in his Alfa Romeo. 5.75 seconds he got the gap down to, gets the fastest lap of the race as well. And third place looks like it's going to be Billy Keneally, with Pat having retired. It's going to be the Anglia in third. Here's a scrap further back, we'll pick that up in a moment. Billy Keneally takes third. Kevin Swan just beats Mike Davies home for fourth. James Everard wins Class C. Class F is going to be won by Nigel Cox, who will come home next, the first of the Lotus Cortinas, ahead of Rob Kirkhoven's version. And the next battle we saw there is between Michael Foley, number 6, Ed Gibbs and Kevin Bottomley in the second of the minis. They come up towards the line. And have we lost Rob Kirkhoven? I haven't seen him come through. Yes, Foley 7th, Gibbs 8th, Bottomley 9th, so we've lost Rob Kirkhoven on that final lap. Luke Wilson will be next home, all being well in the Austin A40 to win Class D and extend his championship lead. Yes, here he comes at the head of this group, the maroon Austin A40. He takes the checkered flag, and Brian Bedford in his A40 heads up the next group, just ahead of Paul Cooper's Cortina and the Imp of David Ellis, the yellow Hillman Imp. The last two home should be Keith Wrights and Anthony Warnes. Here they are. They had their own race at the back. Here they come up towards the line. They're almost side by side. I think the Cortina will prevail though over the A40. Yes, it does. We'll confirm the results in the class winners in a moment. Well done, James Ibbotson. A fabulous overall win here at Snetterton today. One race to go. The pre-93 and 03 touring cars will be coming out shortly. Ibbotson the winner by 5 3/4 seconds over James Everard, with Billy Keneally's Anglia third. Everard winning Class C. Then Kevin Swan and Mike Davies. Nigel Cox wins the Lotus Cortina class, ahead of Michael Foley because we lost Rob Kirkhoven there late on. Behind them, Ed Gibbs, Kevin Bottomley. Luke Wilson wins his class to extend his title lead. Then Brian Bedford, Paul Cooper and David Ellis. Then Keith Wright and Anthony Warnes completing the finishers. We lost Rob Kirkhoven on the final lap. And Pat Keneally also a retirement with an oil leak. Well, hopefully we'll head down to Ewan shortly to speak to some of our drivers. I know James Ibbotson always happy to explain how he wins his races. Looking to hang on to his championship as well, trying to close the gap on Luke Wilson. One race to go, the pre-93 and pre-03 touring cars. To round off day one here at Snetterton, that's coming up soon.
I think, first of all, and kind of work my way through, and I might be able to speak to James Everard, who's standing by his car. James, can I have a quick word? Fine, we'll be back and forth conversation. No, I mean, probably. Well, a technical inquiry, so I promise I won't make my questions technical at all. All I can say is it's really quick. I mean, that was impressive. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, we just rebuilt the engine, our friend just rebuilt the engine. It's faster than it's ever been, but yeah, she's a lovely little guy. She's family heirloom, but yeah, it doesn't before me originally, so I'm like a bit of a brilliant sound to you. You didn't ever get that, was it? And no, you know, it's PCM3, I think they're more fun driving than I did. Yeah, it's a wonderful look. That was quite that, wasn't it? Yeah, I wasn't too aggressive with the boys, but yeah, it was good. For the car, absolutely brilliant. Well done, James. Thank you very much indeed. Coming from the back of the grid, James Everard. I wonder if I can have a chat to James Ibbotson, who is looking at his car. Have you done your TGT? Have you done your oh, you've gone out of that. Thank you very much indeed. Many congratulations. So we won. James got into second place. Hang on, so he's got a gap. He's got a gap of about 8 seconds. And lo and behold, you increased the gap after James got into second.
Well, apologies for the lack of interviews so far. Just a slight technical hitch for Toll down in Parc Fermé. We'll be with Ewan down in Parc Fermé very shortly. Coming up a little later on, we will have our final race of the day, the Laser Tools Pre-93 and Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars. Thanks again to all your comments that have come in. Hi to Matt, who says, not every day you see an alpha fly. Some late braking and skilled cornering. Certainly was there from James Everard. We believe it's Jonathan Corker taking over that car tomorrow. And we see the flag flying at half-mast as well in the paddock in honour of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Paid tribute earlier on. Thanks again to all our viewers who will have joined in with the 2-minute silence. That will take place in the lunch break tomorrow as well. Apologies for the delay there, just wanted to technical problems. We can now go down to Ewan in Park Fermé, who's down there with our pre-66 races.
Thank you, Dave. Finally, thank you very much for joining us. Pre-66 has never failed to disappoint. And James, what a race. Not just a win, but the first ever win for a Class C overall. How does that feel?
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, I can't believe it. It was, I come over the line, I was just completely emotional, you know, and yeah, no, Little Car's done really well.
And who was the group with you? Everybody looked quite emotional in that small group there.
I had Chloe with me, my girlfriend, and we had Sonia who helps run the CTCRC. Obviously, you know, a fantastic club. So yeah, it's great.
I overheard you saying that this car, you've had it since you were 15. You found it in a barn, and you used to drive it to college and back. Tell us a bit more of the story than that.
Yeah, so I was looking for an imp for, you know, to have as like my first road car, and yeah, I was about 15, and we got a tip off of a few that were sat in a barn, and I was supposed to go and look at a completely bog standard one.
Yeah.
But as soon as we walked into the barn, me and my dad, we saw this one in the corner, and it had all its old race numbers on and a roll cage, and it had like taped out headlights, and I said, no, sorry, I've got to have that one. So yeah, fast forward a couple of years, we had it on the road as a you know, as a 17-year-old. The first job was at McDonald's, and used to drive it down to there every day and to Silverstone and back every day for college. Crashed it a couple of times.
Yeah, standard.
And then it sort of spent most of its life drifting around Milton Keynes, and now it's a race car again. So
Now, I mean, like college, school, first car. I'm thinking Clio, Golf, Saxo. You chosen why an imp?
my dad. Okay. Yeah, he's had them for probably 40 years now, and yeah, I wouldn't have anything else. So, particularly not a Mini. So.
And what now? Because I mean, an overall win. It don't make many mistakes. It is historic here having this win. There's also non-starters, of course, but that happens in any single race whatsoever. How special is that trophy?
Oh, it means everything. You know, I can remember when I was sort of this tall, coming and watching, particularly the guy that builds the engine for this, Andy Jones of Shrigley Engineering. I can remember coming and watching him and thinking, yeah, I want to do this one day. And yeah, luckily, you know, sort of managed to come and do it. But yeah, it just means everything.
And you get to have another go tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think that Alpha was catching me in that race, so whether we can keep that behind again, I'm not sure, but we'll see.
James had a fantastic race, but go and enjoy your bubbles over there. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Well
Cheers.
Right, Pre-66 is always fun, entertaining, as are all of the classic touring cars. Loads more to come tomorrow. We've got one more race to come today still, so don't go anywhere quite yet. But for the time being, back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Yeah, it's good to hear from James Ibbotson there. Fantastic story. Good to see a young racer who's so into his classic racing cars and classic touring cars in particular. Fabulous drive there in his Hillman Imp. In a few minutes' time, we'll have our final race of the day, which will be the Pre-93 and Pre-03 touring cars. They're grid based on the results of the first race of the day. I can tell you there was one amendment to that result. Car number 188, Alan Hersey, was given a half-second time penalty, docked one place in the results, effectively for gaining an unfair advantage. So docked one place there, Alan Hersey. He'll line up on row 7 of the grid. Hopefully we'll see the full complement of 19 cars out there. Pete Winstone was missing earlier on. He failed to start race 1. Of course, we saw John Hillier and Ross Craig crash out at the start of race 1 at the hairpin, bringing out the safety car. So hopefully they'll have been able to repair. and will be on the grid in a few minutes' time. Getting ready for our final race of the day from here at Snetterton then, and we're going to be on board with the man who won race number 1 for the Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars, James Everard, in the assembly area, ready to go. The results of the previous race determines the grid for this one, so he's going to be in pole position. Can he make it a double? He's gone from last to second in the previous race. He only got a short breather when he got out of his Alfa Romeo and into his BMW. So it's number 4, James Everard, who will start from pole for our last race of the day as the sun begins to set here over the east of England. We do it all again tomorrow, of course, 9:45 a.m. We kick off with our first race of the day, which is the classic Thunder Saloons with the Jaguars and the Blue Ovals. The grid for our final race today then, James Everard on pole alongside number 90 Ian Bauer. Second row, 2 more BMWs, Rob Crizzell and Andy Cripps. Third row, Mark Fowler BMW and Scott Smith in the Honda, our Pre-03 winner from race 1. Cavan Granger and James Alford, BMW and Honda again on row 4. Then on the 5th row, we've got Will Hunt in his Fiesta, charged through from the back of the grid in race 1 alongside Anton Martin's BMW. Row 6, Matt Howarth in the Astra, Simon Mann with his BMW. Row 7, Alan Hersey, got that one-place penalty in race 1, starts alongside Steve Walden's BMW E30. Vic Hope in the Honda alongside the similar machine of Neil Ashcroft. Then hopefully we'll have Ross Craig and John Hillier back out after their collision on the first lap of race 1. And hopefully we'll also have Pete Winstone in his BMW. He missed the first race. This will be another 12-minute race to round off the day here. It's been an excellent day's racing at Snetterton, to say the least. They'll be released onto the circuit very shortly. We will be able to ride with the E30 M3, the ex-Jack Stanford car. Now in the hands of the very capable James Everard. We're also joined by another series tomorrow, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship with Steve McDermott looking to get back to winning ways. Failed to make it 10 wins out of 10 in the last round at Donington, broke a drive shaft in the second race. And it was Jack Woodcock who took his maiden victory. We didn't see him take the win on track, incidentally. If you were following the action at Donington, there was contact on the last lap. Will Sharp was penalised, and therefore Jack Woodcock inherited his maiden wins. We'll see them in action tomorrow. The classic MGs in there as well, the MGBs, also the MGFs, the Maestros as well. And something very different we should hopefully see on track. Something you won't have seen on a racetrack before, unless you remember the older days of the MG Owners Club Championship. I won't spoil the surprise, I'll have to join in tomorrow. Have 2 races tomorrow from the Mini Challenge Trophy class, 3 truck races, our headline act this weekend. And the second races for all our other Pre-66, Pre-83 and all our other classic touring car racing club events. And we'll also have our 2 races from the pickup trucks. They were the star turn of the weekend at Donington last time out. Will they be so again here at Snetterton? Just waiting for the cars to be released then from the assembly area, and then we'll be underway with our last race of the day.
As ever, organised by BARC. So that's all to come tomorrow. We still have one race to come here today. Do not use us. Stay with us. We've got some cracking action to look forward to. The second time today, this is the last race of the weekend, in fact, for the ladies' 393 and 30-43-0-395 championship. Because they are not with us tomorrow, and the rest of the classic touring car racing club will be respective championships. But this is the second and final race for them. So we'll take you through how the grid lines up there for that second race. We take 30 programmes, where you can find the end of this once again, and also the placement grid. And this grid is based on the finishing result of race number 1. So we'll see number 4, James Everard, on pole position, alongside number 90, is going to be Ian Bauer, for a 90 make up row 1. The second row is going to be number 45, which is Robert Kreisel, and 33, and Chris, 45 and 33. The third row is going to be number 5, which is Mark Fowler. Definitely one to watch for, I have to say. Mark, who came from the mid place in race number 1 up to 5th place, and that was with a Dawson race. And safety car as well, wasn't it? Well, yeah, it was a safety car actually in the other race, 15 minutes, but a safety car was out there. So what would have been for Mark that? He has number 167 alongside, which is Scott Smith. 5 and 167. The fourth row is going to be number 137, which is Cameron Granger, and 116 James Fulford. 137 and 116. The fifth row, number 170 is William Hunt. Again, from the back of the grid from the early race, making progress inside the top 10. He'll be joined by number 330, which is Anton Martin, the 170 and 330. The sixth row, number 96 is Matthew Howard, and 153 Simon Mann, 96 and 153. The seventh row, number 188 is Shannon Hershey, and 36 is Steve Wardham, 188 and 36. The eighth row, number 151 is Nick Pope, and 119 is Neil Ascott, 151 and 119. The ninth row, whether we see these cars, we'll have to wait and see. I want to stop it in the earlier race today. Quite brutal actually, 169 Rock Race and this weekend as the leader of the Class 6 Park Championship, and a handful of points, 3 stacks behind Cameron Granger, but we haven't taken a good solid pass win earlier on. That now extends the line between him and Ross Craig, but Clayton's car has been shared from 17 on the grid that time ago. 119 Garcia was also involved in the up there towards the Wilson head. He goes to the outside, 169 and 119, and from the back country, we have the 19th place car on number 128, which is a week ago. So that's how it all sets line up there for the second race, and it goes to 393 and 303. Car gets worked away on the grid. We are still waiting for a couple of legends to be recovered from the Wilson head. One of those you will know that's the green machine, coloured Mark Keating car, and also by the looks of it, I think that's where he found himself as well. So there was some contact in the middle of Wilson, a couple of them, of course, went off the circuit, the other one of Ollie that found himself in the middle of the circuit. The great thing with legends are, they are so small you can get to on the back of a flatbed. So it's good there, utilising the vehicles we have, and we can do legends on the back of that flatbed, and play with the fuel as well, and you can do like manpower either, so that's almost done. We've got another one which is being towed as well, that's Sean Smith's car on its way through the engine gate, which we have given towards the cruising gate, so that's now been done, and the last thing to cover. There was, and then once that's done, we should have the core car pumped up, and then we can get the car on the grid for the final race of today. We were almost to be back on time, weren't we? But we now just going to be slightly behind, but albeit we're going to be hopefully done by around about 6 o'clock. Which is all good, and then all enjoy our evening, the way we feel like, and for a second day of action, you are back with us, right? Come and join us, and enjoy watching the Paddington weekend, and thank you cars to all over this weekend, because we've got further 15 races to get through tomorrow. It's going to be the old Sunday, if you like that. Lots to do, as I said, off the circuit as well. Make sure you enjoy everything that goes on in terms of train stands, all the other activities that come with the British Cup Racing Championship meetings, which there are going to be 2 of to come this year, remaining with Pembroke over there in Wales, and of course the big spectacular, as always, the Brand Hatch on the 5th and 6th of November, and there's always lots of the Brand Hatch, fun there, fireworks, lots of good there. It's very much a family weekend, the youngsters absolutely loving fireworks they look forward to, but big trucks they look forward to, and of course it's the first race circuit is, just to let you know, it's another MSP circuit, so we can give you details of how to book your tickets. All you have to do really is go to brandhatch.co.uk, that is the website. As we said, the full programme of racing, there is show prices you have as well as always. Very well supported in terms of show prices.
Okay then, after a short pause from track clearance, the car's now heading up to the grid. We're on board with our pole man. Now that sun, I think he's going to cause some visibility issues down the centre straight there. Saw James Everard shielding his eyes there at the wheel of the E30 M3 on pole. Ian Bauer is alongside him. Reminder of the grid, it's Everard and Bauer on the front row, second row Rob Crisell and Andy Cripps, third row Mark Fowler in the yellow BMW and Scott Smith, our earlier Pre-03 winner, fourth row Cavan Granger and James Alford, yes he's there with the earlier shape Honda Civic. Will Hunt in the Fiesta is 9th, Anton Martin in the white BMW 10th. On row 6 we should have Matthew Howarth in the blue Vauxhall Astra, yes he's there, Simon Mann in the purple BMW, Alan Hersey's BMW Compact, Steve Walden in the orange E30. Then behind them, Vic Hope in the grey Honda. Neil Ashcroft is there. I can't see Ross Craig or John Hillier, so maybe they were unable to repair the damage after their collision earlier on. Pete Winston, I assume, had problems in qualifying because he's not there either. This will be a 12-minute race. Well, at the moment the timing screen is showing 15, so it might run to the full distance. We'll wait and see. See what happens when the race gets underway. Here we go on the green flag lap then, riding with James Everard. A win and a second place so far today, been a busy man. Not much time to recover after his exploits in the Alfa Romeo in the Pre-66 race. Towards the Wilson's hairpin. Take a lap of Snetterton from the driver's perspective here. It's along this short straight. This is the left Palmer's. Opens out as you go round it. Quite a long left-hander. And the circuit flicks slightly to the right. Quite easy to run wide onto the grass there. Then up to the looping left-hander at Agostini, named after one of the greatest motorcycle racers of all time. See some daring lunges down the inside there, a full 180 and then into the glare of the sun, up the straight towards Hamilton's, named after Sir Lewis Hamilton of course. It's a fairly sharp flick of a left-hander, mind the tyre stack on the inside. And then the right at Oggies. Again, quite a long right-hander, easy to run wide onto that bit of dirt on the outside. Then the next right-hander at Williams, where the 200 circuit would cut through from the hairpin, cutting out that infield loop, the slightly shorter layout, takes them into the long Bentley straights. James Everard, our chauffeur for this lap, just weaving to keep his tyres warm and the brakes warm as well. It's a former airfield circuit here at Snetterton. Staged circuit racing, rallying, stock cars, even drag racing over the years. Rallycross as well. It's under the bridge into the left at Brundle, and immediately flick back to the right into Nelson's, stay off the curbs around there, and it's down to the bomb hole. Here you can see there how the circuit drops away and then he instantly rises back up again, a little depression in the circuit. The long right-hander at Coram, back into the sun. It's onto the brakes for the left flick of Murray. It's not quite as tight as it used to be, that corner. It used to be a tight chicane. Final sprint up towards the centre straights and the start-finish line. That sun is really going to cause some problems here, especially going into Riches. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a few cars run wide. Well, thank you, James Everard. That was a lap of the Snetterton 300 circuits. Now let's see if he can win this race on it. Ian Bower alongside him in the E36 entry. Two more E36s, Rob Crizzell and Andy Cripps, the pre-93 championship leader, on the second row. Scott Smith ready to lead away in the pre-03 class, number 127, from 6th on the grid alongside Mark Fowler's yellow BMW. Slightly depleted grid. And the drivers who are out there will do their utmost to put on a show to close out the day here at Snetterton. Will be a full 15-minute race. That's great to see. They've caught up the timetable. Waiting for the red lights to come on. They do so now. When they go out, we'll be underway. Here we go. And a great start by Ian Bower from the outside of the front row again. The E30 slightly slower off the line as we saw in race one. What a fine sight they make as they charge down to Riches. And now the power comes on from James Everard. It's 3 wide for third. Look at Mark Fowler up the inside and Scott Smith round the outside. Well, Andy Cripps, the championship leader, was rather caught napping there. We're on board with James Everard as we head up towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Has he got the lead away from Ian Bower? It looks like he has. Yes, he has. Bower in second, side by side for third between Mark Fowler and Rob Crizzell. As they head up towards the left-hander at Palmer. It looks like Fowler will have the inside in the yellow car. He's got third place. Then it's Crizzell. Scott Smith leading the pre-03s is next. Second pre-03 is Cavan Granger. He's in behind Andy Cripps, who lost out off the line. James Alford's in that group as well, and then Will Hunt in the Fiesta. But look at the way that James Everard is pulling away into the sunset. Big lock up there from James Alford. He nearly hit the back of Scott Smith. Just avoided the back of the Civic Type R ahead of him. Sideways there from Anton Martin as well in the white BMW, but it's another white BMW leading the way with the red, blue and purple Works BMW stripes. Side by side for third. Here comes the Schnitzer liveried car of Rob Crizzell round the outside at Oggies, up towards Williams. A superb four-wheel drift there from James Everard as he leads Ian Bower. Crizzell's gone round the outside of Mark Fowler into third place. Then Andy Cripps fighting back using the power of his M3 in the fifth. Down the Bentley straight we ride with our race leader. Down the gears, on the brakes into the left at Brundle's. Past the marshal's post on the inside, then flick it back the other way. Just clip the curb slightly on the inside. Is that a bit of smoke I see from Mark Fowler's car possibly? Well, Ian Bower has a bit of smoke from his car as well. I think Bower might have a problem there, or did he just run wide? This is the battle for second place between three BMWs, four BMWs it will be shortly, because Andy Cripps is closing up as well. So I think Ian Bower just got a bit locked up and ran wide there. That's delayed the rest of the field and allowed James Everard to escape in front. BMW is holding the top 5 places. The first Honda in pre-03 is Scott Smith ahead of James Alford. Then another BMW, that's a pre-03 class BMW of Cavan Granger. Over the line they go, and the lead for James Everard is already up to 7 seconds at the end of the first lap. He has flown out in front. Here comes Mark Fowler up the inside on the brakes for Rich's corner. I think he's got second place away. Yes, he has. Maybe Ian Bower struggling with the sun there slightly. Mark Fowler up into second place. Here comes Crizzell as well. So maybe Ian Bower has got an issue with the number 90 car. He seems to be losing some ground. It's Emanuele Naspetti against Joe Winkelhock for third place. Up into the left-hander. Mark Fowler holding that second place. BMW sounding beautiful out there. Andy Cripps in fifth in the green car. What can Crizzell do here? Trying to go, he'll never get around the outside into Agostini, surely. Side by side, he's trying. If the BMW of Ian Bower hasn't got the top end speed it needs, then Crizzell could get round there, and he's done it. Yep, I think Ian Bower's got a problem. Rob Crizzell gets some applause from the trackside crowd there as Bower fights back. The inside into Oggies, he's got the inside for the right-hander. But no, Crizzell again later on the brakes. Andy Cripps will try and close up as well. You see his brother Steve racing his Escort RS 2000 in the Group 1 touring cars as well, but not out this weekend. James Everard's cleared off up the road. Just caught a glimpse of him there going into Brundles. Mark Fowler going well up there in second. Crizel third, then Bauer, Cripps, and then the pre-03 lead between Smith and Alford. James Alford may be lining up to have a look at Scott Smith for the lead there. Denied by a late technical problem on the last lap of race 1. Crizel in the checkered livery, the Schnitzer colours. Great to look at, isn't it? Ian Bauer fighting back. Shades of the 1990s British Touring Car Championship, the BMWs battling it out. Here comes Bauer up the inside at Murray's. Retakes third place from Rob Crizel. There's Cavan Granger a little further back. He's third of the pre-03s. Rounding up the top 10, Will Hunt and Anton Martin. The leaders complete the second lap. 16 cars on track. 12.7 seconds now the lead gap. James Everard pulled out another 5 seconds on that last lap, at 2 minutes 8 compared to 2 minutes 13 for second place Mark Fowler. Well, it's a one-man show up front for the E30 M3. James Everard finally getting the car running to its full potential here at Snetterton this weekend, leaving the E36s to squabble over second. Squabble they are. Here comes Rob Crizel to the inside as they go towards Agostini. He's got the inside line, takes third place. Now going for Mark Fowler, who's run wide on the exits. This is Crizel's opportunity to go through into second place, and Ian Bauer says I'll have some of this as well. Crizel's already gone through. Yep, a mistake there by Mark Fowler. Oh, and Ian Bauer goes rally crossing. A little bit too eager there from the number 90, and he'll drop back into fourth place. Maybe even fifth place. Yeah, he's sideways there again through Oggies, and Andy Cripps goes through. Ian Bauer, is that just dust or is that smoke from the number 90? I think he's damaged the underside of the number 90 car with that off. I think that's smoke. We'll wait and see. It's Crizel now second, Fowler third, Cripps up into fourth place. Yes, there's smoke coming from the 90 car. He's sliding about there. I think he's damaged the underside. There's oil coming out. That's the end of Ian Bauer's race, I think. Well, that damages title hopes. It is Andy Cripps who is currently leading the points now. This is the battle for the lead in the pre-03 touring cars. Scott Smith versus James Alford in their Hondas. Snetterton infield has certainly been unforgiving today. We saw Don Hughes have his sump holed by an excursion which sent him off, and oil everywhere, and now the same's happened to Ian Bauer. There is Bauer, he's pulling over. He's trying to get back to the pit lane, but via the grass. That's actually a good move by Ian Bauer because he's not dropping fluid onto the tarmac. 14 seconds now the lead gap for James Everard over Rob Crizel. It's Fowler, Cripps, then the Smith and Alford battling. Granger, Hunt, Anton Martin will be extra, and then Matt Howarth will be into the top 10 in the Astra. James Alford trying to take the lead in pre-03 away from Scott Smith. They're in different classes, so it won't matter too much in terms of the championship if Alford does get ahead. Scott Smith, I think, only racing as a one-off today with the championship. He wants another win. Here comes Alford, he's having a look. There's something hanging off underneath. I think his exhaust's come loose off one of the hangers there. Doesn't manage to get the inside line away from Scott Smith. Here's the man from Brandon who continuously... Oh, Mark Fowler's lost it. Mark Fowler was third behind Rob Crizel, but he spun coming through Hamilton's. That's an unusual place to have a spin. We've seen cars run wide there, but I've not seen one spin. Well, here's our leader. We haven't forgotten about him. Just under 7 minutes to go for James Everard. It's stunning M3. Try and see again there what happened to Mark Fowler. Was there contact with Andy Cripps? No, he just got a wheel onto the grass and that sent him round. Great cloud of dust. We'll see where he has slotted back into the order. I would imagine he'll be behind the pre-03s. So that's... Well, he hasn't slotted back in, he's stopped. He doesn't want to stay there because if Mark can't get that car going again, that will bring out the safety car. So Mark Fowler is stuck between Hamilton's and Oggie's, trying to get the BMW going again. Meanwhile, there's the Astra of Matt Howarth. It's looking a bit second-hand after that's getting caught up in that first lap shunt in race 1. The headlamp's taped over. There's something hanging off underneath the front there. I think that's a cooling pipe. But the Mark III Astra GSI battles on. We said earlier, made more famous in rallying by the likes of David Llewellyn. I remember rightly, won the British Championship in one of those. Scott Smith still holding off James Alford. They're now 4th and 5th overall behind Crizel and Cripps. Green flag waving there, that's the yellow flag out for Mark Fowler. Now, has he been able to get going again? We will see as the cars come up towards Hamilton's this time. There's Crizel in second, 16 seconds down on James Everard still. Andy Cripps further back in third by about 5.5 seconds. Just over 5 minutes of the race to go. Here's our fight for 4th and the lead in pre-03 touring cars, sponsored by Bertie Haulage. Slight exhaust flapping about underneath James Alford's car. Now, is Mark Fowler still on the track there? No, I don't think he is. Otherwise the safety car would have been called. There he is, he's got going again just in front of our leader. What are you doing here, says James Everard. Weren't you battling just behind me? He moves over, lets him through, and I think Mark Fowler's pulling over. Another BMW bites the dust. Yep, that's end of game for Mark, the former Ford Capri racer. And up the inside at Williams, James Alford goes through. He takes the lead of the pre-03 category. Scott Smith fights back. The two Civics side by side down the Bentley straights. We have got just over 4 minutes to go. Smith will have the inside though for Brundles. An absorbing battle developing here. Smith retakes it. This is for 4th overall. 6th overall is Cavan Granger, 3rd in pre-03 with his BMW, the championship leader. And Alford fights back. Is that Mark Fowler got going again ahead of them there? Yes, it is. James Everard is away and up the road in front. Mark Fowler's got to get out of the way of the two Hondas here. Is he heading for the pit lane? I think he is. So here come the Hondas. That's the main battle on track at the moment. 4th overall, the lead in pre-03. The lead gap, in fact, has come down. Rob Crizel is now within 12.5 seconds of James Everard. His last lap was a 2:17. Crizel's was a 2:30. This might not be over yet. Into the hairpin come the Hondas. Smith still ahead of Alford, who tries to get alongside. The run up towards Palmer's, he doesn't do so. Mark Fowler is into the pit lane, he's out of it. Oh, the leader's pulling off! I thought Rob Crizel had taken a few seconds out of him. The A30's let James Everard down. Oh, what a disappointment. And out goes James Everard just when we said he got the E30 running properly. He is heading into the paddock, so Rob Crizel, number 45, is now your leader. Well, we said this race, races aren't over until that checkered flag drops, so this is now for 3rd overall between the two Hondas. It's Rob Crizel leading by just under 6 seconds. There he is over Andy Cripps. It's all playing into Andy Cripps' hands here. He's going to extend his championship lead if he can maybe catch Rob Crizel. Let's compare their lap times. About half a second slower on the last lap was Andy Cripps. Coming up to lap Neil Ashcroft's Honda Civic, who eventually lets him through. Less than 2 minutes to go, so it'll be last lap this time for Rob Crizel. I wonder if, with James Everard being so far ahead, he doesn't realise he's leading. There's Cripps in second. The two Hondas are fighting for 3rd. Who's it going to be after that? Cavan Granger 5th overall. Will Hunt in the Fiesta 6th. 7th will be Anton Martin. 8th, Matthew Howarth. Simon Mann in the Cadbury's car is 9th. And Alan Hersey rounding out the top 10. Still Scott Smith repelling the challenge of James Alford. The last lap board is out. Just under 90 seconds to go as the leaders cross the line. 4.6 seconds in it. Cripps' last lap was a 2:14.9. Crizel was a 2:16.2. This isn't over yet. Andy Cripps could yet catch Rob Crizel here if he pushes hard. What a bizarre race. Can Andy Cripps score what I think would be his first overall win of the season? Yeah, you can see Rob Crizel ahead of him. It'll be a first win for Rob Crizel overall. It's his first season of racing, as we heard earlier, in the car built by Clint Lecharmers, who raced it in the Classic Thunder race earlier on, for the Coggeshall Auto Repairs team. Rob Crizel from Colchester in Essex. Wheel of tyres in the background. I hope that's not somebody having a spin. Still the battle unresolved in pre-03 as well. We've got to keep an eye on the two Hondas. Crizel from Essex, Andy Cripps from Southampton trying to close in on him. Clock about to count down to 0. It'll be checkered flag this time. I don't think I don't think Andy Cripps is going to do it. I think he's going to run out of time. Rob Crizel may not realise it yet. He may not realise James Everard's gone out, unless his pit crew have signalled to him. He's heading for his first ever overall race win. Still the Honda's line astern, still Scott Smith. Here comes Crizel in the Schnitzer liveried BMW, prepared by Clint Lecharmers. Well, they say you never forget your first win. That's what Rob Crizel is about to take after James Everard pulled into the paddock with a problem. Here comes the BMW, number 45, Rob Crizel, to win the Laser Tools pre-93 touring cars here at Snetterton. Congratulations, a first ever win for Rob Crizel. Andy Cripps will come over in second place. The gap 6.2 seconds. And here come the Hondas. They're going to finish side by side for the win in pre-03, sponsored by Bertie Haulage. I think Scott Smith just got it, yes, by... Well, we'll have to wait for a second there, because for the transponder readout to come through, 0.154 of a second. Smith takes it from Alford. My goodness, what a race. Rob Crizel, your winner. Cavan Granger 5th, Will Hunt 6th in the Fiesta, and Anton Martin just ahead of Matt Howard's Astra. They were half a second apart at the flag. Next through it should be Simon Mann in the purple BMW, and then Vic Hope in his Honda. A quiet day for Vic in his Honda Civic. The other runners, Alan Hersey, Steve Walden and Neil Ashcroft's finished a lap down. Well, provisional results in just a moment. The race will run for the full 15 minutes to round off our day here at Snetterton. Rob Crizel, his first ever outright win over Andy Cripps by 6.2 seconds. Well done to Rob. The pre-03 win goes to Scott Smith on the overall podium in third by 0.154 of a second over James Alford. They were nose to tail all race long. Cavan Granger wins his class, extends his championship lead in the pre-03s, 5th overall. Then Will Hunt and Anton Martin. Matt Howarth wins his class as well, ahead of Vic Hope, Simon Mann, Alan Hersey, a class win for Steve Walden, and Neil Ashcroft a lap down the final finisher. We lost James Everard, Mark Fowler and Ian Bauer, 3 of the front runners not making it home. In fact, I believe they were the top, no, not the top 3 on the grid, sorry. Mark Fowler started 5th. Apologies there, the 2 front row men not making it home though. And it is Rob Crizel who takes the win, his first ever outright victory in the BMW, and we'll be down to hear from him shortly. I must mention as well a quick hello to Gary Preble, the reigning Pre-03 champion, who says he's been watching our stream. Gutted my engine was not ready, would have loved to be in the mix today. Thanks for watching, Gary. I'm sure you'll be back out soon. Well, before we sign off, we will head down to Parc Fermé hopefully in a moment with Ewan to hear from our winning driver. Okay, I think Ewan is ready for us down there, so hopefully we can hear from Rob Crizzell.
Cheers, Dave. Well, what a then? A great way to end it too. A couple of non-finishers, which means a first ever win after his first ever podium early on today. He's got his back to us, but I'm going to go and grab him anyway. He's getting some absolutely correctly congratulations. I'm going to pull you away if that's all right. First ever win. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
I mean, you had a great start today with your podium earlier. How does that feel, though?
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah.
Did you know you were in the lead?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
He was about 12 seconds ahead. He was about 16 seconds ahead.
He was, and I saw
He brought it back to 12.
Yeah.
We weren't sure if you saw him go off the track or not.
Is that James Everard?
Yeah.
No, I saw him in the distance, and I thought he's slowing down. I couldn't work out why, and I thought, well, better speed up a bit more.
And where are you going to hang this later?
I'll have to ask my girlfriend, won't I?
Mate, fantastic day. Well done.
Right, thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Right, let's go and speak to who else have we got? Andy Cripps was the number 33 in second place. Where's Andy gone? I'll speak to you in a second, Kevin. Don't go too far. Let's speak to you now. Actually, two podiums today. Good day for you, yeah.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. The car's held together, which is the main thing. You know,
I mean, they were two very different races, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean the first race, a little bit fortunate. I got a bad start, but unfortunately, they had an accident up in the first hairpin. I was able to go around, keep out of trouble, regain my place, and I just kept it steady. You know, it would have been nice to get first, second I'm happy with, and third I'm happy with.
Two elements playing a part in that race today. The second one, the sun as you came down the start-finish straight, it looked terrible to us. What was it like in the car?
Terrible, because being short, I'm right down in the saddle, so I can't see out my sun visor. But you can't see your braking point, and you see your braking point at the last minute, and sometimes you overshoot and really turn in, and But it's a bit of a blind in the sun. Yeah. Maybe I'll wear my sunglasses next time, eh?
And elsewhere, whenever you picked up a little bit of dust, that seemed to throw right across the track as well.
Yeah, you got the wind. I mean, not as bad as the trucks, obviously, but you catch the dirt a little bit. It's dry and dusty out there. You don't have to go on the dirt much to kick a bit of a sandstorm up, and the breeze just takes it across the track, so it looks worse than what it really is. But we're just using the track limits really.
Absolutely,
that's all.
And that's you done for the day. Racing tomorrow in any classes?
Not tomorrow in any classes. Our next race will be at Donington.
Fantastic.
Obviously,
we look forward to watching there, Kevin. Well done.
Can I just say hello to my grandkids?
Absolutely.
Poppy, Maisie, and Connor. Hello.
Fantastic.
Is that right? I promise I'll do it.
Well done.
Thanks very much. Thanks a lot.
buddy.
Cheers. Thank you.
Let's speak to Scott. Double winner, double bubble, double chicken dinner.
That's it, yeah. It's hard work, that one.
Yeah.
Real hard work.
Just said it was a slightly different race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. We had a really good start this time. I would have got past the M3 in front if I used the grass or traded some paint. But yeah, it was hard work. The EG was applying pressure the whole time. He's probably wound up with me because I was getting in his way, but I just wanted to get in front. We've always wanted to beat an EG, so to beat an EG is good work.
Nice. I mean, the car looks absolutely beautiful, and considering you've done two races today, immaculately good condition too.
Yeah, well, we've got a good team. Considering I have to do all the work cleaning it, but I want to say thanks to Lewis over there. He's my
fantastic.
He's my
Lewis
mechanic.
in the background, everybody.
Yeah.
What does Lewis do?
He does everything, to be fair. He does everything, yeah. But mum and dad and at home watching, and the team's back at the tent, so yeah, it's been a good weekend. Mega weekend, Jim.
Well done, congratulations.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Buddy. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Right, who else can we speak to? Let's go and have a look up here. I'm going to jump in. Is that all right, mate? Look, congratulations.
Thank you.
How was that race for you?
Very difficult.
Yeah, it was different, wasn't it? Everybody saying to everybody, is that the two races today, the same classes, but very different kind of races, like almost like a war of attrition at the end.
That's right. So I mean, the low sun, the dust everywhere, basically out there today. It was pretty tough. A lot of oil and grease out there, so both of us were locking up, fighting into corners, and lock-up's not what you need when you're trying to slow down.
But end of the weekend with some silverware, it's always good, isn't it?
Yeah, can't complain.
Fantastic. How do you spend the rest of your weekend?
I might be here still for Boss tomorrow, providing the car's all right.
Fantastic.
So
all right, brilliant.
I'll do the race there, and then I don't know, chill out for the rest maybe.
Excellent. Good luck. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Who else was I going to speak to? Spoken to both of our winners. Do you know what? It's been such a fantastic day. Just have a little walk down here with me, Dan. It's been super special. We've had 12 races tomorrow coming up in blocks of 4, so plenty more action to come this weekend. We do hope you've enjoyed today. 2 races in the British Truck Racing Championship, 3 more tomorrow, 5 more races in the Classic Touring Car Championship, and also joining us tomorrow, they did qualify today, we didn't see them, we've got the Pickup Trucks and the MG Owners Club Championship as well. So an absolutely quintuple header of motorsport coming up for you tomorrow. For your final goodbye of the day, I've been Ewan Dunlop. I'll hand you over to Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much, Ewan. We'll let you go and rest your voice for tomorrow, and I'll shortly be resting mine as well. I'm sure everybody else will be off for perhaps a barbecue or a beer here at Snetterton. We'll be back in action bright and early tomorrow. Thank you very much to everyone for watching today. We kick off tomorrow morning at 9:45 with the Classic Thunder Blue Oval Saloons and Jaguars, our first race on tomorrow's programme. We hope you can join us for that one. Thanks to all our volunteer marshals and other officials here at Snetterton for today. They get a well-earned rest overnight as well. And we hope to see you all back here on our stream tomorrow at 9:45 a.m. here on BARC TV. Thanks to all our camera crews as well for bringing us the action today. We'll see you tomorrow, but until then, have a good night. We'll see you 9:45 tomorrow morning for our first race.